Mo. I ain't gonna lie. I want to step to the kitchen. TJ, what's good? Keep apart from Satan. I lay a walk with me, talk to me, show me the parts in them heart to me. Me dip on the journey, then cancel me. My purpose in me can't write up to me. Be a shield to me, reveal to me. The backyard, whatever they land to me. You never hesitate for us to seal to me. I lay, and I'm going out, I will look forward in. Never leave my Jaja. Keep us far from vampires. You never going out and coming in. Keep us far from demons. Keep us far from Satan. No time I can't believe. Feel for greed. Flesh them a tear and they're coming at me. The Bible tell me about a nation of peace. Me think I joke, but not the jokes on me. Stay with me. I clear the stage to me. I'm smiling on my face, I think I great for me. So when me touch you, I live with me. So in my going out and coming in. Never leave my Jaja. Keep a far from sunshine. High life, what's good? Happy belated, bro. I was looking for you on your B-Day, man. I hope you turned up. I hope you had a phenomenal time, bro. Rastafari. Dirty. Everything that is not NBA today, it will be quick for the most part. Everything that is not NBA today will be quick. It will be quick. Make sure y'all show my brother highlight. Tell my brother highlight a happy belated birthday. His birthday was like 2 days ago, 3 days ago. Never leave my Jaja. Keep us far from control. Never going out and without me. Keep my by your right hand. Keep us far from Satan. I want to make some pancakes, bro. I'm playing Shaggy Request after this, and that's it, y'all. Second round is 5, Jada. Make sure y'all show highlight some love, man. I'll let you down, let you down. Shaggy requested after this, y'all, then we gonna start it. Cinnamon, a little extra vanilla extract in your pancake. I literally got cinnamon and vanilla extract right now in my cabinet too. I ain't have no time though, bro. I'm mad I can't make my pancakes, bro. One more song after this. I'm mad I can't make my pancakes, Mo. Be Young, what's good, bro? I've been going so long now. Everybody on now. I've been going so low now. Love you so much. Here's my boy, huh? 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 I don't wanna let you down. I don't wanna let you down. I don't wanna let you down. Shaggy request after this, y'all, and that's it. That's it for the music. Make sure y'all retweet it. Make sure y'all got my earrings in. Need y'all listen on like two things. First and foremost, if you are in here, y'all, help the Fact and Stats audience become larger. Well, how can we do that if every morning I make a tweet when the show is live, letting people know where it's live at before and after. You guys can even like that tweet right there. You can retweet that tweet right there, or you can even quote tweet that tweet right there, or send it to your group chats and let them know, hey, Fact and Stats is a sports show. He welcomes anybody to come on stage and talk at any given time, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But that tweet right there, like, comment, or retweet that for me. And also, my first time recording a podcast episode in like 2 months. But my word is bond. There's literally people watching that episode right now still because it's premiering. So shout out to them. My first time recording an episode in like 2 months. I will get back active on that. Need y'all a favor one more time as well. If you are in here, y'all, there's no reason for you not to either like that tweet that's coming right now, retweet that tweet, or comment on that tweet. Again, you have some of your favorite Fact and Stats speakers featured in that episode. The lovely Heaven Sent. We have Wes, and then we had Jordan Woods come and help me talk about the trade with Karl Anthony Towns and Julius Randle and Dante DiVincenzo. Talked for like an hour and some change. Great episode. Shout out to all three of them. So make sure you all like, comment, or retweet that tweet for me. And also, the YouTube link is right there. If you don't subscribe to Fact and Stats on YouTube, it's another reason for you to even subscribe even more with more content and things like that coming. Also, if somebody just subscribed, thank you. If you are in here and you were that person that just did that, thank you. It means the world to me. Also, the whole what's next thing that's going on that we're doing, I already have 3 of those videos uploaded to YouTube. I'm going to start throwing them joints out there on the YouTube page. So if you missed any what's next segment that we did we did 10 teams so far. Wizards, Jazz, Magic, Pels, Rockets, Pistons, Pacers, Raptors, Kings, Cavs, Clippers. If you missed any of those segments will start to hit the Fact and Stats YouTube page literally tomorrow. Like 3 of them is dropping tomorrow, and more and more and more. Facts. I was putting a lot of work in yesterday, so they'll be dropping and dropping and dropping. With that being said, the YouTube episode is officially. That's the YouTube episode. The show is now live on YouTube as well. Already in a tweet earlier. Make sure you all subscribe to the Fact and Stats YouTube page if you don't, and if you do already, make sure you like that video for me. With that being said, bro, I really want to make some pancakes today. I'm pissed. Time wasn't on my side. I ain't gonna lie, I tried.
And I've been up for like 2 hours already now. I tried. Time wasn't on my side today. I see D-Lo in the building. D-Lo, good. What's good, bro? Can't wait till we talk about the Milwaukee Bucks, man. It's good to see you in here. Nah, I feel that, Jordan, for sure. I feel that for sure. I added Devontae Adams to it. It's too much to talk about today. Today's gonna be a stuffed day in fact and stats, but it should be a fun day in fact and stats. I think Ari said the other day, like this Monday felt like a Friday. That Monday for sure felt like a Friday. Today is Wednesday. I'm feeling great. It's the middle of the week, NBA Wednesday, so today's gonna be dominated by NBA for the most part. We have 5 more teams to talk about, and then we're also going to rank our top 10 point guards going into the 2024-2025 season, with the season starting in 20 days. My birthday's in 20 days. The season start on my birthday. No such thing as too much to talk about. Shout out to the man of Jada, man. That was a phenomenal comment. No such thing as too much to talk about. And I quote. That's a good one, brother. That's a good one. Shout out to the October people for sure. It would be to full restructure commerce contract. We open up some big, but that plus restructuring, I don't feel definitely impact something. Okay. So with that being said, everybody that's in here, obviously, I always like to title the show on what's going to the order of how things are going to go. So we have MLB in the front. Talking about MLB playoff games. Obviously, I can't do too much in that aspect. But whoever want to come on the stage and talk about that. If not, that's fine. We have WNBA next. 2 WNBA playoff games last night. We're going to chime in and talk about that. Quick pit stop in fantasy football. I'm just going to pick out the matchup of the week. In fact, that's fantasy football league. Some people you should have prioritized or you should have signed on the waiver wire. Again, I can't really say things before. I only can really say things after. It's because I'm in the league with all these guys. So fantasy football, real quick pit stop, waiver wire, questions, whatever. And then after that, we're starting to what's next. 5 more teams to go. The 5 teams already in the tweet that I tweeted this morning. And that tweet was, no, trust me, I got Wicks. I got Wicks for sure. I got Wicks in both my leagues, bro. Both my leagues this morning, I made sure I got Wicks. Process trying to get him in Swiper League too. I spent $30 for him. Fuck that. What's next? We talking about the Brooklyn Nets today. So hopefully Kenny pull up in the building. We talking about the San Antonio Spurs. Hopefully BJ chime in on that and others and the stage. We're talking about the Chicago Bulls as well. And then we're going to go to Golden State and talk about the Golden State Warriors. I'm going to try to contact Bethany or Lowe or whoever to talk about the Warriors. And then last but not least of the day, we got the Miami Heat cracking the last team to talk about. Gifted. Probably at work, but I would try to text Gifted as well. The Miami Heat, the last team to talk about. So that's the 5 team that's on the agenda today for what's next. Tomorrow will be another 5, and I'll put us at 20. And then next week, Wednesday and Thursday, should be done. And tomorrow, also going to rank shooting guards. And then next week, Wednesday and Thursday, small forwards, power forwards. And then centers. And then that should be it. Yeah. And then award predictions and things of that nature. And remind you, every list that we make, it will be saved on my computer for the whole entire year. So keep that in mind. I also quote tweeted this tweet as well, saying you may see some of Devontae Adams talks. Probably not. I might be recording a podcast episode today, so I might just save that for that. But yeah, that's that. Make sure you all retweet any tweets. Make sure you all check out the new podcast episode. It was, again, like I said, it was a good time. We didn't cover cat so far yet, but we did on that episode. I'll probably bring that to fact and stats this week as well. So starting off with MLB playoffs, y'all, to get the show rocking and rolling. Appreciate BJ, D-Mac, and Tween being up here so far. 4 games last night, or 4 games yesterday. Fact sheet, I agree. 4 games last night. I think I heard BJ say yesterday it was like an underdog day. So we seen the Orioles win. We seen the Tigers beat the Astros.
According to the books, 3 underdogs won.
Okay. So according to the books, 3 underdogs won. We did the Rockets already. Good. Jada was up here, I think. Jada Chap did that. So according to the book, 300 dogs won. And then the Padres beat the Braves 4-0. Any of y'all fellas that's up here, mainly probably D-Mac and BJ, got anything to say about any of these games?
Some fun games. Obviously, Kansas City and Baltimore close to the end. Houston, tried to make a comeback in the bottom of the ninth there. Made it interesting. Padres and Milwaukee kind of controlled the game throughout. So nothing too crazy. I'll say for the first set of games, but it's playoff baseball, so it is intense when you lock in, especially for games that end up being close into the 7th, 8th, 9th. So it'll be interesting to see what ends up happening today. It is a best of 3, so teams have a chance to close it out if they're able to get some wins today. We'll see.
And the dirty thing about this is these are all home games. They don't go on the road. All 3 games at home.
I know that's
all 3 games are at home.
Yeah, they're all home. That is going to sound weird, but baseball throughout the regular season is based on 3-game sets, generally speaking, at home. So that is kind of the format that is in, and they implemented obviously into the wild cards. And it also is worth saying that this is a throwback to the old pennant era where it was just games at home in the home team stadium to see who ended up going to the World Series. So I don't mind the format personally. I think that it does reward those that end up winning their division, and I think that's a good thing from that standpoint.
Yeah, you want 3 home games, win your division.
I think the 3-game format benefits those who have the best ace, right? So, like, to me, because that game 1 matters so much because you're immediately going to elimination game. If you have the best ace, in my opinion, you kind of have a more.
That's the closing pitcher, right?
Yeah,
that's the number 1 pitcher on your starting.
Example, right? Like the Tigers, they had the best pitcher today.
Yeah, they have Kuba.
Like he was going to straight up dominate the Astros no matter what. Just because he's a top 3 pitcher in baseball, and he's an ace.
The one thing that I will say is that to me, that is kind of a microscope on what I've always looked at as the emphasis of pitching in the playoffs. I mean, if you can have starters that can give you 6 innings, 7 innings of really good pitching, then really your offense needs to get you 2 to 3 runs, and get the bullpen on top of it, then you can shorten the game. So I've always thought that from that standpoint, I don't mind it being a short series because, look, it's about pitching this time of year. And can you shut down bats, miss bats, keep guys off base, and win those ball games?
Like Corbin Burns pitched 8, I think, or pitched 9, and his offense didn't show up for him. So it's like, hey, he did all he can. Your offense did nothing for you.
As an Astros fan, I didn't like this playoff for us because we didn't have a surefire ace, and I was like, unless we somehow get a bye, which I knew that was not going to happen within the first 10 games of the season, like it kind of puts them behind the 8 ball. That's exactly what happened yesterday. That said, I mean, we backs against the wall. You lose game 1, game 2 is an elimination game, so I think it makes the actual first round of the playoffs very exciting. You know what I mean? So like I'm very excited to watch this. I'll be more excited to watch the first round of the playoffs than the second round if I'm being honest.
Y'all have a chance today.
They got a great chance. Hunter Brown right there.
They got Astros got a chance today. Y'all didn't have a chance. I don't even know why anybody thought y'all would win that baseball game.
You see what I'm saying? They didn't have a chance yesterday. Just strict off matchups, bro.
I don't know. Like I get the betting. I don't know why anybody picked them to win that game.
Scoob's too good, bro.
Way too good. Like.
Too good.
I'm a baseball casual, but I know who Scooble is tonight.
How many innings did he play yesterday?
He got pulled. He had some tightness. He got pulled. He was cramping up. I can't remember how many, but he got pulled earlier than he normally would.
Typically in a 3-game series, I'm assuming there are 3 straight days, so your ace only pitches 1 day.
Oh yeah, he only gonna pitch. Yeah, that's the only time.
Yeah.
In the little short 3-game mini thing they got.
Like unless it's super OC needed, they'll put him in the 9th, but it don't really happen like that.
Yeah, that's more reserved for the World Series, all hands on deck type.
Yeah,
like you see guys on shorter rests, maybe coming in relief.
Yeah, because guys trying to win is no tomorrow. So your tomorrow is summer, bro.
So your ace, your starting pitcher, quote unquote starting pitcher, don't always have to start games. Sometimes they will come in and relieve on days after.
It's really late in the postseason.
Only when it's needed though.
Yeah, that's late in the postseason. That's like That's like when it's time.
So how it works is
It's also
most teams have 5 starters, right? And so you shave it down to 3 in the playoffs, which means that some of your relievers are going to be starters. But then once you get to game 3, I don't care if this was the ace or whatever, all hands are on deck, right? So it crams everything. It also like takes away a level of the chess match, and it also adds another layer of the chess match, right? Like for instance, in a 5-game series, 7-game series, you try to make the pitcher work. You try to make the pitch count go up so that this pitcher's more worn out. You don't give a shit about that when it comes to the actual 3-game series. Plus, you would never pitch a starter in any amount of innings for the most part off of 2 days rest. You will in the first round. If you're up and it's a tight game, yeah, I'll put my ace back out there for like 1 inning. So it just kind of makes it changes the game a little bit. And I also think for a sport that really struggles with attention span, it's easier to consume. It's 3 games. You're going to get a better quality of pitching. You don't really see the work to count quite as much. It's a better form of baseball for those who are not like diehard baseball fans.
It also, and Chan made a reference to Madison Bumgarner in the standpoint of it's a very unique ability to have the I guess arm stamina for some respects and just overall skill to be able to play, or I should say pitch on short rest. So when you get into a 7-game series, normally starters will have 5 days in between or 4 days in between when their starts are. That shortens down to 3 days rest. And then sometimes in an example, as far as Madison Bumgarner did it for the Giants, and CeCe Sabathia did this for the Brewers at one time as well. Chris Carpenter did it for us, years ago. When you have certain starters, they can go game 1, game 3, and game 7. And there's also some game, or I should say game 1, game 5, and game 7. There's also some starters that'll go game 1, game 5, or game 3, and then game 5, and then they'll do relief in game 7. So like, there's an extra level of workload that you can take on, but you have to be a really special pitcher to be able to do that. And that's incredibly useful in this format because there's no, running out the clock. There's no what's it called? There's no, bleeding the clock 4 corners off.
You got to make the pitches.
Like a better turn. There's 27 outs you got to get. If you don't get those 27 outs, you're going to lose the game.
That's why if you got one of those dudes, you always have a chance in a series. Because if he can go twice in a series, and if he's really one of them dudes, that could be 2 games in your back pocket right there, depending on if that dude is really a dude like that. So that's why I'm optimistic about Detroit. If they can make it past this series, they're going to really have a chance to. I don't know if I'd pick them next round, but they would at least have a puncher's chance because School could probably go twice, and that would be
next series is 5, right?
Next series is 5.
Okay.
And the championship series and World Series is 7.
Which I kind of like that.
3, 5, and 7.
So my quick question to you all: say which series, like whoever wins, say the underdog, whatever underdog wins, which one is looked at as the biggest upset out of all 4 matchups?
I'm trying to get this answer.
Because I'm assuming the underdogs are the Tigers, the Royals.
Scoop through like 88.
But
she threw 88 pitches.
Technically, those not really like.
They're not really underdogs type shit.
They're not really like.
There's no heavy underdogs here.
There's not really. It is wild card
now, if the Yankees or the Dodgers, now that's an upset. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
it depends on who they play too.
Yeah, or next series. But Bear points out also Baltimore and Kansas City. Kansas City was looked at as the underdog coming into this because Baltimore has been one of the better teams. But what's happened with Baltimore recently is their pitching has kind of fallen off through the second half of the season. And now that they lose that opening game at home with their ace on the mound, now it's a little bit difficult for them to try and get very good pitching for the rest of the series here. And obviously Kansas City only needs one more game to go ahead and move on. So that's one of the things where it's difficult to drop an opening opening game in a short series. It puts you really behind the 8 ball. But I don't think there's any massive upset in this opening.
It sounds dumb to say, and I won't say this most years. I don't really think that there's an upset here because a lot of the teams who even are the lower seed, they were hotter coming in, or like even a couple like let's even say the Braves, they had a lot of injuries, but they're still seen as like a discrete team, right? So there isn't a real upset, to be honest with you. But of course, I mean, if you have less wins, if you're a lower seed, they're going to call it an upset. I even think that a decent amount. I like, for instance, the most Sharks actually pick Detroit, right? Just because if you look at how hot they've been, if you look at how balanced they've been, and they're pitching at the top, they have a better path per se, right? So I think the upsets will start coming in next round. But yeah, this one, I mean, whoever wins wins. And game one matters immensely. So
We have a path, but like they're gonna have. It's weird because they won a lot of games. They did win some games where they had to score more runs later in the season when they went on that. They went like 30-13 or some shit like that. But I'm not relying on that offense for real. They're good base runner. They play small ball very well, but like there's no real
Who,
dudes in
Jordan?
Detroit. There's
Oh
no
yeah,
dudes in the lineup, but they manufacture runs and they get guys across the plate, but there's no
Yeah.
real dudes in the
yeah,
lineup. So
because
I just
they're
it
good on the
makes
because
me
bases too.
hesitant.
if y'all beat the Astros today, then y'all got to go up against a very tough like team in Cleveland in the ALDS with probably the best bullpen in the playoffs, and they had
Mhm.
the best this regular season. Cleveland had a 2.38 ERA as a bullpen combined,
Which is crazy.
which is the best in MLB history. And
It better be.
Emmanuel
238 is insane as a
Clase
bullpen.
Emmanuel Clase has a legitimate shot at winning the Cy Young as a pitcher, as a closer. It's like he is probably the most dominant closer in baseball, and he only throws two pitches, which is a slider and his cutter. So if y'all get the job done against the Astros, y'all have a tough matchup against the Guardians. They have a better offensive lineup than y'all, Jordan. They got
Well, much better, much better.
Jose Ramirez, Josh Naylor, Stephen Kwan. It's gonna be a tough matchup for y'all. Very tough matchup.
The
I'm just happy to be there, bro. If we make it, if we win today, just happy to be there.
the series I would say to look forward to. All depending on how the wild card plays out. If the Mets beat Milwaukee today, the Phillies don't want to face them because the Mets have been the hottest team in the second half.
Since June.
Yeah, and also the Dodgers, I just don't trust them, especially they pitching. They have no pitching basically because
Hmm.
everybody hurt or it's a shit
And
show, and I don't
and
trust Mookie Betts to be himself in the playoffs because he hasn't been for the past 2-3 years. So
Mm.
and there's like and everybody don't know. There's like this thing that's going on since 2018. Whoever has beaten the Milwaukee Brewers has gone on to the World Series.
That y'all think that mean anything?
It's an odd one.
I
Yeah, I don't think that mean nothing. I
I
mean
don't.
That's
personally,
a crazy stat. That's a
It's a
crazy stat. So
it's a crazy stat, but you got to think about it. The team they have
Baseball has
played
weird
probably
things
has
like
been
that, but it
the
doesn't
team
really.
they've played probably been the hottest team going into the playoffs.
yeah,
You got to think about that because
because in 2018 they played the Los Angeles Dodgers in the NLCS. 2019 they played the Washington Nationals. 2020 they played the Dodgers again, which is the first year of the 3-game wild card. 2021 they played the Atlanta Braves. 2022 they played the Phillies.
and that's the one
2020
time they didn't win.
yeah. 2023 who did they play? Oh, 2023 they played the Diamondbacks. And now in 2024 they play the Mets.
So I would say that's an outlier because the past two teams they played haven't won a World Series. The
But they
teams
had made
before,
the World Series. That
yeah,
was so.
because I know when we played them in 21, we was the hottest team going into the playoffs.
Yep.
That's what it's all about. You got to be the hottest team going into the playoffs.
And all those teams that I just named were the hottest team going into the playoffs, especially the Diamondbacks last year.
Man, I just want to be able to go to a playoff baseball game this year, bro. I don't know if you've done that before, Ev. You got to get to a playoff
Nah,
baseball game,
man.
bro.
That was my plan this year, bro. But I thought the Diamondback was gonna make. The Diamondback was gonna make it. I mean,
Mm.
I ain't know what was going on.
When I
But
tell you, bro, playoff baseball is probably the best postseason sport there is to me.
what there?
As far as the like, it definitely it has me the most on edge when I'm watching. I will say that because you get more upsets, you get more tense moments, and like D-Max said, there's no way to run out the clock. You got to get the outs.
Yeah.
It's you can't run.
All right, well, fellas, thank y'all for the quick MLB stop. More games today, y'all. More games today. Well, all the same games today, actually. Starting at 2:30 Eastern time. Again, literally in the same order. Detroit wins today. Astros out, correct?
Yeah.
Go up 2-0. Okay, so good. So Astros, Orioles, Brewers, and Braves are on the brinks of elimination. Good luck to those teams today, particularly the Orioles. Hopefully they get the win, and we'll move. The next thing is the WNBA playoffs. Listen, man, I wish Kid was in here, but I want to give a shout out to Ryan. I don't even know if Ryan's in here. Ryan, my dog. Ryan been trying to tell Kid the same shit all year, bro.
Ryan, the fuck?
No. I'm just giving him his flowers. I'm not saying you're not included in that.
That's crazy.
No. Because you too.
No, that's crazy.
I'm just giving Ryan some quick flowers because Ryan was telling Kid like, nigga, y'all ass. You know, shit ain't gonna change. You too, right? And me too. Like I don't know what Kid was seeing this year. Again, I could not wait to the playoff. I kept telling him over and over and over. I kept telling him over and over and over, like I can't wait, you know. And year 2 was way different from year 1. You know, the chemistry is on a whole different level. The team is on a whole different level, and they're playing at a whole different level. It's a blessing, man. I enjoyed the hell out of yesterday's game. I was pissed with the first quarter. I'm in here watching the game. I'm like, this shit is unusual. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is not Liberty basketball. And it's like in that second quarter, quick switch just like that. And it got started. Shout out to Kayla Thornton. Might put up the box score, but I can't remember off the top of my head. But I know she had 8 to 10 points. Hold on. I know Kayla had 8 to 10 points. On top of that, John Quill was obviously, you know, doing what she can in the middle. As far as rebounding, forcing double teams. She had a big 3 in the fourth quarter when we was at a point where both teams went at a still point. If I could 2-3 minutes in the beginning of that fourth quarter a little bit, while Aces was going on a run, John Quill hit a big 3 from the left wing that we needed to put us back up 8. They got it to 5, even 2 at a point, if I'm not mistaken. And I'm like, damn. And it looked no further, right? It's a reason why I say that I still think she is the best guard in the WNBA or point guard in the WNBA when you think of Sabrina. Now, can she get overlapped? And will she probably get overlapped? Probably so, right? CC is right there on her ass. But Sabrina, man, I'm talking about from offensively and defensively. She played a phenomenal game yesterday. Big shots, big deflections, big blocks, great effort. Tough layups in the fourth quarter. She did it all. She had 11 points in the period. Even on a game where Stewie wasn't that efficient, I think Stewie was 5 of 15 from the field. 5 of 15 from the field, but she was still good, you know, right in other areas. He also had 8 assists last night for Stewie. So shout out to Stewie for that. I enjoyed Sloot minutes in the fourth quarter. We went away from Laney, who was still nursing a knee injury, so she only played in 5-minute stints. We went a lot of Sloot in that fourth quarter, and she was good. Overall, she had a good game. She had 12 points in the period. She also hit a big 3 in the fourth, I believe. And man, it's all you can ask for, man. It's a phenomenal team. This was a great team win. Even when Aces came back and knocked on the door in the fourth quarter, they hit all the big shots to seal the deal, led by Sabrina. So giving her all the credit she deserves. 24, 9, and 5. As of right now, she's averaging 24, I think, and 6 assists on 50, 40, 90 in the playoffs. That has never been done before. So hopefully she can maintain those averages this round, which I think will be over, and then in the WNBA finals. I thought the series was going to go 5, but you know, no team ever came back from 2-0. Let me throw that out there too. No team ever came back from 2-0 in the WNBA playoffs in a 5-game series. So you can pretty much almost pencil this one in. Even if the Aces win next game at home, I just don't think they win game 4. It'd be hard for me to see the Aces winning 2 straight times against this Liberty team, who is not even just neck and neck with them, but also better than them and have been better than them the whole entire year, the whole entire season. So that's what I got to say about it. KP, far as the Aces, KP wasn't good last night. I like Jackie Young, especially in the first half when she was knocking out outside shots. But this team is really Asia or nothing. Chelsea had a good first quarter. Outside of that, wasn't really much. Um, and yeah, man, you got to try to make Asia as uncomfortable as possible. She still finished with an overall good game, and she fought hard in that fourth quarter as well. You can tell
Mm-hmm.
she wanted that win, but ultimately we pulled it out. Shout out to Tip from Nana. Yeah, Tip had a good game on the bench as well, off the bench as well for them. She closed the game out because, like I said, Plum just wasn't good yesterday. And that last turnover when it went out on KP, that was actually a great fall. KP bent open, great inbound of the ball to her late. Phoebus made a good play with just getting her hand in there. And ultimately went out on KP, got the ball back, knocked down 2 free throws, won the game. So,
Yep.
great game, man. Patrick to Desire or DMAC. That's pretty much what I got to say about it.
Um. To talk about this game yesterday, this was a big win for us. We needed to take this commanding 2-0 lead going into Vegas. Sabrina has been phenomenal in this series. 24, 9, and 6 and 5, I believe she had. Um, but I really like what we did to Asia Wilson. We're doing to Asia Wilson this series at like consistently double teaming her, putting our hands up, forcing her to make passes that she don't typically make, and like really saying and really telling everybody make make everybody make everybody besides her beat us, which I think should be the MO. Make everybody besides Asa Wilson beat us.
Yep, 1000% agree. I think also another thing to point out in that game as I was watching, it just clicked back in my memory. The Aces had like eight. I think they had like 8 to 11 turnovers in the second quarter alone. Uh, they shifted from that in the third quarter, I believe. I don't think they had any turnovers in the third quarter, if not, probably one. But I think in that second quarter they had like 8 to 11 turnovers, where we outscored them 24-13. So they weren't taking care of the ball. Asia came out. We had a lineup in that can still score efficiently and effectively, and we took advantage of that. And then we went on. We had a momentum was phenomenal. Sabrina was playing, making great plays, and it was rocking over there, man. It was
Yeah.
rocking. It was rocking in New York last night.
And let me touch on this real quick. You could have seen the game was like, bro, Aces got in their offense so slow. Like every play I was in here talking, like, bro, they was getting a shot up at 3 seconds, 5 seconds, 6 seconds. You're not beating a team like the Liberty who led the league in transition all season. They're a fast-paced gunner team. Like real, like you're not beating a team with this slow, methodical post up, slow the game down. Like that's not how you're gonna beat them. And Jackie, she was trying to bail them out. She was hitting some contested threes. This wasn't really of a close game. They made a fake comeback at the end, but like this should have never. Like this was really the like if you really watch the game, then like it wasn't as close as what it was, to be honest.
Yep, fair comment as well.
I mean,
D-Mac, what you got?
yeah, that's not true. It was a close game throughout.
Yeah, I just said
We
fair
were,
comment, but I
yeah,
ain't like that one. But
the key thing was to Josiah's point, that we were able to double Asia, get the ball out of her hands on a consistent basis, and really, what the biggest thing that we've done throughout the entirety of the series, which we weren't able to do last year, is because of the extra length that we now have throughout our lineup, is be able to keep bigger bodies on her throughout, even with the switches. That's the biggest piece of it. The the issue that we faced in previous series is just being able to keep bigger bodies on Asia and make it difficult for those things. In the first quarter, we did a bad job of being able to rotate out of those and still being able to challenge the shots. And the Vegas, shot very well for in that first quarter. Tightened it up significantly in that second quarter from that aspect. And we're able to kind of control the game throughout, even though they stayed, within 15-10. And then obviously throughout the second half, it was a little bit more close as far as kind of within, 7 to 5 throughout, and then kind of down to the wire. It got really close. And ultimately speaking, Sabrina had a spectacular game. Shout to Thornton. That she really stepped up big time. Laney hasn't necessarily had one of her hot streaks to this point in the series. And so we've needed her. We've needed Thornton. We need Phoebich as well. We've needed Salberly to kind of step up into those roles that they have. And that's the beauty of the depth that we built for this team. And look, I said it coming into this year, it was a title or bust type of season for us, and ultimately we've been able to prove that. We were the number one team in the W all year long. None of this is surprising me. We have the 3 stars because our point Stewie and
Excuse me.
Jones are spectacular. Bless you.
Thank you,
And
brother.
Sabrina is playing like an All NBA first
Thank
team
you.
guard, even though they decided to rob her of it. So I'm
Thank
I'm I'm nothing but over the moon about what I've seen so far. Sabrina said it though. The job's certainly not done from that standpoint. We got to still get the last win versus them, move on and get it done in the finals as well. But so far, to start off the playoffs, I've been very excited about what we've been able to put together.
Yep, well said, brother. I want to make one announcement real quick. I'm noticing something, and y'all know I always comment on things that I notice. Real_Shaggy. I noticed when somebody say something about Sabrina or just Sabrina and CC or whatever, you laugh. Listen, they like each other. Sabrina and CC like each other. You don't have to try to start or try to make some little Sabrina versus CC thing. They like each other. Sabrina fans like CC fans like CC, and the two ladies like each other, man. You can like both players. You can like both players, brother. It ain't
I'm a
nothing
Liberty
comedy.
fan that likes to win, so I'll leave the player shit to y'all.
Yeah, they see greatness in each other, and ain't nothing wrong with saying Sabrina should have been first team all WNBA. Nothing's wrong with that. Wow. So
Oh, she
yeah,
got that
man.
neck injury.
And ain't nothing wrong with me saying that CC not better than Sabrina right now. Ain't nothing wrong with me saying that.
Bro,
So,
Sabrina got that neck injury and niggas was taking
I,
Victor.
I mean, I don't know why CC fans are surprised. Again, I told y'all what was going to happen to CC. She was going home in the first round, so that
hold
should
on,
happen.
hold
It is
on.
what
Her
it is.
team is
Hold on,
bugging.
hold on. Don't rub that in. Don't rub that in.
No, I
No,
don't need to rub shit in. I'm telling the truth of what it is. That's the reality of the situation. Sabrina's balling out in the playoffs like I expected her to, and Liberty gonna win the title.
Bro, that's not. You're not the only one that had that take though. That's
No, I was actually
that
because
take.
y'all were still skeptical. You said, "Oh, Stewie choked
Don't say
last year. The
y'all. It's
Aces
a
are going to
couple
three-peat."
TC fans.
Swing, save that bullshit because you just lied about what the game was. I was the nigga coming in here to start
Bro,
the season that
Jackie was
told y'all Liberty was
bailing
going to
them
win.
out, fam. Did you not watch that? She was hitting contested Tracy's. Like, bro, she was trying to walk him.
Now listen to this nigga lie about the game again. I'm sorry. Like I was saying, I was the one that came in here day one and telling you that the Liberty were going to win this title. And Ev coming in here about this fucking Rise shit, I'm not doing that shit because niggas wasn't in here like I was from day one.
Whoa, brother. I was only shouting out Rob because Rob was telling Kid that the Aces were ass. I ain't never say Rob said Liberty was gonna win it all. Yeah, you said that for sure. I'm just saying Rob was getting on Kid saying the Aces are ass, and Kid was like, what was Kid's favorite line? I can't even remember. I was
I
talking
got
to
on
Kid
Kid
last
earlier
night.
today. So.
I was talking to Kid last night. Kid's favorite line was, man, I can't even fucking remember, bro. I can't even remember, bro. So that's that's D-Mac, Josiah, Tween. Thank you. BJ, you got anything to say about the series before I move to the next series? All right, BJ's on the stage, but not on the stage, if that makes sense. We're going to move into the next series real quick, where we had...
Really fun series. Lynx had a
really fun series. I watched a lot of this game. You probably watched it in entirety. I'm sorry. I was working on like a thumbnail or something like that at the same time, a little bit. Man, oh man. Two damn good teams. Two damn good teams. Type of series that you just wish that it can go 7. Like honestly, that's what I think of when I think of this series. I wish this series can go 7. Two physical teams. Let's start there. That have enforcers, not backing down from one another, and obviously have all stars, Olympians, champions, whatever the case may be. Right? You had AT again have her usual all around floor game, 18, 10, and 7 while providing good defense. Bonner chipped in with 5 steals. Marina, she didn't have it going offensively last night, but she came with 15 points, 5 from the line. And then Carrington came with 14 points as well and wasn't that efficient. So the Suns struggled from the floor and 3 in last night's game, while the Lynx, on the other hand, they shot well from the floor and from three. So pretty much to me, that was the biggest difference of the game. They obviously contained feet. She was 3 for 14, 9 points, 12 rebounds, 5 assists, 4 blocks, though. So she was still good defensively. Her impact was still there on that side of the ball. But again, they have an all-around team, and they have different people that can step up and make big shots. That's what I like the most about the Lynx. So, whenever you can have a team where you're confidently or comfortably can play 8 different players, 10 plus minutes on any given basis, and know that 5 of them or 6 of them can give you 8 or more points, 7 or more points in a WNBA game. That's good, especially for a game that's only 40 minutes. Can't really ask for much out of that. Fee played the whole game. The series is now tied at 1 apiece. There was a lot of shit talking in this one, a couple of scuffles. So I can't wait for Game 3. Game 3 is going to be in Connecticut. I know it's going to be rocking because Minnesota last night was rocking. I was watching the game in here last night, and I'm like, damn, that crowd going crazy. You had Jettas in the building. You had a couple other players in the building. So all I really got to say, man, is shout out to the Lynx, man. Even the series at 1 apiece. And, yeah, man, can't wait for Game 3. D-Mac, were you saying anything else about this game, or you were good?
No, I still think that the Lynx are the favorite in the series. Fee hasn't really shown up on the offensive end to the extent that we saw her throughout the regular season, and we still know she has some of those games coming. So I think that bodes well for them being able to get the job done. But the defense that made them the best defensive team in the W all season long showed up versus the Sun, and some of the issues that I was concerned about the Suns' offense also showed up as well. Some of those inconsistencies, some of those inefficiencies. So that's what Lynx stole the one on the road, or I should say they got the one at home. Obviously, they got to go on the road to pull this out, but I do think they can go into Connecticut and get the job done.
Okay, I like that. B Moore came in with a stat. AT's averaging 18, 8, and 10, and with 1.6 steals for her last 11 playoff games. So this is a really good norm for her. I had mixed emotions about this series. I heard you comment on who you can ultimately still have win the series. I had mixed emotions about this series because I really feel like the Sun, they got more toughness to them a little bit, but Minnesota matched that energy last night. Man, I'm not gonna lie. I'm probably gonna stay with Minnesota, bro. I'm gonna stay with Minnesota winning this series. But honestly, I really just can't wait for Game 3. Z-Farm, welcome to the stage, brother. We talked about the 4 quickly baseball games from last night. And we're now on Game 2 of the WNBA playoffs. Did you want to chime in from anything on any of the baseball games from yesterday? I don't know you went to the Orioles game. Do you have anything to say about the 2 WNBA games? If you watched it last night, if not, it's cool.
Sabrina Ionescu for that Liberty game. Shout out to Breonna Stewart for the Liberty. Aces are probably going to come back and get Game 3. I don't expect a sweep in that series. Too competitive for that. But yeah, shout out to those 2 for putting their team on their back, their city on their back last night. And yeah, just quick little brief about the Orioles game. Just like I said yesterday, absolute pitching duel. That's what happened. You're not able to put runs on the board, you're going to lose games. So we come back today and we have a better matchup, F1 versus Waka, I think. So we'll see what happens today. Hopefully we fucking score runs. If not, the season's over. And yeah, that's it.
All right. Thanks, brother. Some hot names, y'all. Some hot names from fantasy football real quick. Some hot names as far as the wire. Well, let me pick out my fantasy matchup of the week. This is the Fact and Stats Fantasy Football League, y'all. Obviously, hey, that is me, Fantasy Guru. I do a lot of winning in fantasy football and basketball. I think I still have a fantasy basketball spot too. If anybody just in fantasy basketball, I think I have one more spot. You can send me a DM. But I'm currently 1-3. Still confident in my team. Still have some pending moves. I'm obviously always working the phones. This guy right here, Tavian Wicks, is a hot name right now to be picked up. So if he's on your waiver wire, probably not. He's only rostered at 32% of the ESPN leagues, but as you see, as of recent, he's getting picked up. That went up by 21%, literally in 24 hours. So a lot of people put in claims for him this past week. Probably not a free agent as well, but Chase Brown, just rostered at 62%. This was just 57 yesterday. That went up 5%. What's some more names? Trey Sermon, Colts running back. He's probably to the free agent in my league right now too. So if you are in my league, go ahead and sign him. But Trey Sermon, Colts running back, most likely probably going to be RB1 this weekend. Jonathan Taylor is not practicing today, and I think Trey is going to start. Who's some more names that I can throw out there for y'all? Hunt, Tucker Kraft, Kareem Hunt. What are some more names that's been flowing about? Miller, JT ankle injury, I believe. Miller from the Saints, Rasputin, that's a great ad as well. Emmanuel Wilson, RB2 in Green Bay, that was a great ad as well. Jordan Whittington, the Rams wide receiver, that was another great ad. Kate Otten, that was another hot name as well. Tampa Bay Bucks tight end. So I'm just throwing out some names for y'all that y'all can scoop for some people that took place in the fact that that's fantasy league. Tank Bigsby, whatever his name is, I brought him up yesterday. I like how he ran the football this past Sunday. Rap scooped him up. That's another good name for you guys to acquire if he's out there. Who else? I think that's it. He finna take a look at TN job, right? Yeah, I said Tucker. So that's some names, y'all. Anybody else got some names?
I said him in the offseason. Greg Dortch. Get him on your bench. He's going to be a valuable option.
Oh, like Michael Wilson get way more targets than him, no game.
That's Kyler's number one guy. This is, dare I say, his BFF. So we'll see.
Michael Wilson a better ad, low key.
Let me see who out here still.
Greg Dortch better.
Let me see who out here still. Man, this shit looking a little mid.
I mean, the thing for me between Wilson and Dortch is Wilson's playing, routinely over 80% of the snaps, 85% of the snaps, sometimes 90%. Because he's getting those two wide receiver snaps down. And Dortch is still getting solid targets, but I still think that Wilson is getting the more valuable targets that are a little bit more down the field, and then also in the red zone from that standpoint. So, I do have a little bit of favoritism to Wilson from that aspect. If I was picking up one of those two guys to put on my bench for some depth, in my opinion.
Playing from Emerald iPhone.
Sorry for that, y'all.
This people probably already know these for quarterbacks, but as we get into bye weeks, if this quarterback is he shouldn't still be available. Like if this quarterback is available in your league, get Sam Darnold or get Andy Dalton. Andy Dalton just he ain't gonna do much, but he gonna do something. And if you need a quarterback just to hold on for something during the season, like as you have like a week where your QB's out, I have Jalen Hurts out this week in 2 of my leagues. One of them I have Justin Fields. I already had Justin Fields on my bench. Just put Justin Fields in as a starter. And then the other one I picked up Sam Darnold. Another one I also have Jared Goff on the bench because he's also on a bye week. But yeah, looking at quarterbacks, definitely I would say Andy Dalton. Look, Justin Herbert never hurts. I'm surprised he's still available. But Justin Herbert never hurts to have. Even a hobbled Justin Herbert should be able to get you something in fantasy, especially if you only need him for a week.
He been at. Well, I ain't gonna say fantasy wise he been an ass though. That nigga ain't even 12 points yet.
Well, I said he's gonna do something.
He ain't even throw for 200 yards in the season yet. Holy shit.
He been hurt.
Nah, they just run the ball a lot. I ain't gonna lie.
Well, they won't be running the ball as much anymore.
Justin Herbert.
Herbie.
Yeah, I mean, I said I would Herbert this year just in general because they're going to run the ball. They don't necessarily have great wide receiver options. We know what Greg Roman does to quarterback, so that's why he was going to stay off my radar. Out of these guys, I mean, it's difficult. You kind of just look to play the matchups. I'll say this: Deshaun Watson, great matchup. Trevor Lawrence, great matchup. Both those teams have been pass funnels to start out this year. Indianapolis and Washington. So obviously Watson has better weapons, I suppose. Trevor Lawrence has some good synergy with Brian Thomas Jr. So if you're in dire need of a quarterback to start, I think those are the two guys that I would target out of this group, certainly. But
Barry, to respond, it's Jordan Mason. What's the consideration? I'm confused.
Is that what?
Or what are you considering between Jordan Mason and Kareem Hunt?
You should
I'm
have.
not
I
gonna lie,
mean,
because
Jordan
I
Mason.
feel like they could really give you similar production after that. To be honest.
No, you
For
can, but you should have Jordan Mason on your team already. You shouldn't be picking him up.
Yeah.
he's
Nah, what
saying you
happened was I
saying
had traded.
Are you talking
Nah,
about
I
to
traded.
start?
You
Nah,
saying to
yeah, I
start?
traded Mason.
I
I
start
traded
him.
Mason because I found
Yeah, I
out Hunt
mean
was
Jordan
gonna
Mason's kind of
play.
back there in San Francisco. They have a
That's a
matchup
matchup
that's
thing, I would
favorable
say.
for them. So yeah, I'd definitely go Jordan Mason. Even though
No, I'm
obviously
saying like who would y'all
I
rather
will
have
say
though?
only one.
Actually, because I
Only
had.
I will say,
Oh,
just not saying that I think it's going to be true. Um, only one running back has rushed for over 100 yards versus the Saints. His name is Saquon Barkley. It's like
yeah,
one in like I want to say like 8 or 9 games. Kareem Hunt is going to be sharing. I don't know how much of the backfield he's going to be sharing because it seems like Andy might be a little bit out on Carson still. But like they're still trying to figure out the rushing situation and a running back situation. I would say in KC for the moment. Obviously, D Max here, so he can definitely give you more on that. I would say for this week, I would choose Jordan Mason over Kareem Hunt just because I just I just don't. I think there's one a lot of uncertainty into like the Saints. I don't really like our rush defense, but we don't really let running backs get a ton of yards on us. At least rush yards on us.
I do want to say before D-Mac respond back to the Hunt thing. I mean, after seeing what Brian Robinson and the Commanders just did to for the Cardinals, ain't no way in hell Mason don't score. And
Are they playing? Are they playing
they playing the
Arizona?
car. See, I ain't even know
Oh,
that.
absolutely.
them
That's
guys
not
want to put a
rush.
lot of points on the board.
yeah,
But
yeah. I think that you should have Jordan Mason locked in as a running back 2 and possibly running back 1, especially now
Nah,
that
he
they're
I
going
ain't
to
gonna lie, he
not
got
for
free.
sure. Yeah, no
Yeah,
CMC right there.
Mm-hmm.
For sure.
he should be locked in. So
Absolutely.
I still think that you could start Kareem Hunt because I do think he's going to get the lion's share of the carries, and he looked very good to me. Obviously, the Saints are a tough matchup from that standpoint, so I don't expect him to run for 100 yards, but I do think that he'll have a solid game from that aspect, and so I think he's startable. But yeah, it shouldn't even be a question. Jordan Mason should be
Absolutely.
locked in when your running back starts.
104 rush yards a game.
yeah. Nah,
We
he
play
been
them
tweaking.
niggas.
I had asked because basically I had traded Mason for McBride because I ended up picking up Hunt type shit. So it's like
You
who would y'all rather
traded.
have rest? Who would y'all rather have rest of the season type shit?
You
You
traded Jordan Mason for
traded.
Trey
You traded
McBride.
Jordan Mason.
Yeah, for McBride. Yeah,
For Trey
I
McBride.
got I got too many running backs on my roster. I had to
Who are you? The rest of your running backs?
Kenneth Walker, Jacobs, Bijan, Hunt, Pollard, Spears, and I'm a running back D. I ain't gonna lie.
So
Like
why
Literally,
you
the
why
only
you
running back I would take over Jordan Mason is Bijan. The rest of them niggas.
Kenneth
yeah,
Walker, I'm not gonna lie. Kenneth
Well,
Walker,
Kenneth Walker has injury issues that you can't. That you literally.
yeah,
I
he do be
trust
hurt.
no. Like I literally trust. I'm sorry, I got a phone call. I trust no fucking Seattle running back ever to stay healthy an entire season. It just doesn't happen. Um, literally, and I agree with Goods. Like maybe not even Bijan. I'm gonna be completely fucking honest. Jordan Mason was the best name I heard out of that bunch. I have Josh Jacobs. I want to trade fucking Josh Jacobs
I
half
mean,
the
he's just
fucking time.
lacking
I'm not,
touchdowns for real.
but
Like that's the only
I
thing he
mean,
missing
I
for real.
would have tried to see if I could trade one of the other running backs.
yeah, like
yeah.
Pollard or something
For
I
like
still
Trey
that.
believe in
McBride,
I still believe in
Yeah, nah,
Bijan.
because I got
I,
Kyler, so
I still
I just
believe
got
in
his tight end type
I
shit.
still believe
no,
in
but like you
Bijan.
could, I wouldn't have. Jordan Mason wouldn't have been the one I would have sent.
I
I
still believe in Bijan over Jordan Mason from that
yeah,
standpoint. So I don't think that's crazy. I would just wanted to trade one of the other ones. But if you don't have a tight end, then I mean I understand because I do believe Trey McBride is one of the ones that is actually a good one. So I understand why he made the deal. It wouldn't have been the running back that I would have chosen to do, but I understand why he made it.
I don't know. I was just thinking like, if Kenneth is able to stay healthy with Jonathan Abrams coming back, bro, like I don't know. I think he could be. I think he could be an RB1 for real. And I don't know how long CMC is out for. And also, I think Grindle fumbled last week, so that's kind of cooked. I'm being honest. I thought he would kind of eat him and make some touches, but
I
that's
mean
fine.
he
I think
won't be back
Mason
for the
is
rest of
decent.
the month,
Yeah, I
so
mean, we
at
know he's
least
not
got
for
that
October and probably most, if not half, of November.
November. I
Heavily
agree.
restricted for CMC. So, again, I don't hate the deal.
Yeah, if Tucker Pass was available,
Yeah, Tucker
You know
Craft
what's
is pretty
crazy because
restricted.
McBride was out, so boom, I picked up Kraft, and I was like, damn.
oh
Some more
Jesus,
name.
that's okay.
You about to say something, J-Dub? You good?
Yeah. At this point this year, I'm not stressing over tight end. Period. The
Neither am
tight
I.
end, tight end production has been really trash. It's up and down, injuries. Like that's a position that, like, if I'm quote unquote weaker or riskier, fuck it, it is what it is. I mean, so like, I mean, that trade is done at this point. But no, you didn't hurt yourself too bad. I just thought you maybe could have sold a little higher, but it is what it is at this point.
Yeah, I
Well,
was trying. I was just trying to get because like the receivers I was getting offered wasn't better than the receivers I had on my bench. So it was like I might as well upgrade my tight end position. So I just did that.
and a couple more names before we move to the NBA. Out there, reported by Eric Moody from ESPN, fantasy football, free agent pickups. Mike Williams is a name. Um,
Oh, I love Eric Moody.
Leggett is also a name. Wandale Robinson is a guy that I wish I
If
would have.
Wandale's still available, it's crazy.
Yeah, that's wild.
Trey Tucker, Wicks, Josh Downs. Quick hits, you can pick up 2-2 real quick. Raymond McLeod, Sam Darnold already was saying, Justin Fields already was saying, Trevor Lawrence, Andy Dalton. Joe Flacco was probably a no for me, but Joe Flacco. And as far as the running backs, Bucky Irvin, Braylon Allen, Rico, Tyler Algier, Alexander Madison, and Kareem Hunt.
Kareem.
And then Tank for quick hits, Trey Sermon, who I was just telling y'all about. Antonio Gibson. Gerard said that they're considering potentially benching or leaning a lot to Antonio Gibson with
What the fuck?
Ramondre having a lot of fumbling problems or whatever the
They
case is.
said that?
Yeah, and I promise you, listen, if you go get Antonio Gibson, if you don't know who that is, go look what he's been doing the last 2 years. He ain't gonna keep that job for long.
Yeah, I'm about to say, don't he be, bro? Don't he got bad vision to be
It's
throwing that
it's
shit too,
ass for
bro?
ass. He's swapping out ass. Ain't
What?
nothing.
I swear on my life, I'm gonna smack the shit out of Gerard,
I
man.
let
What you
Eb
mean you
dumbass
gonna
bait y'all to
bench
thinking
Yeah,
Antonio
fucking
Gibson
it's
got
so
Ramondre?
funny.
ass.
It's so funny because in the
How am
summertime,
I? How
somebody
am
Nah,
I? What am I
you should have
baiting him
told
on?
him
I'm
that
just
like
telling him
months
what
ago.
I'm just telling him what was said from your coach. I didn't say it. Your coach said it.
That's not even what he said,
He a dummy.
What you mean? That's not what he said.
bro. He just said that he'll swap him out, bro. He said bro. First of all, he's literally said the same thing to every question that he's been asked this season. Oh yeah, we're considering it. We'll
Brother,
consider it. Like literally,
brother.
he says the same thing to every question they ask this man.
All right, enough
That's
from
fine.
that dumbass organization.
That's
Yeah,
fine.
that's
All
He
I
just
did
we're gonna do
pissed
this or
me
that.
off,
Yeah, it's
bruh.
not off
all
the
I did
table.
was all I did
We'll get with the coaching
right.
staff
And
and we'll
why did he
consider
say
it.
that? The fumbling issue, which I stated. I didn't say nothing that he did not say.
Listen, they
Ramondre
got
dealing
to
with some
name one
fumbling
name.
problems, and he said under consideration with Antonio Gibson playing more, which happened
And
this past
Yeah,
Sunday.
bro. But I'm telling you, he says the same thing to every question they ask him.
All right, brother.
So you
I
saying he
understand you
capping?
have Ramondre on your team.
Like
I'm not
all
I
he
hope
trying
he
to get in
said,
your.
bro.
capping.
I'm not
That
trying
just
to get in
pissed
your
me off.
head, gang.
But all
I'm
this
not trying.
man say, all this man do, listen, they'll be like, should Drake maybe the start? We'll consider it. Like, what the fuck? It's under
He just be
consideration.
yapping low.
Yeah, he just be saying shit, but he literally said the same answer to every question they asked this man, bro. Yeah,
Outside of Antonio Gibson,
we'll get with the coaching staff and we'll consider it. Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
not out of the realm of possibility.
what he said aside, I think that you do have to. I mean, Ramondre is very risky at this point, right? For a new coach trying to set a culture, for a guy who keeps on running, and he's been getting the ball because they need him. I think at some point, like he's going to get a big reduction, or he's going to have to be sad. So I do think Gibson is a good pickup. There is a name that you kind of like skated over. It was on the list. You just didn't say it. Um, Xavier Leggett, and the reason
I
why
said
I
Leggett
Leggett.
think,
for sure.
I said
I'm
yeah,
with
Leggett.
you.
one reason why I'm kind of in on him is I do think that Adam Thielen is a sneaky Kansas City trade target. Veteran who runs decent
He's on
routes. I think
IR.
he's not for the whole year, right? He's
No,
only
he's on
Nah,
IR right now.
nah.
No,
Yeah,
Wait,
correct.
J Dub, you think Rice done?
I'm saying for like long term stash.
Ah, yeah, yeah.
I think he's one of those guys who actually could be traded to Kansas City, and the Panthers are going to have to throw. And Dalton throws the ball pretty
That's what
well.
Andy Dalton is great at.
That's the guy who I'm actually pretty interested in picking up at this point. Yes, I think Rice is done for the year.
listen, you want the real money pick? He's not even on ESPN. Jalen fucking Tolbert. That's who you get right now. Brandon Cooks is out this week. You want
Oh
free
yeah,
money?
Jalen
Dak
Tolbert.
Prescott,
Isn't he like leading?
WR2,
Isn't
the
he
number
one of the
two
top wide
option.
receivers
That's
in
who you get.
separation too?
You get a Jalen Tolbert. You don't get a Leggett, or how does he say it? His Southern
It's
accent, Leggett.
Leggett.
You don't fucking get it. You get a
You
Jalen
shouldn't do
Tolbert.
the
You win
southern
your
accent. It
leagues.
makes you sound kind of
You
racist.
become 5-0 with Jalen Tolbert, not
You
fucking
definitely
any
get
other
a
guy.
Leggett. I don't know. We're going too far.
Wait, J
Xavier
Dub, you
Leggett
think
is a
Rice done
great.
for the season?
Xavier Leggett is a great guy to get
Yeah,
on your fantasy team.
I
I
think
think
he's
Rice
a
is
great
definitely done
ad.
for the
All
year.
right, let's see.
Uh,
Jalen Tolbert, Xavier Leggett. Start a
if
pick.
I don't trust Jalen Tolbert because when
I don't trust him either.
one
But guess what? We're 4-0.
most of their targets go to either fucking CD or fucking Jake Ferguson. Like that is kind of like what it is. Um, any other pass catcher not named CD or Jake Ferguson to me in the Dallas offense just makes no sense until they get it, unless they trade for a new one, which another one which they should. They should not just like Devontae Adams sweepstakes, but just like try and get another pass catcher in that building. So until they do that, I'm not high on anybody again. That's not CD or Jake Ferguson. Just from the way that their pass game is set up and truthfully the way that their fucking offense is set up, I would absolutely choose Xavier Leggett over Jalen Tolbert. Primarily because one, as we just talked about, Adam Thielen could be getting traded right now. He is on IR, so that means that what's his name? Andy Dalton's targets are Leggett and Deontay Johnson. I think the more I think the more that that adding that Andy Dalton plays and that they play together, I absolutely could see him, distributing the ball very well. He distributed the ball very pretty, like in the one game that he had Adam Thielen and both Deontay Johnson in. He kind of got them both targets. They both, fed. I think they both actually had a touchdown in that game versus the Raiders. So, you know, he's a get the ball around type of quarterback, and I would just because Carolina really only has they can run the ball with Chuba, but Andy Dalton, like J Dub said, he's going to pass the ball. He's going to throw the ball. Carolina's going to throw the ball. So for that reason primarily, I would absolutely choose Leggett over Jalen Tolbert. His role seems way more reliable and more consistent, and he seems like a more consistent target than Jalen Tolbert. Just like completely honest, because the only other person he's really competing for in terms of receptions is fucking Deontay Johnson. And we know Deontay Johnson has drop issues. So if those drop issues come around, then no. No, Rye, I'm not tired. Would you like me to go on for 5 more fucking seconds?
Yeah, Tolbert's the target too on Dallas's team. I'm looking at their stats right now in terms of efficiency. So he's overpassed Ferguson the last week. So I would again
That
that's why I was
would
looking
be
at Tolbert.
interesting.
I think Tolbert is I think it's starting to become a valuable option. They're starting to use him more. I thought they were going to use him last year when they drafted him, but he was kind of riding the pine, riding the bench. But this year he's becoming that guy, and he's actually overtaken Cooks as the wide receiver too. So if he gets open, Dak looks his way. So especially against the Steelers this week, which I think is a very good matchup for Tolbert, I think he's going to get you at least 50 yards and a touchdown. So we'll see.
Yeah, I'm not mad at the pick for Tolbert for this week purposes, if that's your call out. But I do definitely agree with most things I already said, or all things I already said as far as look at and Tolbert in comparison in a relative to their offenses. So good call either way. I'm going to go ahead and let y'all know. Oh, let me finish this out real quick. Roshan Johnson, Swift obviously just had his best game out of 4. Don't know if that will continue throughout the course of the season. Roshan's a guy that Chicago likes,
Look, bro. Listen to me, bro. Listen, bro. Just don't listen, bro. That Chicago backfield, bro. Just leave that shit alone, gang. I'm gonna be honest, bro. Like, but don't even touch that shit, bro. I'm so serious, bro. Like, I run game's ass.
So yeah, run game is ass. Okay. Um, outside of Roshan, my bad, y'all. I'm making this post. Give me 1 second. Making this post for episode 105. Make sure I tap into episode 105 today. Shout out to the ones I was watching before the show started. The tight ends. I'm gonna fly through this. Tucker Craft, Tyler Conklin, Kate Otten, and that is that. I like all 3 of those guys to be scooped up. If you do not have a tight end or you lack a tight end or whatever the case may be, obviously a tight end thing you just take a fly on this season so far, as some of the top guys have not been producing like top guys. So yeah. You also want to see me play around my glasses a lot. My glasses are BROKE, broke. I'm going to pick the fact that that's fantasy football matchup of the week, in my opinion. And then we're going to go ahead and head to NBA. If you're in here and you want to talk about some
NBA is back.
National Basketball Association, we have 2 things to do today. What's next? 5 more teams, and then ranking the top 10 point guards, in our opinion, going 2024-2025 season. So you can start with getting your list ready as far as the point guards. You can start with getting your list ready as far as the point guards. And reminder, everything that is said during the What's Next segment is clipped and posted to the YouTube page as well. So starting throwing it out there one more time for y'all. You're gonna start to see the Wizards video roll out. Whichever. I got a couple of them queued up already. I just can't remember. But I know Wizards is for sure one. My fact and stats fantasy football matchup of the week. This week is we got two good ones. I like Shaggy versus Low. And I like Ryan versus Miles. Hold on, let me look at it. Hold on. We got
Miles dirt, bro. You gotta stop gassing Miles.
My team is not dirt, bruh. Stop trying to disrespect Miles, mom, bruh. He's 3-1, gang. You cannot deny 3-1.
He's yes, you can. He's 3-1 because of health. He's just has some things bounce in his favor, and then also he hasn't played a lot of strong competition.
Miles is 3-1. Who is he
Never
playing?
mind that shit. That shit ass. Never mind. Yeah, that shit.
Who is he playing, bro? How the hell is he
beat me, bro? But that shit was a fluke week.
He playing a lot of weak teams. I don't think he played me yet, but he's playing teams that don't score a lot. Like, nigga, even with a 39-point week, I think I'm still top 5 in points scored in the 12-man league. Might be top 4 in with a 39-point week. It's like, man, shit. A lot of these niggas ass, especially over there in the 8th division. Niggas last week I was sitting at 370. Niggas in that division was sitting at 300.
Nah, that division bad, bro. I ain't gonna lie, that division. I don't know what they got going on over there. They got to retool.
Trade.
BJ said trade, man. I'm waiting on somebody to check me back.
Like, I think he beat. Well, I can't say too much because the only person I beat this year is me myself.
You ain't on the outside looking in like me.
I'm out.
BJ, why do you keep talking like you not 3-1?
Y'all bluffing. Y'all not making no trades, bro.
Bro, all these niggas
you
do
can
is
sit
talk
some
about
things
trades,
out.
bro.
I ain't gonna hold you. Certain things you can't sit out.
No, Twin can sit a lot of things out.
Nah, I ain't even saying that. Certain things you can't sit out. You don't have to.
Shit,
Yeah, nah, yeah. You
Nigga,
got
Miles lost to Wizard.
I'm updating
week
on your fantasy. Why y'all
anything football related, Twin can sit his ass in the listening.
Nigga, that's
Miles
an
beat
ESPN fantasy league, bro.
He beat me too.
So Miles lost to Wizard week 1 and then beat Process, Ev, and who'd he just beat? Process, Ev, and Op.
It's crazy coming out the draft. We thought Op had a crazy team. His team outside of Joe Mixon.
He don't want to give up Jamar Chase for what a weirdo.
He's not trying to trade Chase or Wilson.
What a weirdo. I
can understand the Chase hold, but the Garrett Wilson, I don't know how strong his season is going to be.
Weird fool.
But
he's 1-3. At what point?
He'll trade him. He's just not going to trade him
for moves.
He think he's supposed to get a massive haul for niggas based off of where he drafted him.
Nah, you don't know what he's telling
people. Changes.
You ain't him having been in no talks, man. I'm assuming, right?
No, we've been in real talks before CMC had a real. Before it was like, oh, this shit is gonna be real. He was trying to trade for CMC, and I was engaging, but then he went on a retreat and like just disappeared. So our talk stalled, and by the time he had gotten back from his trip, the CMC news had gotten worse.
He told me in process the same thing about basically. Remember, I'm not whatever.
You can say it. I don't even be around.
No, but I'm saying he probably gonna get in talks with some of y'all sometime. So I don't even want to. You know what I'm saying? Like I'll just let him tell y'all whenever he tell y'all.
Op is not a serious person, bro. I'm not as a.
But he basically trying to make a big move. He basically trying to make a big move. Let me put it like that. He wants to use the little fishes and make a big move.
No, I'm aware. The little fishes though, like it's not even valid, bro. He offered me some crazy shit for James Cook, bro. And he offered me Calvin Ridley. Calvin Ridley was the best player in the deal.
Yes, Ridley. Exactly. Yep.
Calvin Ridley was the best player in the deal where he tried to get James Cook. And I was like,
he offered Ridley to try to get CeeDee Lamb. So I mean, that's the type of shit that he on right now. So, I mean, so my matchup of the week is Shaggy and Low. I think this is going to be a phenomenal matchup. I think both players have heavy hitters. When you look at the matchup, you can see one guy have Lamar, one has Prescott, one has Josh Jacobs, and Derrick Henry, Aaron Jones, George Pickens, league neighbors. Josh
Damn,
Downs
that
starting at
is
the
like a
moment.
tough. I ain't gonna lie, yeah, that me versus Shaggy, that is a crazy matchup. You go player for player, it is like you got a
Yeah,
damn.
so it's a
Yeah,
wild
like
matchup. You might be missing
And
JT, so that's a bad thing, but you can
am
probably
I gonna
slot
be missing
Ramondre in
JT?
there.
It say he questionable right now. Let me see what the report's saying.
He ain't practice today.
Won't practice Wednesday. Damn.
So I doubt he
He got
plays
two
on
more
that.
chances to practice, but if he don't play, I mean, I'm gonna just start Ramondre. I think he's gonna have a sweet matchup against Miami.
Yeah, I try to throw out there Trey Sermon. That's to anybody, man. Trey Sermon. I'm not gonna sign him. Y'all can, because due to my situation on my team. But yeah, that'd be a good running back for anybody that third this week. While we're about to switch, Wes, make sure you text me back. Thank you, brother. We're gonna go ahead and move y'all. Reminder. Episode 105 released this morning. I will get back to dropping episodes on a week-to-week basis. Whether that's NBA talks, whether that's NFL talks, WNBA, whatever the case may be. So with that being said, man, I'm gonna drop the link in the chat. Y'all can like the video so you can watch it later, or you can pull it up in your browser so you can watch it later. Talk about Karl Anthony Towns for Julius Randle and Dante DiVincenzo, along with that first round pick as well, going to Minnesota. So make sure y'all tap into that video today. If you're not subscribed to Fact that's on YouTube, make sure you hit that subscribe button. Chasing 1,000 subscribers. Enjoy the journey with me. With that being said, guys and ladies, we're going to go ahead and shift the talks to NBA for the rest of the show. Some quick news around the NBA. Obviously, training camp is kicking off for a lot of teams, or all teams. I'm sorry. We have teams practicing now. We had media day within the last 7 days. Quick news: Lonzo Ball should be good to go at the start of the season. Jaren Jackson hamstring, dealing with hamstring tightness. What else? What else? Damn, I feel like I'm having a brain fart. I don't know, but either way, training camp is here. We're going to talk about 5 more teams today and what we think is next for them. Whether you are a fan of the team, feel free to come to the stage, or whether you just want to talk about basketball, period, feel free to come to the stage. Okay. You watching Nugget versus Boston free game? Yeah, D Money. The first team that we're going to pull up and start with today will be, let me reference back the tweet. Give me a second. Reference back to the tweet. Also got to make another tweet. Sorry, y'all. Stage, y'all don't got to be so quiet, by the way. I feel like the stage is super quiet.
I just
They
read
like
a report.
they
I
like
just read a
hearing that,
report that the
Twin.
Ravens aren't entertaining not Ravens. That the Raiders aren't entertaining no Devontae Adams trades with the Chiefs, and it's about fucking time somebody use their brain.
Well, they're division rivals. So that makes complete sense.
Why the hell would you? Everybody say, why the hell would you ever trade with the Chiefs if you the Raiders? That would be insane.
All right. Making this tweet.
Look at Twin. It's NBA talk, low. Watch back. You a loser.
I got more money than you.
On God, you don't.
Bruh.
Money spread.
I got more legs than you.
On God, you don't.
Bro, what did I just pick my phone up to?
You don't got
Bruh,
nothing.
you
You ain't doing
don't.
better than me at no aspect of life.
You
God
don't.
bless, though.
You don't want to know.
Damn.
No aspect of life is crazy.
No aspect of
Damn.
life. You don't even got more. Never mind. I ain't even gonna say all that.
Damn.
But listen, though, keep working though.
Hey. Well, damn, that set him up.
Anyways, first team will be the Brooklyn Nets. We'll go ahead and get the Nets out the way. First team will be the Brooklyn Nets. Reminder, this segment is titled What's Next? So the whole point of this is for you guys to come up here and talk about what you think is next for that team, franchise, or even players. how did their season look last year? How do you expect it to look this year? Draft assets, capital, whatever the case may be. Brooklyn Nets. Kenny, if you are in the building, would love for you to be able to come to the stage. If not, I know this is a team that many people that's probably up here right now don't really want to have anything to say about them at the moment. So totally understandable. But Brooklyn Nets, man, I'm going to get this started. Last year, the Brooklyn Nets. I don't know if D-Mac is in here. Last year, the Brooklyn Nets. Typically, if D-Mac ain't hear you on stage. But last year, the Brooklyn Nets went. Man, my computer moving stupid slow. Can y'all let whoever in the request up on the stage real quick, please? Last year, the Brooklyn Nets. Damn, what's up with my computer? All right. Last year, the Brooklyn Nets went 32-50. 32-50 for the Brooklyn Nets last year. We're gonna go ahead and tap into their depth chart so far this season. Again, my computer is tripping, bro. Like I don't know why it's moving this slow. This is unusual. Let me try to talk on the fly because my computer. I'm lagging. Can y'all hear me still?
Yeah, we hear you. Can you hear us?
Yeah. My stuff is tweaking. All right, D-Mac pulled up. All right, Brooklyn Nets last year, 32-50. I don't watch that young lot. Shout out to whoever that do though. But Brooklyn Nets last year, 32-50. As of right now, again, we have D-Mac in the building. I am lagging on my end, y'all. But it looks like they're going to start Dennis, Cam Thomas, Cameron Jordan, Dorian Finney-Smith, and Nick Claxton. This past offseason, they gave Nick Claxton. Thank you, said. This past offseason, they gave Nick Claxton an extension. Obviously, that was a name that a lot of people thought may go elsewhere. Nasty starting five. Coming at media day, Ben Simmons said people forget when he's healthy, he's still a damn good player at basketball.
I'll be fucking damned about that shit.
So that'll be something to monitor.
Killian Hayes.
Yeah, Killian Hayes.
My boy Ben Simmons back talking confident about ball. Okay, let's see how this lasts. How long this lasts?
That's another thing to monitor. Killian Hayes is there as well. You got Bogdanovich.
Wait, Killian Hayes is in Brooklyn?
Yeah, he's in Brooklyn now.
When the hell he get there?
Detroit waived him. It was like a month. It was like 2 months ago. Detroit waived him, and they picked him up.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Shout out Killian Hayes.
It was around the time Schroeder. It was around the time Schroeder, and I think around that time.
I believe they have their own first round draft pick.
Yeah, we have all of our picks back, fortunately.
Okay. Right. So, good news. Two good things for the Brooklyn Nets for me as far as what's next. Let this season ride out and play out. You have two guys that you probably may want to your feature on good contracts. Cameron Johnson and Nick Claxton. Neither one of those guys are making over 25. Well, I think annually Nick Claxton is around that mark. 28, 27, whatever the case may be. But Cameron Johnson is below that. You get a first round pick, have a top five, obviously, and this is a draft class that you got some guys that you can potentially build around, or can sort of kind of expedite your rebuild process. Cooper Flagg, Dylan Harper, Ace Bailey, etc. And then, like I said, it's not really anything I can say from a developmental standpoint. You probably D-Mac me real quick. You can probably want to see what Sharp can do for you this year. You probably want to see what. Damn, they're fucking ass.
Yeah, nigga, talk about.
Excuse me, I can't say that while I'm posting this on YouTube later. But yeah, the Brooklyn Nets are ass. Over under for the wins from last year. I think they're going
not that bad, bro.
They're no, ass, it's designed to be ass.
Nah, they're bad, but
there's worse situations in the Eastern Conference.
When you say not that bad, what you mean by that?
Shit, Z-Farm, we going.
They still got
games.
Like, are you
we going loss for loss today?
20-25 games, something like that. Like, they're not gonna be bad enough to get a lottery, to get a top 3 pick.
Yes, they will. You
I'm gonna come off the books and say it.
They better be.
Listen, bro.
Yes.
They better be.
My
Wizards,
If they get a
my
Nets.
top three,
man Ben
if they get a
Simmons,
top three, they
my
did that on
man Ben
purpose.
They
Simmons is
They
back
can't
they
play these
healthy,
players
and
bro.
they
they
got right
should
now.
Bro,
do.
this
They
nigga
can't.
Ben
Low, they
Simmons do
should
this
do
shit
it on
every year. He
purpose.
played 20
Absolutely,
games, come
low.
back.
Nah, I
Like
agree
Get
when
with you
Ben
hurt.
on that
Sim- Ben
though.
Simmons came back
But
and
I'm
Ben
just saying,
Simmons
like,
was
I think if they
solid.
let,
You know what I'm saying?
if y'all just
He
want
only
to Ben
played
Ben
20
Simmons
Simmons is
not
games.
that guy,
terrible.
y'all wouldn't get a top three
I
pick.
can't hear all
He
y'all. I
has
can't hear all
averaged
y'all at the
25
same time,
games.
bro. I can't hear all y'all at the same time.
Well, I gotta go, so I'll go ahead and get
Yeah,
my
go ahead,
piece
D
off
Mac. My
real quick.
fault.
Shout out to Cam Thomas. I mean, he is the
Great debate
last
last night, D Mac.
player on the team.
Shout out.
He's gonna go out there. He's gonna get a lot of shots up, certainly to say the least. And I'm not gonna complain about him getting those shots. I think that obviously, you look at what we have on the roster. There's not a lot of aspects of hoping for development. Noah Clowney really headlines that for us. We saw some good play from him last year. I want to see him continue to grow and get better, and be more featured from that standpoint. A lot of people on this roster is more so, can some of these guys get off to some solid starts and we can get more assets for them, whether it's a guy like Bohan, who can be a shooter for a team. Obviously, getting Cam Johnson back on track from that aspect, and obviously that includes Dennis to an extent. But I don't think he's gonna net you really anything from that aspect. He just gets off to a good start. But the big one is DFS. And he can be a 3D player for a team. So it's really about some of those veterans to hopefully have them be trade pieces at the deadline, continue to lose a lot of games, get some development out of Cam Thomas and Noah Clowney. And look, if you get some type of better development out of guys like Watford or Williams, or somebody just kind of pops, that'd be a nice thing for the second half of the season. But ultimately, we should be losing as many games as possible throughout the season, because it's about who we can draft to build around and get a franchise cornerstone that we need badly.
Second everything that you said. Also, good news. You get to have Ben Simmons off your roster starting next season. So that's something
Can't fucking wait.
Yeah, that's something to look forward to for Brooklyn Nets fans. Having said, do want you to chime in on Ben Simmons this year, though. How you feel with that?
He's terrible.
Okay, talk to me in January.
Chill on my guy Ben, man. Chill on Ben.
No, I'm being
Chill
honest.
on,
And obviously,
Ben.
I think it was 2 years ago when
back
we were
healthy,
going into
man.
the season. When we were 2 years ago going into the season, I had some high hopes for him and what he could do when he was surrounded by excellent players, what he could do as a role player. But he's not going to be able to do anything with this bad of a roster. And that's if he even gets out on the floor, which I don't believe he will.
Okay. Anybody want to? Thank you, D-Mac. Anybody else want to be serious and comment on what they think is next for the Brooklyn Nets? You can start with their over/under as far as the win that they had last year, expectations for the season, and what do you think is next for the future?
You want people to be serious about an unserious team? I just want to make sure I understand what you're asking.
Listen, I'm being so free with
I
this
got
team.
2 words for you, bro. Cooper Flag.
No. You know what's crazy?
Nah,
I like
Flag
them.
is a Washington Wizard, bro. Chill out.
Yeah. No, I think
Nah.
they'll be. I think
Nah,
they'll
he
be
not.
slightly better. I genuinely do think they'll be slightly better. But adding a Dylan Harper or Ace Bailey is a really good compensation for them. I think they can get at least 18 to 20 wins this year. I think that's their range is 18.
Now
to
y'all
20.
tripping. They winning more than that. Like they got a solid team. Like not anything.
Nigga, tween.
I'm
Somebody
saying
gotta lose.
Why would the Brooklyn
you
Nets
still got
want to
Claxton.
do better?
Like, come on.
I'm just confused.
There's literally no reason. Tween is just talking out of his ass.
I was going to say, did D-Mac not just say that they were going to trade
I'm
assets
high.
for
I'm
Ace
super
Bailey?
high on Claxton. Like
That's why they're gonna
You're
suck
super
in the
high on
second half.
Claxton, where
You're
to the
just
point
super
where
high.
to the point where like he can carry their defense for them to like win a bunch of games. Like I'm confused about how
exactly.
high
I can see
you
them
are
winning
on
20.
track. You are
I can
on
see them
track.
winning. I see them winning 26, 20, around 30,
Whoa.
mid
No,
30s, low 30s.
he not on the good stuff.
Tween.
He on crack.
Yeah.
Tween.
All right,
If they
well,
This
win,
shit
who
lace,
losing
bro.
on some shit, nigga? Like, who losing if they win?
Yo, Established wants to take your bet, by the way.
I do want to
5K
speak
tween.
all
5K
seriously.
to win 35 games.
I'm gonna come
Tween.
back to y'all on this point. No cap. Like
You want to what,
No,
Jada?
we don't want to come back to this.
I think they had one of the best off-season moves by actually getting their own picks back from Houston. Houston had been calling for a while, trying to get some level of swaps. I think they got their picks back for a reasonable price. If anything, a good price. And I think now they have the flexibility to see what they do in the first 2025 games, see if they can slightly overachieve. And if they don't, just go ahead and feel free and comfortable losing out and being semi-sellers. I think they're in a great position. I know that may sound hard because they're not going to win a lot of games most likely. But like, man, they literally can rebuild the proper way now. And they still have a lot of picks in the bank, right, from the KD trade. So I think this was a really, really crude move. I don't think they'll be good. I think they'll be feisty. Like I think they'll you'll see them like play hard, but it won't like lead to actual wins. If I had to say a win total right now for them, I'd probably say about 20. But I also think picking win totals for teams is really tough because you're going to start seeing some heavy tanking towards the end of the season.
Exactly.
Bad teams are going to lose on purpose, and they're going to be good teams who get extra wins because they have a schedule against teams that are tanking towards the end. So I think win total is a risky proposition, period. But I think they're in a really good position for a team that has to rebuild, and I think they'll still be aggressive in trades with everything, but not early in the season, right? Like they'll try to be opportunists, but again, they'll be feisty. They just won't necessarily be good.
I did just see they have 4 first-round picks for this year. They have their
Yep.
own. They have the Knicks. They have Milwaukee's, which is
Yep.
protected 1 through 4, so it's not going to happen. So it's theirs. And then they have this OKC, Houston, or Phoenix swap, which they can. I think it's up to OKC.
What they get to
Whether
pick which one?
I think it's up to OKC and who they swap with to decide their swaps. So
OKC
they
gets the best
potentially have
pick.
3.
OKC if I'm correct, OKC gets the best pick. They get the second best pick, and the Rockets
Yes,
get
yes,
the
that is
worst
correct.
pick out of those. But the jewel is they have their own first round pick. So like I think they're in a really good position, to be honest with you. I mean, like when I say really good position, I'm speaking from like a rebuilding standpoint.
But having 3 first round, it's just to accelerate a rebuild. I mean, that's what happened with us this year. Just having 3 first round picks in a class, that goes such a long way. And having 4 even in this good class too. Excuse me. Absolutely, that's going to accelerate this rebuild a year, maybe 2 in advance.
Exactly, bro. Those facts. They should
Yeah, ultimately, this is one of those things where I'm hoping to come away, from the draft, with a franchise cornerstone, and then hopefully, some guys that we feel good about possibly being starters, maybe one, and then some role players. So, the thing about it is, I really just want to see Watford specifically continue to play. I mean, my bad, not fucking Watford. Jesus Christ. Clowney continue to play well. Obviously, Cam Thomas develop as a scorer and an all-around player, because I do think there's a bunch of ways in which he can continue to elevate his game. But that's pretty much all that I need out of the season, in addition to the L's.
Yo, the chat is comedy, dog. I want to say J-Dub, thank you. D-Mac, thank you. Anybody else that chimed in? While we're on the Brooklyn Nets, yes, for Z-Farm as well. Good point out with the first round draft pick. J-Dub way to point back to get them getting a pick back from Houston. And Z-Farm just comment on the main thing with the expediting on the rebuild with the first round pick that they'll have this year, and what would obviously viewed as a phenomenal draft compared to last year's draft, which still has some good players in it as well. Yeah, man. Derek typed in the chat, also entertain the ability or opportunity to trade DFS at the deadline if need be, maybe even Cameron Johnson to get more draft picks. And then Kenny also typed in the chat, they got 50 plus millions in cap space. Don't know what would happen, what they would do with that, but it's, you can't ever go wrong with having the ability to do anything or throw money at somebody that can help your team on court play for a year or 2, or even locker room as well.
Or take on a bad contract.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Say. If they
yeah, absolutely, and we'll have the cap space to do so. The other thing I will say is we do have a guy that I think has the actual chance to be a developmental coach, and I mean that from the standpoint of similar in the ways of Atkinson was able to help us and get some things and players playing better. I think that's possible for Jody. So I'll also be watching to see how some of the player development ends up happening throughout the season, just for some signs that he can be the guy to develop the young guys that we end up drafting in general. So that's also a piece of the evaluation from that aspect.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Man,
any other
Brooklyn Nets got some direction, man. At least they know what they going what they trying to do, man. Ain't that what? Don't you think so, Ed?
Yeah, I mean, I've said this. I've said this pretty much the entirety of my NBA basketball watching career. I would say that, but since I've seriously been trying to talk about the sport, is the worst place to be in the NBA is in the fucking treadmill of death. Being that 8, 9 seed, you get swept in the first round. You're backloaded with contract, so you can't really have a lot of flexibility. You're not in a position to kind of blow it up. That's the worst place to be. And I'm glad that we're out of that purgatory, and specifically out of that purgatory with our own picks now to control our destiny.
Okay, thank you, brother.
Jay Will, what's up, brother? Long time no
No,
talk.
no, how he want to show up? Okay.
Oh, Jay Will. Damn, we finally talk about basketball and Jay Will pop up. Okay.
Gotta hold you accountable, brother. Get up here.
I try to reach out to.
The
I try
Steelers
to.
are
I try
interested in
to.
Devontae Adams, apparently.
Wait. Hold on, Jay Will. How you trying to take credit for this 80? We was there doing 80 when we already like what the hell? We had 70 before we even switched to the NBA segment. How you trying to
Bro,
take
can
credit
we
for the 80
please
piece?
enough with the NBA interference
Bro, yeah,
shit, man?
this serious matter right now, bro. F the trolls. I think everybody that's been here the last 2-3 weeks or a month know what's been clearing right now. Byron his damn self no. But we only gotta, you know what I'm saying? We only gotta get to that. I left it alone. Cause it's not a battle no more. Y'all see it. Everybody see it. Everybody see it. Everybody see what's been going on. Like,
Man.
Yeah, it was 80 for 7 fucking seconds, man. Shout out to y'all.
But on a serious note though, I did talk to Gifted as well. He's most likely gonna pop in. I just tried to reach out to Evan, the Spurs fan, a little late. It's too late of a notice probably. But either way, the next team,
Evan,
you probably don't know.
Yeah,
The
I
next
know what you're talking about.
The next team to talk about as far as what's next is a team that a lot of people in here are probably watching this year. They have obviously a young up-and-coming superstar player that reportedly put on 20 plus pounds to his slim frame, which will help him when it comes to him getting position on the block or him dealing with physicality on the perimeter, offensive rebound, defensive rebounds, things of that nature. This team is the San Antonio Spurs. Obviously acquired Chris Paul, acquired Harrison Barnes. Still have guys like Jeremy Sohan on the roster. Bad news, Devin Vassell probably not going to be able to start the season. Can't remember what the injury was that got reported last week. But
damn, what happened? Oh, you say you don't remember.
I BJ in like a second. Also drafted Stephon Castle in the first round. Was a good guard for them. Still have, I think I said Keldon Johnson already in the fold, and obviously Trey Jones in the fold. So I cannot remember between said foot surgery for Devin Vassell. We're going to start with the over-under mark, and then we're going to go ahead and get into what we think is next for the San Antonio Spurs, whether that is season.
Vassell just had foot surgery? Or he had some foot surgery this
Nah,
happened?
it happened back in June 26th.
Oh, okay. So his timeline just doesn't. He's not going to be ready by the time the season starts.
Yeah.
Okay. So over under for what they did last year, but then also you can talk about your expectations for them this upcoming season and what do you think is next for them. Period overall. We got a Spurs fan up here, so I'm gonna start with the Spurs fan, and then I'll work around the room. I must go to Heaven Sent. I'm gonna go to West to get them activated because I haven't heard them yet, and then I'll continue to work around. My brother Sosa, man, make sure y'all show Sosa some love, man. Sosa B-Day was yesterday. If y'all ain't told Sosa happy birthday, man, make sure y'all tell him birthday. Yeah, man, peace, blessing, and love, Sosa. Hope you turned up. Hope you had a phenomenal time. And you know what I'm saying? And all that. But yeah. I don't know why you sick. I don't even know why you even bet with. I don't know why you even bet with the Aces. Yeah, fuck you too. You ain't say fuck me, but I'm saying fuck you for being dumb. Anyway, you know what I'm saying? Let me circle back to the professionalism. We got the San Antonio Spurs. BJ, are you active? Are you up here? See, you give a nigga a grand entrance and they never ready. Like they just don't be here. BJ, are you here? All right, BJ is not here, but you know that's why you have the likes of a young lady like Heaven Sent. She'll be. He said, "No, brother." You have a young lady like Heaven Sent who's always ready to go. When it comes to talking about, yeah, I'd assume so. NBA team.
Terrible word, bro. Like, why did you say that, bro?
Bro, he
you
said
always
no
word.
Oh yeah, that no brother is crazy.
Wait, what I word wrong? She's a young lady.
Always ready to go. Like that's wild, bro. Watch your verbiage on my twin, bro.
Bro, where
Watch
your
your
head be at? What are you talking
bro.
about?
That's a wild statement too. Why you
Henderson
act
is
like
always ready to go to talk about sports.
I'm
ready?
sitting
My
right
fault,
here.
brother.
I'm sitting right here,
brother. Ready to go. Ready to go is some down south shit. My fault, bro. But nah, hello, brother. BJ, glad to have you here, bro. What's the deal? Spurs.
Okay, yeah,
Yes,
BJ
brother. Good
brother.
afternoon. We got some Spurs talks finally. I'm just gonna start by saying this. You know, Wendy's gonna win DP Peru.
You know, wait, you
You know, we
using a
got
blender, bro? You start from the
draft. We
top.
got Chris Paul.
Using a blender. Can you start from the top?
Wemby's gonna win DPOY this year. Most improved.
I agree.
You know, we signed Chris Paul. We got Harrison Barnes.
I don't think he's gonna win
Drafted
most
Stephon
improved, but
Castle. You know,
DPOY. Yeah.
a lot of people don't like the Stephon Castle pickup, but I think it's a great pickup. Nice ad for us. We got Devin Vassell, big year coming for Devin Vassell too. We're gonna bring up bench. Sky limit. We go to the offs. That's the goal. That's the plan. As long as we can stay healthy, especially as long as Vassell can stay healthy and go to the playoffs. It's gonna be a fight. It's gonna be a fight. We're going playing 1,000% sure, like 1,000,000,000% sure. I'll put half my
How
life
much? How
savings on
much?
that.
50?
We're going to the
Spurs
play.
make the
50,
plan?
50, 50,
Weren't you with him last year? How you gonna
50,
switch up on
You
him?
going to the what?
I'm not worried.
50,
I'm not. He
50.
can say the
$50 to
gas
go to the
talks
play-in?
Hey,
Parlays
y'all
all
be
day.
quiet. I want
Yes.
to hear this money. I want to hear this money because I might want to get in on this.
BJ 50.
So we gotta look.
He's not gonna
First of
bet it.
all, we got a nice team. We're gonna first of all, and we damn sure gonna be better than the freaking Houston Rockets. That's for sure. I know that for a fact.
There go the money right there, Jada.
But no,
That's
What's
it
the
right there.
all in all,
what is
we
the
got
money
Chris
amount?
Paul. Chris Paul really gonna help. Chris Paul really gonna help the development of all the young
You said Chris
players and
Paul
all
gonna
the
do what?
teams. Especially getting Wemby the ball, because Wemby be open, but you got guys like Jeremy Sohan shooting unnecessary shots. You know what I'm saying? So that's all I gotta
Yep.
say.
One,
Stay tuned this year, though.
I appreciate that. Two comments in the chat real quick. B Moore's coming in with a random stat, which is always helpful and useful. Spurs were 11-44 pre All Star break. They went 11-16 post All Star break. Another comment from Sosa that I actually agree with. Wemby's defensive versatility may be the craziest thing we ever seen in basketball if he's healthy. Facts.
Yeah, that's very true. Another thing with Stephon Castle plays defense. We didn't really have no perimeter defender last year, so it was like free for all out there. Shit was bad. But
One more
now adding Castle, it gives us a little bit of defense.
So you're losing me though. What do you that the kid played a fucking minute restriction all fucking year? What the fuck are y'all seeing? Who are you talking to?
Ain't no minute restriction this year. Ain't no minute restriction this year. But Pop was just trying to be conservative, bro. Like
that's it.
That was
Okay.
it.
You don't think you
guys
want to do the lottery again this season? This season?
Nah, I don't see
we're in amazing
lottery.
shape. Because I promise you, look, the Hawks ain't gonna be that good, and we got the Hawks pick. You know what I'm saying? So,
you guys got the Hawks pick.
We're gonna be right on the brink, like 18.
The thing is, the thing is though, is that remember the odds have kind of flattened out a bit, so you may not get like a high pick, even though they're bad.
Yeah, and we're gonna get a decent pick because the Hawks are not gonna go to the play-in, and they're for sure not going to the playoffs. So we're gonna be in decent shape. Push come to shove, we trade up, we go get Cooper Flag.
That Murray trade looks terrible. I swear to God.
All right.
Yeah. What did they give up for Murray, and what did they end up getting for him?
They got picks. They got a shitload of picks.
Draft pick, brother.
They got like 3 first-round picks or something like that.
They also gave up a bunch of picks too. Just heads up.
Yeah, I'm trying to feel like the net of all this. You feel me?
The net is that Atlanta didn't get anything, gave up a shitload of picks.
Okay, yeah, they was in the negatives.
All right, BJ, thank you. I'm gonna save my thoughts. I'm gonna pass it to Heavenson and West to get them acclimated, and then we'll work around the stage. Derek, welcome again back this week. Last King Joe, good to see you up here. Barry and Ace, good to see you up here as well. Heavenson, San Antonio Spurs over under 22 wins as of from last season. What do you think is next for them?
I thought they'd want to try their hand in the lottery again, but if um BJ's telling me that's not the case, then I'd go over for sure.
Why do you think they want to try the lottery again? I'm just curious.
Um, I think they need like just another player.
But
Um,
wouldn't acquiring Chris Paul signal they don't want to go that route again?
I thought Chris Paul was more so of a mentor type of thing, not like necessarily to like win a bunch of games, more so to like
That
help
that can
develop.
that can be
Huh?
viewed as a mixture.
Yeah, I didn't think it was that. It can be, but I didn't think it was that way. Where it's like we're actually trying to win like a bunch of games and make playoffs and
No, I'm
stuff.
not saying. No, I'm not saying. Well, they don't have the team to do so. But I view it as a mixture because one, you get a guy like Chris Paul for Wemby, right? The entry passes, the lob passes, whatever the case may be. Also
Not
very
just
good.
not just Wendy.
No, yeah, not just Wemby. But that was the main. That's the main thing to me. You also add a guy like Harrison Barnes alongside Chris Paul because they're veterans, and they can bring that to a
That
lot
too,
more.
AJ.
So when you mix that together with the young talent they have on their team, that's how I view it as a mixing thing. You're not going to add two veterans and say, "Oh yeah, we're going to try to tank it. We may want to tank again to get another
I think
high
you
profile
add.
pick."
I think it's smart to, even if you do want to tank, add like very smart veterans because you still have a young team and like if you're tanking, this is the best time to try things and let them develop and shit. So yeah, you should have veterans to help them do that. But
Okay.
I don't. Yeah, so like that's what I thought. But if that's not what they're trying to do, then um, over.
So, okay, so my bad for cutting you off. I was trying to give you a hard time. Not even give you a hard time. I was having a conversation. So what do you think is next for them? Or what do you think? So what would you do? Like what would you do?
I would try my hand in the lottery again, especially say, mind you, I don't watch college football. So I don't know why I
Basketball.
said football, basketball. But from what you guys have been telling me, this is a very, very, very good draft, right?
Mhm.
Okay, so I would try my hand in this draft, especially seeing how I have my own pick as well as Atlanta's pick, right? So we could get two like
Plus the Hornets and the Bulls.
Okay, so we could get four. You got all four of them? Are any of them
The last
protect? Are any of them protected?
last two protected, but yeah.
Which? How much
BJ, you
protected?
gotta fix your mic, bro.
Yeah. Let me look up the Spurs draft capital. Hold on.
Yeah, Byron, I think it's a mixture thing. Honestly, I think the CP addition in Harrison Barnes is mixing in the leadership and the veterans with the young talent to change the culture, right? To get you back on the winning path. And you need a young guy like Wemby.
Oh my God. Okay, so they got Chicago top 10 protected. Then you have Charlotte top 14 protected. So Charlotte 14 is lottery. So Charlotte's not even in the lottery. And then they have Atlanta's no protections and their own. Yeah, so I would have tried my hand in the lottery and just like pace myself, like experiment this season, like let people try things, let them learn things under the tutelage of CP3 and stuff. And then just like try to get a two good draft picks.
Okay.
I think if
Okay.
they do, they do. They not trying to though. So.
No, he's asked me what I would do.
Oh no, I'm really commenting on what you were saying before he asked what you would do. You were kind of asking me what you think they doing. I don't think they doing that. I don't think
Yeah,
they're gonna aim
yeah.
for like a bad pick. No, I mean a top pick.
I thought that's what they would do. So
All
I
right.
don't know.
But that's all you got for 7% as far as what's next for the Spurs.
Well, this is all based off of BJ because BJ keeps telling me things about the Spurs for the past couple seasons and sending me highlights. So that's where we're at. But I think they're building. I think they already have their cornerstone in Wemby. Um, so, and I like Vassell. So I think they're gonna do well, like building and stuff. You have a good coach. Their front office has always been a good front office in terms of like building teams. They're really good at scouting. I think they'll be fine. I think they're building. There's not really much you can say about the team that's building. They're just building.
Okay. Well, listen, either way, greatly appreciate it. Thank you for chiming on the San Antonio Spurs. Looking forward to hearing you talking about the Warriors in a second.
That shit is so sad.
Bro, Tanaz, watch out, bro. Watch out, bro.
I'm about to go West. I don't know where West went. I'm gonna pivot to Joe. Joe, what do you think is next for the San Antonio Spurs, bro?
Think what, bro?
What do you think is next for the San Antonio Spurs?
Like what, in terms of them having a draft pick?
Damn.
Or like, what do you mean by that? Like, what's next for the San Antonio Spurs?
Damn. All right. I'll repeat it. Everybody. Yeah, you can hear me, Joe? Joe, can
I can't
you
hear you, bro.
Lil Lob went straight in the stadium.
Yeah, I can hear you
Can
now.
you hear me
What's
now?
up?
All right.
Yeah,
So
you're coming in and out, bro. What's up?
Am I good now?
Yeah.
All right. So this whole segment, Joe, Wednesdays and Thursdays over the next 2-3 weeks, we talking about what do we think is next for the, all 30 NBA franchises. We did 11 so far. This is number 12. And what's next is basically it can be anything. It's whatever's in your mind.
I think they're a playing team. I think we see Wemby ascend to that next level. I mean, we saw what he was doing in the Olympics, and just having the floor general with Chris Paul now that I actually is not gonna not look at him while his hands is wide open and down low. I think they're a playing team, bro. I think they're gonna mesh in well. Having a veteran in him that's a floor general is gonna help the team. Yeah, I think that's where they're at for this year. To flirt into the play-in, fuck around, make that 8th spot, 7th spot. If like they beat whoever is there or whatever. But yeah, I think play-in is a realistic expectation for this team this year. We just saw Wemby go off in the Olympics, bro. Like now the league is not gonna be ready for this kid. I think the league is not gonna be ready for the type of player he's about to come into this season, to be honest.
So do me a favor. I'm not going to have you name your top 10 teams for the play-in. I'm going to have you name the team you think the Spurs are better than this year in the West.
How many teams I think the Spurs are better at? That's kind of a hard question because I'm banking more so on individual talent than team construction overall.
Okay, so what team do you think that individual talent will have?
Me personally, like I had Wemby last year as already a top 12, 14 player in the league. So if my projection, based on my projection of thinking, I think his greatness puts them ahead of a lot of teams in the West, bro, to be honest. Like his individual greatness.
Okay, so tell me them teams. I want to know the team. What?
I gotta look at the. I think they're better than the Pelicans off rip. I think he's better than anybody on that roster, even with his healthy.
Okay, hold on.
Nigga, you see us?
Hold on. All right, so this is a Wemby thing. You're high on Wemby. You think that him being whoever you think he's going to be is going to make them be better than these teams, correct?
Yeah, bro. I mean, if you gotta any time when you look at league history, when you have a top 5, top 7 player, like you see like like Kawhi, LeBron, you know, like when you have a generational player, that player is gonna put you in a lot of positions to be better than a lot of teams. It's just a matter of who around him could be that second option. Like Chris Paul is 41 years old.
Okay, hold on. Okay, let me squeeze in here one more time, Joe. Can we agree that the team that it makes the play in the West all will have 40 or more wins, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, I will bet you right now the Spurs don't win 40 games. $50.
Bro,
the Spurs don't win 40 games this year?
Yep.
How many? They won what? 20? They won what? 28 games last year.
I mean, you said Wemby greatness is gonna make them better than the Pelicans anyway. So
no, yeah, they won 28 games last year, right?
I don't know. When we check for you, I'll check.
Yeah, can you
22.
check?
I think it was 22. My bad. I'm
You
sorry.
trying to ruin this man's life, bro. That's I
think it was 22.
Yo, drop
nigga
for the
swindling him out of all his dollars.
Yo,
Wait, he's trying to bet
drop
that
it.
the
Drop it.
Spurs have more wins than the Pelicans.
I'm
No,
betting him
he's
on his beliefs. I'm betting him. I only bet him on what
Nah,
he
nah, I'm
believes in.
asking. I'm
But
asking. Yeah,
He's
that's what
trying
he's
to bet
trying to
this
get in
nigga
on.
for
Yeah, let me
40
get in on that
wins.
too, though.
Yeah,
Joe,
the Spurs is definitely winning the 40 games this
Okay,
year. If
50.
he's not
Okay,
on the
Joe.
ministry, he's not on the
Okay,
Spurs
50.
are
he's on the
definitely
ministry.
winning 40 games.
50, Joe. 50, Joe.
Bro, y'all
50,
wrong for
Joe.
trying to jump that man, bro. Y'all
Joe,
wrong
50.
for
Let me
that,
get
bro.
let me get 100 on that.
Joe, 50.
Y'all niggas gone.
Joe,
I ain't
you
gonna
can
lie.
hear
I
me,
think I'm
Joe?
willing to donate I'm willing to dedicate my life savings to that game.
Hey, Joe, can you hear me? Where you go?
If you don't feel
This
bad
nigga said
doing this shit,
Nah,
Yeah, bro.
this is what he believes. I disagree with what he believes. he got like more confident though. He just said they definitely win at 40. Like, Hey, where did Joe. that come from? And I'm gonna circle back to the Joe. You want to bet 50 on that or
It
no?
could be a solid little
Nah,
Yeah,
bet.
bro.
All
Yo,
right, Joe.
I ain't saying
Yeah,
it's bad.
we locked in, Joe. I'm about to text you. We locked in.
nigga say
back
he
text
ain't
me.
even confirmed shit.
But he
Nah,
did not fucking
Joe,
around,
I got
bro.
such
bad
news for you, gang.
Why
Why
the
the
nigga
nigga
said
said we locked in? He didn't confirm shit.
He confirmed it. Bet Joe 50 Spurs don't win 40 games. All right, Joe. Thank you, brother. We're gonna go ahead and move this.
Nigga just deboed a bet with no
You
confirmation.
Bro,
No, it's confirmation. I text him. It's confirmation. I text him. Like he
My
already said,
fault,
yeah.
guys.
He said, yeah, I ain't hear him.
My fault, guys.
Um, making shit up. Okay. He literally, Joe. We don't got to drag. We locked in, Joe. So, hey, good luck. Good luck. Man. Derek, welcome to the stage. Derek, what do you think is next for the Spurs? Do you think go over under the
Took
win
money
total
out
from
that nigga
last year?
pockets.
Derek, welcome to the
Yo,
stage.
bro, why you don't think the Spurs is gonna win no 40 games this year? Y'all crazy out here. Like,
What Derek
yo,
talking about?
if Wembanyama is a top 10 player next year and there's no minutes restriction on that team, how the hell don't y'all see that team winning
I
40
got some
games?
terrible
When you got
news
a
for
top
you.
10 player in your roster, how the fuck you don't win more than 40 games?
I think he's a top 10 player.
Competition matters,
Probably why.
and your team structure matters.
Ask Anthony Davis.
Anthony Davis was a
Word.
top 10 player like when he was in the Pelicans and he was a fringe playoff team. That's it. He was a
Wait,
fringe
wait,
playoff
Joe,
team,
did
but
you already confirm your
the
bet game?
Pelicans were winning more than 35, 37 games. The Pelicans were winning more than 35, 37, 40 games. The Pelicans were winning 37 to 42 games, bro.
You
Nigga,
believe in
that was
zero
your bro.
percent?
Look, you gotta understand, bro. You live.
just
That's
said
the thing about the
37.
old days, nigga. That's what I'm.
No, but he just said 37. Like it's
Bro,
happened
that
before.
$50
That's
could
Like,
go.
look,
Watch the
like
shit,
you
yeah.
gotta understand the playing requirement,
this
like
nigga's finna
46
go broke.
games
It ain't my
minimum.
money, nigga. I don't care.
Bro, like you can give
Like the
that
Spurs
$50 to
specifically
like
too
a
broke to get
charity or
into these
something, bro.
conversations, gang.
Where's
Like,
BJ at?
he could
They're better
donate
than me.
like
I'd
same
have
to
all
you.
you niggas. Knock them
Like
out.
Joe, do you not see these teams on the screen right now, bro? Like where, like what team
Is
do you see
BJ
us
still
finishing
up here?
over?
Byron L.
Did y'all
left
not
and
see?
he
Did y'all
too
not see
hunted.
the first year of Victor Wembanyama have the second place defensive player of the year and have a minute restriction? Because the kid played less
Now
than
what you
30
made that
minutes a
shit
game.
200.
So if you
Like
think
That nigga
any
got a
top
minute
10 player
restriction
that
because
gets
he broke. He finna
placed,
have a minute
any
restriction
top 10
again.
player that has given, if you look at the history of the NBA, any
Last
top
year, did
10
they
player
beat any
that
team trying to
played
talk
over
type shit? He
48
not trying to
games
listen.
and has
I'm
entered.
telling.
All right, bro. What up?
Where are there's a finite amount of games. Where are these 20? Sorry, how much do they have to win? 20? Ev.
wait,
Gotta
one
win
Yeah.
40
more?
games tonight.
Yeah, they don't
They
win
gotta
40.
40.
No, they gotta win 20 more
Listen,
games.
No,
Joe.
no,
I'm
no,
not
no,
telling
no.
you.
But
18.
Hold on,
where are
Heather.
they?
Joe, I'm not
Okay,
telling you
fuck
wrong
my
or
question.
right, but all I'm telling you is if you that confident, it's a lot of money to be made in this chat right now.
Bruh, don't
You
do
could
this shit,
you
nigga.
could easily clean house in this chat right now, bro. It's a
He
lot of
left. He
200s,
left.
I,
He
I, I
left the
think I, I
stage.
think I got
He
I
left the
think I got
stage.
better
He left the
connection. I was
stage.
in the middle of nowhere. What happened?
J
I
Dub,
left.
BJ,
My
J
connection dropped out on pick.
Dub, BJ right there. J Dub, you looking for BJ? What's up?
What happened?
BJ, 40 games.
BJ, so
Spurs win.
you want to do a bet
On what?
on your team? You said y'all are
I think he's trying to do
definitely
Spurs
making the
Rockets.
play in, and then you also said y'all definitely gonna be better than the Rockets.
Better than the Rockets? Yeah. DM me the bet.
Are we doing
Better
one
than
bet?
the Rockets. Bet. DM me the bet. I'm crying, bro.
Brother, I
Okay,
won't. Cause
Like who is y'all? Like who is
I
y'all?
won't. I
Who's
won't.
your?
I
Who's your
won't
eighth
remember this
man?
in 2 weeks.
Who is
I
your
was
eighth
gonna say,
man?
can we
Ev.
make some?
No, wait,
I heard
PJ.
some
I won't
terrible
remember.
takes. Can
Everybody
we
else
make
talking
some
for a
money real
second.
quick.
Ev,
So I
Ev,
heard the Spurs are making the play in.
Hold on. Is BJ the guy with the Padres, Abby?
Yeah.
Nigga got gambling ring going
Yes,
on.
Jada.
But that's but that's one
Ev,
alias B on Twitter.
Yeah, having some. I
That,
can't hear
that's
all
just
y'all
I
for me
want
though.
saying.
I will take the Spurs over the Rockets.
FYI, that's what you sounded like last year.
No, not true.
Yes,
Bro, I'm just
when I was
confident. I'm
telling
just
you like where
confident,
are these
man.
wins
Like,
coming from and da 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 da. That's how he sounded.
No, his reasoning is different. He just said when we a top 10, going to be a top 10 player, so they're going to win 40 games. That's what he said.
But the wins have to come
who
from
said
somewhere.
that?
Where are they coming from?
Well, he thinks Wemby is so good that they're going to beat them teams.
That nigga said they are better roster than the Pelicans.
That's what he believes.
He's basically banking on
Oh, wow.
Wemby carrying
Hey, whoa,
carrying the
whoa,
Spurs
whoa,
for all
whoa,
these
whoa.
wins.
I don't know who said that.
He didn't say
Niggas
better
ain't talking
roster. He
about
just said Wemby's gonna beat the.
I was
Yo,
about
he
to
said
say,
that.
But
better
he's
on the
really banking
Pelicans.
on Wemby.
fuck
Like
no.
he's
No, he
really,
Shit,
said they're
me,
a
boy.
better
I wish I
roster
had Trey
because of
Burke.
he don't
Wemby.
give a fuck about Devin Vassell. Well, he said something
Oh, I
about
get
Chris
what you're
Paul.
saying. Yeah, technically that's what he's saying. They are a better roster because of Wemby. Yeah, you're right.
Hey
Technically.
BJ, I'm not on
Where
Twitter
do
at the
Wemby
moment.
get
I'll be
all
back
this
when the
money
season
though?
starts. But let's go ahead and do this on wax real fast.
I don't know. He must have robbed the bank,
two
nigga. Like
bets. I mean, we had a
he
lot of
don't got this
witnesses.
shit, nigga.
Or,
Let's do
Text that
let's do
man.
50 on the they're definitely making a play in, and let's do 50 on the Rockets versus Spurs.
because we play, I took the same bet with OG. We play y'all what? 3 times in what? The
Yeah,
first week?
I don't care what you do,
First week or
OG.
two, yeah.
Come on me.
Yeah, we can bet. I bet you every game.
50 on both.
Yeah,
No,
we
Jay,
play y'all 3 times, right?
he's trying to bet you 50 on every
What's
game.
the
He's not locking in on
what's the
bets with
second?
you.
What's the second
No,
Jay,
I'm
bet?
saying we play y'all 3 times, right?
I know
BJ,
y'all
Buy a
ain't
three
complicated
time
that.
bet on the record
respond
and
to
the
what he said
Hey, I
directly.
should
Do
play
you
them
want to
4
bet?
times.
Do you want to bet him y'all to make the play in, BJ?
I bet we have a better record than y'all.
You said y'all
He only
y'all
want Jada. He only want to bet
definitely
you. He only want to bet you. Jada. He only want to bet you on the record. Do you want to bet the record or not?
I mean, I'll bet on the record. You don't want to bet on the play in, so you just yapped. You don't really mean that. That y'all definitely
We gonna be better than y'all.
All right.
Anything can happen in the midst of the play, trying to make the play in. But y'all not making it. That's what I'm saying. We're still
Jada,
gonna be better than y'all at the end of the day.
are y'all gonna lock that bet in or not? If not, BJ will want to bet you.
I am locked in on the Rockets record versus. I mean Rockets.
Will, yeah, we
record
can bet.
versus Spurs series.
I bet you. Will, I bet you too. What the fuck? I bet you both of y'all.
Okay, cool. So he gonna bet both of y'all.
Oh, he confident Spurs have a better record than the Rockets.
PJ, if I were you, I'd go 75, bro. That sounds like an easy money bet to me.
Like, what
BJ,
makes you think they're gonna be
BJ,
better than the Rockets though, gang?
BJ, you
Like, I'm
got
trying to understand.
you got that same bet in the chat.
I
BJ,
have
trying to
no,
double up.
bro. I don't care what you think the Rockets
This nigga
are.
just
I
showing good.
personally
Okay,
don't have no
listen.
faith. Like,
I hear you, but like, I need reasons though, gang. Like legit, like basketball reasons. Why you think they're gonna be better than the Rockets?
What the nigga learn?
I don't. Who on the Rockets supposed to move me though?
I mean, bro, I understand that, but do you know who the Spurs 8th man is? I can't tell you right now.
That's not important.
What?
I don't care.
Oh yeah,
Tari Easton's their 8th man, bro. I don't give a damn. I don't care.
He said,
At the end of the day, you still gotta go out there and win fucking games. Nigga, I don't care. Regardless, I got the best 2 players. And if you go team for team,
Wait,
I got the best 2 players. I don't care.
When you
I
say
don't
best 2
care.
players, are you talking about
You're
Devin
right.
Vassell?
That works for the
care.
Lakers.
Who's the second player?
I don't care.
Y'all don't got
Fuck,
the best
nigga.
2 players.
Or are you talking about Devin Vassell as the second type shit?
He's supposed to be better than Sengun's supposed to be better than him, right?
You think
he
Vassell's
is
better than anybody on the Rockets?
God bless.
So this conversation going to a different direction, bro. Whatever
Yeah,
best y'all gonna
bro.
do, just lock
I'm just
that
trying
best
to
in.
understand why he would
Just
even
lock
do
that
this.
best in the DMs, bro. Whatever y'all want to do, lock that best in the DMs. BJ, Jada, Will. So we can move to the next team. But Derek, I stopped and asked you real quick when I seen you type in the chat, you were away. I did it prior. The San Antonio Spurs over under 22 from last year. Then what do you think is next for them with this upcoming season in the future?
Yeah, I mean, I think we can definitely take the over on the wins for the Spurs. I think the play-in is too generous. I know Memphis is still dealing with injuries, but they're a better roster. Houston is more ready to compete currently. It is more in the Spurs' interest to kind of just, teeter, be competitive, kind of do what Utah did last year, right? Be a surprisingly good team. You've got a young star. Try to gel, find a young core. And then when you realize, you're not actually contending because they're not in this Western Conference, then you pull, hit the brakes and get a nice, couple picks, actually fill out the rest of this team. Wemby is 20 years old. You've got time. So there's no pressure. I could say like 31 to 34 wins, I think is like a really higher end for them. They're 22 win team. Like they were not that good. So, that's improvement, but they're not actually contending anything.
Short, sweet, and simple. Appreciate you, bro. Anybody else want to talk about what's next for the San Antonio Spurs? Ace, Byron, Barry, whoever else want to get in here. Anush.
Point
Ace.
guard
Yeah,
about to,
I'll go real quick.
point guard
Okay.
about to get these boys right, bro.
All right, what's up, Anush?
Yeah.
You lazing a 40-year-old man, bro. That
Yes,
shit
yeah. For the
kinda
Spurs,
off.
I would say, like, yeah, they're gonna be like
See,
better
that
than
was
they were
hanging
like
fruit.
last year.
I'm
But
chill on you, Ron.
Hold on, Anush.
I'm
Hold
sorry.
on, Anush.
I'm sorry, Nush. I'm
Nigga, you
sorry.
the
no, you
same
good,
age
though.
as him.
Come on, bro. Come on, y'all. Come
Chill,
on,
bro. Chill, bro. Let him just get it, bro. Got it.
Oh no, you good, though, bro. But I was just saying, like, they're gonna be like better than they were like last year a little bit. But I don't see make being a playing team either. But Webby, yeah, he's gonna be most improved. I can see, and DPOY is either gonna be
Nigga,
him,
what?
Bam. DPOY is either gonna be him, Bam, or AD.
Nigga, what?
Most
It's
improved
his.
rookie
It's his
of
to
the
lose.
year,
I ain't gonna
bro.
hold y'all down.
Most improved GOAT rookie.
Of the
What is
year.
that?
Come on, bro.
It's his to
Nah,
lose.
I ain't
That
gonna lie.
DPOY.
What's it called? 1B is gonna get DPOY.
Bro, nigga, they're
He
begging to
putting
give it
it.
to him. It's like Luca with MVP. Bro,
Bro,
Luca
stop
sucks.
that shit, bro. Rudy's still in the league, bro. Like, can we stop that?
Bro, be
Shut
for
That nigga
real,
up.
never
man.
getting another one,
He
bro.
shouldn't
Chill out.
even deserve that one. The
Nah,
last
it's
one he
not like
just
Luca.
got.
You talking about Luca? You
Nah,
saying
he's
Wimby? You saying Wimby with DPOY like Luca
You
with
said
MVP?
been using the same verse 5 years.
Like how
Nah, I think Wimby legit can win that
what
Wait,
do you
Byron,
MVP.
what
think
you said, my
what do you think their defense will rank?
Hold on. It ain't. They don't care.
The
wait,
They
Spurs
don't care about that.
defense?
They do care about that.
No, they don't. Not
Byron,
with
They
how do you
Wimby.
feel that
do.
two-man
Not,
game will
not
rank,
with
though?
not with
Tenez,
not with
Tenez,
Wimby. No, they
Tenez,
won't.
stop.
They don't care
Tenez, this
about it
why I
with
was
Wemby
saying it. This like
because
they
he
begging
almost
to give it to this
he
nigga.
was
They don't
almost in
give
the
a fuck.
conversation. He was almost in the DPOY conversation towards the end of last year. Like it was
Yeah, they
No,
had
but
like the
like
20th
you know what I
ranked
mean?
defense, and he
they
came in
be
second.
putting them in the conversation, but
Tenez, it
they'll
don't
be like,
matter with this nigga.
But I ain't gonna
oh,
lie, for
so
1B,
they're gonna so
it don't
basically
matter
you're
this
telling me
year.
they're gonna
He's
change
gonna get
the
that
they're
Yeah,
shit.
gonna
I think
change
Yes,
Wemby's
the
yes,
Wemby's
defense.
yes. That's
Wemby's
exactly what I'm
defensive
Okay,
telling you.
versatility
okay.
is kind of crazy. Like we can be honest about that.
Oh
It's
His
yeah,
pretty
but
PR
the
too
same
honest.
good.
thing used to
What?
be said
Hold on, wait. What do you
about
mean by that?
somebody
Like, what do you
else,
mean by
and
defensive
they
They should
didn't
have.
give it
Hold
to
on.
him because they
Yeah,
didn't
well,
have a high
that's
enough
that.
ranked defense.
I don't know why the league don't like Bam,
Tanessa's
but
PR too good.
Bam should at least have one or two. At least he
I
should
think
at
she's
least have
talking about
one.
Anthony Davis. She's
It's
talking about
not just
AD.
Van it's not
I
just
Yeah.
think he's talking
Bam.
about
Wait,
AD.
AD should have like 1, 2 at least.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
know. Like,
that's what I'm
y'all can
saying.
have
Like
that one.
normally in the past.
Tenez, this nigga came in second with the 20th ranked
But
defense.
yeah,
This shit
twin.
don't matter.
All
It's
people,
him.
man, all people mainly saying, and we can like move on because we kind of all just kind of yapping like cap
They
too.
begging to give it
But
to him, nigga.
yeah, like they legit want to give him
Yeah, that's a
the
fact.
Damn, you saying Butler
Yeah,
gonna
DPOI.
finish, bro?
So he gonna be
Ev,
That
the
shit, that
exception
shit gay.
outlier to what
I
you
don't.
talking about.
There's not a snowflake's chance in
Okay,
hell this
I just
roster
want to
or
make
team
sure
is good enough to be a
I just want to
playing
make sure
team.
we understand that is what is happening.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
gonna be
Okay.
There's
All right.
he
All
gonna
right.
be
you
the
All
got
right. All
exception
right.
for
listen.
anything.
There's no way this team's good enough to make the plan. I mean, unless Wemby comes out here and is averaging like 35 and is just like the ultimate insane phenom that some people put him like the pedestal they're putting him on, right? They're not better than the Rockets. They're not better than the Kings. That's another thing. Kings didn't make the playoffs last year, and they have a way better roster from top
Nigga,
to
we got
bottom.
injured. Don't do too much.
No, but I'm being honest. Like that's a team that you
Nigga,
would look
we.
at that's better.
Way better.
I'm not disagreeing with you. You just I don't know what your argument is. I literally just said why you guys.
I don't even know why he just said we. When the
Yeah, like
fuck he
what?
ever been a
Bro,
Yeah,
Kings
like what the
fan?
fuck? I
yo,
didn't say anything bad.
yo, Sosa, what about the
I
two-man game,
can't.
though, bro? You don't like
Right.
the CP3 Wemby two-man game? I think that'll be the best two-man game in the league, bro.
It sounds good, but he's old as shit, and
39, bro.
yeah, like so what?
Okay,
So
cool.
again, like listen, you look at the Rockets. I
They
like what
had
the
it.
Rockets got. I think another year with a really good head coach. Obviously, Sengun went down last year, and then the team kind of played well. I don't know how to really judge the team, but I think that I think that they have a really good coach. I like the coach that the Rockets got. I think another year in what they want to do. I think they'll be better than the Spurs for certain. I
For
don't even
sure.
think that's a conversation. I think the Jazz are all in for the Great White Hope. I think everybody knows that. I think people will be like Utah will contend. I don't. I think Utah will do the exact same thing. I'm glad Derek brought that up. I think what they'll do is beginning of the year, you'll see them come out fight. It'll be all about development. But once you get to around the All Star break and you realize that you have nothing and you can't compete, everyone
then you pack it up, and that's what the Spurs will do. I think also the Harrison Barnes contract, I think it's a very easily tradable contract as well. So I can see a contender wanting his services and him ended up being offloaded. I can see the same shit for Chris Paul. That whole developing with Wemby shit sounds good until a team that needs a veteran point guard come playoff time is willing to give you some picks for him or willing to give you something for him. You know what I'm saying? So
Bro, my
I
thing
think
is
that's
like,
where you
not
get
even.
it
A,
wrong.
it's
why
not.
y'all so
The whole
so
development thing
freaking
sounds good.
tanking,
It
bro?
sounds good, but then you look at the contracts; they're
But
easily
why
tradable.
are y'all so? I haven't heard a great argument on why y'all so that the Spurs should freaking tank.
Who said they should tank?
Wait,
Besides
listen. Wait,
Hamilton.
I'm not gonna. Wait, listen. Why not?
Tanking,
Why
bro.
not?
It's a
Why
matter of
not? Why not?
understanding that
Why not go get
Wemby is 20 years old. He's
I don't
20
think
that?
years
I
And then
don't
old.
why
think
not?
I don't
There are a
think
bunch
it's
of on ball creators in the
I
draft. Why
don't
not go
think
get
it's
one?
necessarily tanking. I think it's more so you're putting up development and over winning games. Like you're prioritizing development over winning
That's a
games.
nice way of saying tanking.
Absolutely. And
So
that's the
okay,
No, no,
reality.
I
okay,
don't
so
think
That's the
so
that's
okay,
reality
so
of the
right.
NBA. When you know you
that's
can't
not the
win,
same thing.
I'm
when
That's
you
not
confused
the
know
on
same
you
this
thing as
can't
because
win,
Y'all,
tanking.
you have
That's
to
not the
make
you
same
that
can't
decision
develop to win
consciously.
games.
Nick's brain is fried.
that's not the same thing as tanking.
It kind of
Nah, but
is.
Heaven, so you can't
It
develop to
is
win games.
not. You
So
can.
at that
Oh,
point,
listen.
so
Oh
at
my
that
God. Oh my
point, you
God. Oh my
might as
So
God.
well
so
I swear to
fucking
God.
listen.
trade
I swear to God.
What
everybody.
did
Let me explain the
OKC do
difference.
What the
for the
fuck?
Let
last
me
like
just
5 years?
explain. Let me explain the
Driving, can y'all
difference.
mute,
Back
bro?
Do you
material,
want me to
back
explain the
material,
Yeah,
back
difference?
hey,
material.
yeah,
Whoever
mandatory.
driving, can y'all mute,
Bro.
bro?
Do you want me to explain the difference between
Yeah,
tanking
yeah,
and
go ahead, Heaven say.
Okay, tanking is you are on purpose, like your sole goal is to get a high draft pick.
Mm-hmm.
When you are putting development over winning games, that's not tanking. That is just that your goal is development. Like it can you
Nah,
like
I get what
the
you're saying.
yeah
Okay.
the outcome can either can be whatever. It can turn
Like what
into
Jacob Podol
you
said the other
get
day.
it can turn into you getting a really good draft pick, or it can turn into you making the playoffs.
Yeah,
It's
but
not
now,
the
Hey,
but you had
same.
said earlier, right? Because when this
didn't
started, you had
Jacob
asked BJ, wouldn't he
hold
want
on
to, wouldn't he
didn't
want to
Podol just
try to
say
get a
something?
lottery pick or try to get another high draft pick? That's
He,
what I was confused about, right?
Heaven said
Yeah,
didn't
because
did
I don't think the team is good enough to the point where like if we just focus on development, they will make the playoffs. I think like
When you say
I would
playoffs, you mean
I
top
wouldn't
10 or you actually mean like the real playoffs?
like even like playing like I don't think they're a playing team, right?
Oh,
So
okay.
like
So you think
that's
if they try their best, they still wouldn't
that's
be a top 10 team?
no. I think that like if they do try to do that, I think that you are risking development.
Okay.
I don't think if you lean onto the young players and let them try shit and stuff, they will be that good where you're
hey,
not going to get a good draft pick.
just
That's what I'm
remember
saying.
that Jacob Podol has already
I,
made it
I,
clear
I
that
have a question.
The Toronto Raptors will probably be fucking tanking this year.
I
Just
have a
throwing that out
question.
there.
Okay,
I mean,
okay.
he
Why
literally
the why
his
the
He said
literal
that?
look at what he said. This is literally a quote from him. I just put it up like
Let me get
Let me
back
see.
to the
we talk
Raptors.
about development. Yeah, it sounds good. It sounds better to say it's a year of development. In reality, you're trying to lose enough games to get a roster changing player.
The
That's what
league
the
needs to
truth is.
Well,
investigate them and take their fucking pick. That's
Dang,
what we
y'all
so
need to
can,
do.
I
they
don't
don't say,
disagree
y'all
with
can play to really
Sosa.
say that
So,
to the media.
It just
I
yeah,
sounds
never heard a
better.
player
But
say
let's
that
be honest.
before.
Oklahoma City tanked 3 fucking times.
Now I've never heard a
Like
player really come out and
no,
say
he didn't.
that
in the
No,
on
he
name
their
of
own
didn't.
before. That's
development.
crazy.
I don't know what's
Y'all
So,
happening
didn't
here.
but
you think y'all were
again,
trying to win the 2 3 seasons in a row
I think
like when Shea first got
okay,
there?
Brad.
Be honest.
Yeah, again, when
I think
Shea
they were
first got there,
cautious with Shea.
the first year we definitely tried to win. We were in the play. Not well. I don't even. I
You
think
guys
that's
That's
made
the
the first year.
playoffs.
CP3 year when y'all made the
Yeah.
playoffs.
Nah, please go ahead, Brad. Y'all annoying
Was
me,
that first year the
man. Y'all
CP3 year
so
when y'all made the
eager to
playoffs?
talk. Shut up.
Bro, let a nigga land in this hole, man. Damn.
Y'all
Now
don't
we
get
all sitting here quietly. So can
no,
somebody
but
talk?
Like
Can
y'all,
y'all
somebody
niggas
hear
but
don't
us
get
y'all,
talk?
but
tired of just butting
y'all don't
in.
get tired of y'all don't get tired of doing that though. Like that's too much of a norm in my opinion.
These
Without
fucking
letting
Warriors fans, man.
people finish. But West just did some extra shit, just not in my opinion. But I understand that's constant build up though. Like that's constant build up from West. Like you never really get to, not even just him, anybody never really get to finish what they're trying to say. It happens way too often, bro. And going forward, I am going to try to do my best to monitor that a little bit because I feel like people don't really get to get their thoughts. So it just happened with Joe. That's why Joe left the stage. That's why West just left the stage. I don't. The show's still gonna go on, but people feel like they can't really get their thoughts out clearly.
My nigga, it's been happening with me all morning.
You too.
Bro, it literally happens to everybody, bro. I don't
Yeah,
know why
but
we all
that
about to sit here and make this a whole moment.
Everybody's not the same though. Y'all think because it happened to one person, they brush it off. The other people gonna brush it off too. Everybody different, So I mean, it is what it is. I'm just throwing it
And
out there.
also, I wasn't trying to disrespect any OKC Thunder fans. I'm just saying 2 seasons in a row they won less than 25 games, and then the next year they were a fringe playing team. I'm not saying that they tanked for a long time. What I'm saying is that they were willing to lose games, especially when they lost. What was my remember? Chet had to basically redshirt a whole season. As soon as that happened, it became a season of development, which is a nice way of saying we're not trying to win. Respectfully.
Well, I think to that point, it's not even necessarily just not trying to win.
I'm sorry,
It's
the year. I'm
it's
sorry, not
it's
not that
play.
year, but
Oh,
the 2 years in a row they didn't win 25 games. Not to cut you off, but the two
but
back-to-back seasons that I believe that was the plan was to not be good. I do.
I think you can do two things at once. Like what the Spurs are going to do is give Stephon Cass a lot of reps, and what that probably is going to lead to is some bad turnovers, maybe
Yeah.
some dysfunction in the fourth quarter, and you lose some games. So you can still develop and just not be ready enough to win. So it doesn't mean you are going to, intentionally roll the ball to the other team at like the 2-minute mark of every single game to make sure you catch L's. You will try, and you will fail because you're just not ready enough, and that's completely fine. So you're still developing, you're still building a culture. You're not trying to just actively lose every game, but you also recognize you're not good enough, and that's okay. So, and that's what OKC did. That's why Al Horford took a vacation. That's why they were extra cautious with Shea when he got hurt, and they were able to lose some games and then put the team together. But they still developed a culture, they still have a good coach, and they're ready to contend now. And that's what the Spurs are trying to duplicate.
Yep, and I agree with that. That's why I
That's
thought that. Go ahead.
I
that's what
also
I
think
said.
Vassell
I
stinks.
don't fucking care anymore. That shit
Vassell
went.
might stink. I just want to
No,
throw that
you
out there.
weren't. You weren't on that same exact pathway, ever since.
Devin Vassell
That's
might stink.
Well, you
I
just you
literally
yelled at me.
sorry. I literally sat here and explained because I said I think this is more so development,
Ever since, were you
and
about
they
to yell
said
at
that
me?
is
Were you
another
about to
way,
yell at me?
and they said that
Were you
was
about to
another
yell
way,
at me? Were you about to yell at me?
and that they said that was another way to say tanking, and I said it's
Yeah.
not necessarily the same, and I explained the difference.
No, I'm talking about the beginning though. Well, okay, cool. I can't quote you word for word on what you said 10, 15, 20
Yeah.
minutes ago. So let me just stop. But that's
I
what
then
Derek just
proceeded
said.
to, yeah.
But what Derek just said was my original reasoning on why I think Chris Paul and Harrison is there, because you want to start to build that culture. You want to start to rack up wins so your superstar player can know what it feels like. You want to turn your team around to becoming a winning organization slowly but surely. And I think Chris Paul and Barnes will help with them steps. And also he pointed out the Castle reps, because Castle is a block with Vassell alongside of Wemby. So you're going to do two different things at once. That's why I said it's going to be a mixture, in my opinion, versus them trying to tank.
But
Like Trey,
I don't think the priority is to win games.
it's not the priority. You keep thinking that's not the priority. I don't think Dirk was just saying that either.
That
It's
don't
not.
mean, that don't mean it's a priority, twin.
Yeah.
When you all right, so like in the process of changing culture, you just not like the Rockets for an example. In the process of changing the culture, winning may not have been the priority, but in the process of changing the culture, you just probably naturally gonna win games if it's a good culture that's being implemented.
Exactly.
I get that. I get that. I said that. Like I said, but I don't. Okay.
You're confusing me. You keep saying you say things, but you're on the opposite side though.
I'm not on no opposite side. I'm just saying because I was speaking to the people that thought that they would win a bunch of games, and I was like, you think they're gonna like be actively out here trying to win a bunch of games to for sure make it that far?
What's a bunch of games to him? Somebody said a
They
bunch
were
of games.
saying playing and
You
shit,
know,
and 40 games.
Yeah, somebody did
okay.
say 40 games, but
I think
I
BJ. I
mean,
think BJ
yeah,
said, if I'm not mistaken, like they could be aiming for the
Joe
play.
said 40 games. That's because he's high on Wemby.
Yeah, but 40 games ain't getting you no playing. Not in the West. Anyway, so I don't know why that
Nah,
wasn't
40
nipped in the
games is
bud.
getting you in the play.
No, it's
Well,
not. No, it's
Nigga,
not.
no, it's not.
No, it's not.
nah,
Bro,
what was it?
I
What
said
was the playing last year?
the
41?
goal is the offs.
I
The
think
46.
goal is the offs.
everybody in the
Yes.
playing last year, if I'm not mistaken, was
Yeah,
like
it was
over
41,
500.
I think, right?
The
40.
It was
goal is
like
the
over
offs.
500.
Yes.
Yeah.
But playing for sure, I think we will be competitive enough. Long as Devin Vassell can stay healthy, we will be competitive enough to get a playing spot. Yes. I believe that.
You smoking
Playoffs,
crack.
okay. I don't care. I'm not gonna argue that. But playing, yes.
I mean, to be fair though, Byron, some of them bottom teams in the West gonna take some of them wins
Any
back.
of them bottom
Now
teams, the
because
Warriors
because
and
didn't
all of
Houston,
them down bottom, yes. I believe
yeah,
we could
wasn't
beat
Houston
them,
like
bruh.
right at 500? Like did they win like 40? Like they were like right at 500 last year, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Houston
Yeah,
Rockets was 500.
yeah.
Yeah, they
Type
were
they
like
got it
40
on
and
the
40.
screen. We out here got it on the
Yeah,
screen. We
You
out here
gotta
talking
win
about
like
I
trash.
can't see
above
that.
45,
Yeah,
like high 40, mid to high 40.
the 10 seed was 46. I got 46.
It's gonna be a
Damn.
little more competitive this year, bro. So my low mark from last week was 44, 45 games.
Yeah, I think some of them bottom teams are definitely gonna take them wins back. Like Memphis gonna take them some of them losses they took back. The Spurs definitely gonna compete a little bit better this year. I don't know nothing about the Jazz. I can't lie to you. Houston probably gonna compete a little bit more this year.
But I mean, with Vassell being out, bro, this shit just make it tougher, bro. Like that's
He's
what I'm
not. He's
saying.
not going to
Shit,
be out that long. By the way,
I know,
it's
but
he's going to be back early
regardless,
November.
I still, nigga, that's like the first month. Fool. Not even the first month. That's like
We
to
start
the
in late
second of
October.
November.
It's not that. It's not that much.
So he's gonna get reevaluated at the end of November. I mean, in October.
That's a couple of weeks.
Yes, brother. That's still 2 weeks behind.
Okay, I mean, okay. That's why I'm saying they're not going to contend. So, like, to me, that's nothing. Like a hamstring injury would be far more detrimental.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
I think we agree.
I think that was enough for the San Antonio Spurs. It's gonna take
Wait,
some time.
before you move on, can I say one thing, please? Just one thing.
Sure.
I think a lot of people missed out on this, bro. I don't think they're going to be as bad defensively ranked as they were last team. You guys were talking about Wemby, you guys were talking about Vassell, but I think a very talented player is also on your team. I don't think anyone's spoken about this so far. Zach Collins, man, an amazing player, especially as a help defender. I think he's going to take a huge jump next season with Chris Paul. I think Chris Paul benefits him more than it benefits Wemby as well. Because when they run
Nigga,
that
what?
pick and roll, when they run that two-man game, can you let me finish? When they run that two-man game, Collins can space the floor. Then also defensively, if they have Barnes in there, they have Barnes, Wemby, and Collins. That's a good defensive. I think they'll be in the
Hey,
middle of the
nigga,
pack
what's the
defensively
next
rated.
team?
Did you just say Zach Collins?
What's the next team,
What's
man?
the next team, Ev?
All right, man.
He
All
certainly did
right.
say Zach Collins.
What's the next team, Ev?
Yeah.
He is a good
It's
player,
getting
bro.
out of
Y'all are
hand.
What's
just
the
being weird.
next
Whatever.
team,
All right,
Ev?
y'all. All right. What's that? Thank you. Warriors is not next. Gifted said he's gonna. Gift is gonna pop in here, but I'm trying to align it with him with his ability to take his break. So I'm in communication with him. Next team is actually the Bulls, then the Warriors.
Oh my God.
So
You said the hey, bro, chill.
next team is the Chicago Bulls.
What's the next team, Ev?
Better record than the
Over,
Raptors.
over under their mark from last
Under.
over
Next
under their
team.
mark from last year. And then after that, we'll get to the Warriors and the Heat. So, Barry, but you're a Bulls fan, I believe, right?
Yes.
All right. So last
He's
year,
not no Bulls team.
last year the Bulls
I
went
bro,
39.
listen.
Last year the Bulls went 39 and 43.
Yeah.
So get your over under mark for that, and then you can give us what you think is next for the team as far as this season, or also going into the future as well.
This season I think we probably get like it depends on when they trade Levine. So I'll probably say like honestly, I mean I want to say like 25, 30 wins, but knowing the Bulls, they probably gonna end up at like 35 or something, bro. Like just knowing how they operate. Because really we need to get our pick back because we did trade it to San Antonio and that who was it for? Oh, and that DeMar DeRozan trade, they still got rights to it, but it's a top 10 protected. So I would like to get that back because I do think we need to draft the center in this draft because Vucevic, I think he's on the last year of his deal, and we just need to. Because I low-key wanted Khalil Ware in this draft, but we ended up getting Buzelis. I didn't think he was going to fall that far, so that was fine. So, yeah, I think we need to lead this draft with the center. So, yeah, I'd probably say like 30, 32 wins, 33 wins, bro. Because they just find ways to win games, and I think with Lonzo coming back, I'm not sure if he's going to be there throughout the deadline. If he looks good, I could see a team trying to come trade for him. He's on a 1 year expiring, and it's a pretty good contract. I think it's like $20 million or something like that. So yeah, I think Patrick Williams, they're gonna try to develop him a little bit more, probably give him some more on-ball touches. I think he blossoms into an actual two-way player. Levine, he's probably Cat just got traded. He's a pretty bad contract, but I'm not sure if we're going to be able to move him necessarily, but the way it sounds like he does want to be moved. So we'll see how that goes. If he is moved, I think we probably win like
below 30 games. But if not, like I said, 32, 33. So it just really depends on what they do with that Zach contract, and then Vooch is expiring. Kobe White, he's going to do his thing. I think when it's all said and done, though, he's probably a sixth man, in my opinion. So I like him more so in that role. I'm trying to think who was it I hit on that's on the team. That's like relevant. I think that was pretty much everybody for real. But yeah, in a perfect world, I would want to get Rocco, the Australian center, out of this draft, or Malawatch, either one of those two. And then next draft, I think we should go get AJ. So yeah, I think that's what the Bulls should do, to be honest.
Thank you, brother. I'm gonna go ahead and go what I think is next for the Bulls real quick. One, I have them going under their 39 wins last year. I'm with Barry. I think they're going to be a team that wins in the 30 range, high 20s, personally for me. But I also think they're in an interesting boat right now. You have a guy who looked like he was going to be a good player for his original team, which is Oklahoma City. When he had the ability, when he had the on-ball reps, right?
And then
SGA came, started to blossom. As you've seen in the last 2 years, it sort of kind of pushed Giddey to the curb a little bit. He started some playoff games, came off the bench some playoff games. Ultimately, they made a trade where it worked for both sides. Giddey went to Chicago. Caruso went to OKC. We'll talk about OKC, if not tomorrow or next week for sure. So now they're in a situation where Giddey can immediately come in and step in as a starting point guard. Shouldn't really have any issues with that. He should be able to have the ball handling responsibilities / duties. He has the ability to get the ball to two good guards / wings on his team that can score, Kobe White and Zach LaVine. So Sosa typed in the chat, Giddey assists to the moon. I agree with that. I think he's going to be a phenomenal player this year for the Chicago Bulls. Also, Lonzo Ball. I'm going to shoot the free agent after this year. He's on an expiring contract. Making $21 million this year. That's a guy that you can monitor. Can't finish the season out of Chicago, be a free agent at the end of this year. If not, I'm glad he's healthy. Hopefully he can have a phenomenal year. So that's something I'm going to be monitoring as well. What up? Who's up? Good first round draft pick for them out of G League Ignite. So basically, what's next for them, honestly, is seeing what you're going to get out of Giddey and then determine if you want to give Giddey a contract or not, right? He's up for a contract this offseason. Could have got paid this past offseason, but the next offseason up for a contract as well still. So see what you want to do with Giddey as far as long-term plans. You have Kobe White on a fairly good contract still for the next 2 years. Zach LaVine still look to trade him. I think that should always be at their forefront for this whole entire season. He obviously been flirting with trade rumors over the last 2 years, similar to Cat, similar to Randall. Barr spoke to his contract. He's making $43 million this year, $45 next year, and he has a player option of $48 million after next season. What else do I want to talk about? Yeah, I'm with you. Get a new athletic big man in there. Vooch time.
Yep.
He's getting up there in age. He's 34 this year. After his contract is done, he's going to be 36. He has 2 more years to go. This season he's at 20 million. Next season's at 21 million. So yeah, man, I think I touched on everything that I think is next for the Bulls. I talked about the over/under mark, and I think it's try to go into the younger route. Get LaVine out of there. Get a young athletic big man in there to pair with Kobe White or to pair with Josh Giddey, if that's the route they want to go to with those guys in the backcourt. And they still have a couple of good young assets as well in the Sumo.
I like Julian Phillips. I forgot about him. He's good.
Julian Phillips.
Yeah, I like him.
Okay. I don't know too much about him. But yeah, so that's what I got to say about Chicago Bulls real quick. See what you get out of Giddey this year as the full-time point guard. He's not really having any responsibility to split with anybody when it comes to on-ball creation. And his job mainly would be to let Kobe White and Zach LaVine work off ball. Kobe White obviously is a guy that blossomed last year when it comes to things that he can do, and also uptick in scoring. He probably went from like 10 or 11 points to like 18, 19. So shout out to Kobe White. That's off the top of my head, y'all. My bad if I'm wrong on that. But shout out to Kobe. My bad. Just fact check while I'm right here because I do not like talking without facts, especially with 90-some people in here. I don't like doing that. So yeah, he went to 19 points last year. Okay, too. I was right on the nose. So from 9 points to basically 10 points to 19. But shout out to Kobe White. With having some on-ball responsibility. He was always. Hold on. Hold on.
So they're gonna actively try to tank so y'all can get your pick back, Barry?
Yeah, I would assume. That's why I think LaVine gets moved. And I think but like the way the Bulls operate, I don't know, because they like selling tickets and stuff. So it's kind of like I expected them saying it would make the most sense. Like they did it last year. We got our
What about your rosters selling tickets?
Lonzo Ball. Well, listen.
Hold on, bro.
Walker. Listen. Hold
That
on.
ain't my bag, bro. But you doing a little too much, my dog.
Wait, I can't sell a Kobe White Lonzo Ball backcourt. I can't sell that.
No, you can't sell us on nothing while you smacking like that.
No, but to be fair,
My
I think
fault,
I think Chicago. Somebody can double check, but I think Chicago's always go to games.
Yeah, like
but
we
at
just
what
win
point
games.
does it start to fall down? Like
I don't think
they go to
normally
games,
falls
but
down. I don't think it normally. Somebody can double check, but I think
They've been
I
selling
don't
games
think
even
they
when
loyal
they're
like you
tanking.
think they are. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think it's like
Z-Farm, bro. They
they've
sell
been
tickets
asked
even when they're
for
10 wins,
many
bro.
years. I don't.
Yeah, we've been
and they've been
ever since Jimmy Butler left. We've been kind of, except for that 20-game stretch when Lonzo first got there, we was good, and then we went back to mediocrity. So yeah.
Yeah, and it's not like Zach LaVine's like been healthy and then he just started to get hurt. He's been hurt like all the time, and they still selling tickets.
Like they had Laurie Marketing, bro, and they were selling tickets, bro. Like they'll be fine.
Laurie Marketing was good at basketball. Don't do that.
I mean,
Yeah, he
but
was.
before the the comments is ignorant comment. You talk about trading Levine. That's the centerpiece of your that's what you sell to your season ticket holders. We have Zach.
That's true.
Levine.
That is true. That's true.
Like that's not an ignorant. That's a genuine, like, if you trade Zach Levine, what do you sell to your season ticket holders for next year?
Listen, Kobe. Listen. Kobe White
young talent.
Derek Walker. Kobe White billboards everywhere.
That's what I was gonna say.
Too many guards.
I was gonna say that. I was gonna say that too. I feel like they push Kobe White more than Zach because they've been trying to trade Zach. I think the whole fan base of the Bulls know that they're trying to trade Zach. They just can't get off of him, and it's like he never there. He don't play basketball.
Yeah, especially last season.
but
Like
he
Kobe
don't
White
play.
was the face that they seen way more than Zach LaVine. So I think
Yeah.
their transition is effective. I'm not gonna say it's been effectively been made, but I don't know. Zach LaVine's kind of been like a ghost in Chicago. I mean, outside of that 51-point Pistons game, it's like,
That's also one of the most faithful fan bases in the NBA. I don't think you have to
Yes.
Exactly.
People love the
Niggas say
Bulls.
they legit probably still selling tickets on the strength of Mike.
I ain't gonna lie, bro.
That's off of
United Center
you know
still
off
sell
of
out,
what
like,
off
every
of the ghost of Michael Jordan. They selling tickets. I swear to God.
Hey, that nigga Sosa said that.
Hey,
in the
when you
chat,
the
like,
GOAT, you can do that.
legit.
Hey,
you
are
gotta
the
think about
Bulls
tours,
like the
like,
Dallas Cowboys of the NBA?
No,
he brought up tourists.
Looking at those highlights in
that's
VHS.
bad. No, don't do that.
Wait a minute.
He brought up tourists though. Like that's a good point. Like tourists gonna go to Chicago games just to see all the Michael Jordan shit that up.
Like you got we
That's
had
a good
like
point,
in the
Sosa.
early 2010s before D Rose got hurt, we had a chance,
Yeah.
man. It was really sad.
They've been trying to trade Zach, and everybody knows it. It's just that nobody wants him. So I
They
don't
should just
think
give him away
they're
at this
like
point.
holding on to him like that.
No, y'all can't. Nigga, that's the bad part. Y'all can't even give him away at this point. Like y'all gotta attack. Bro, y'all got to literally probably attach assets to get this nigga off y'all.
Yep.
See, I was thinking that, but it's like, bro, if Cat can get traded, bro, he can get traded.
Nigga, no, that's not the same situation. What the hell?
No, overpaid super.
That might be the worst equivalent I've ever heard.
Like, bro, what the?
I mean, Cat's clearly
bro,
better. I'm not saying that, but I think Cat's a very bad contract.
It's not just Cat. It's not just
Cat
even
not a bad
like,
contract.
but it's not even just that Cat's like
not worse than Zach.
It's not even
not
like
the same
just
as that.
Cat's a better
Hold on, you
player.
saying Carl
Cat's
Anthony
more.
Towns has a Carl Anthony Towns has a bad contract?
Yeah, that's not the equivalent to Zach.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Cap. No, I don't think that's a bad contract.
No, it's
at
a
all.
bad contract.
I don't agree.
I don't agree. If he wasn't injured,
I don't agree.
He is a fortune.
Towns' contract is not bad, Sosa.
It's bad.
Hold on. Do you think that's a terrible? I don't think that's a
What
terrible
is it
contract.
again? Because maybe
There's 10 worse contracts in the NBA than Carl.
What you say, El?
It's close to, yeah, it's a percentage of the cap, so it's gonna move. But it's I think it's 30. What is it's 35? I think it's like 35 or so percent of the cap. But I think it's estimated to go up to like 60 mil.
He has a $61 million player option in 2027.
You better believe he opted in that shit.
Yeah, it's a bad
contract. The cap on, but the cap gonna go up. But at the same time, like, Cat at least helped a team get to the Western Conference Finals.
But I think isn't the
Levine ain't doing that shit.
Isn't the Supermax a percentage of the cap?
Right.
Yes.
So if the cap goes up, he gets his pay goes up.
How many players you know averaging 23 and 11 for their career? I'm just asking for a
I
friend.
mean, it's not many. I'm not disagreeing.
just
I
asking.
just
It is
think
3
like
points.
How many
wait,
players
sir,
in the
wait,
NBA
sir,
are average? How many
He's
players
sir,
in the
still not
wait,
worth.
can I
NBA
say this though,
He's
have
Marco?
still
averaged
not worth
23
60
and 11
million.
for a career?
He's
That's
still not worth 60
the
million. I don't
problem.
know
The
what you
problem
To
with
mean.
the
you,
contract
to
to me
you, I don't
personally.
think it's a bad contract. I don't think it's a bad
No,
contract.
that's
Wait, so
hilarious.
I don't know where y'all are getting this from.
Wait,
I
listen,
don't get it.
listen. You have to understand the reason I think it's a bad contract is because Cat's been hurt for large chunks of the season for the past 2 years. So if I'm factoring that in, especially the way he plays, which is like the way he plays, especially as a 7-footer, is kind of susceptible to injuries.
Yeah,
It's like I
bro,
don't
he
really
missed
know.
10 games. He missed 20 games last year, and I believe the year before
Yeah,
he
missed
missed
like 50.
Right. He missed 50 right before the and he came back for the playoff run.
Yes.
So you don't think that's
prior
like
to that, he didn't miss a game in his career.
That's not true.
Nah, the one season his mom died in COVID. I'm not gonna kill him for that. And then I think 22 he was healthy for the most part.
First three seasons, 82 games. Fourth season, 77. And I'm not understand. I don't know which year. Which year was the COVID year?
2020.
Yeah.
2020.
That's
I think
1920.
he missed a lot of games that year, I think.
He missed time that year. But
Hey,
his
bro,
mom
other than
died.
that,
we didn't kind of got
relatively
away from
healthy.
the bar because Bar. The only reason we talking about Carl in town is because Bar, on tell said that is equivalent to Zach LaVine.
He was the first overall pick. I don't see a problem with. I don't have a problem with his
That man
contract
is
at all.
not a
I just
superstar.
don't.
Zach LaVine ain't even close. That's the point.
I mean, are they not both third options?
Huh?
Are they not both third options?
Man,
But the difference is that the difference is that Zach LaVine does not play basketball.
True.
Yeah, that's why it's a bad comparison too.
True.
I think we are gassing Zach's injuries a little bit.
We are.
Yeah,
but still,
I feel like last season he didn't want to play basketball. I feel like
he was shut down. So
yeah, but he's even before that, like he misses.
Yeah, the
games.
ACL.
He's always hurt, and he's had serious injuries.
Yeah, he had the ACL, but outside of that, I mean, he do get hurt.
Yeah, I think he had the ACL, got all the way back from the ACL, and I just don't think that his productivity is conducive to winning. And I think that's the problem he has trying to find a suitor and trade. I don't think his statistics replicate or contribute to winning. I think that's the hardest part to when you talk about LaVine. I don't think his game has ever been conducive to winning.
Real stupid, dog.
I mean, yeah, we've never seen
Why
that. I
are you
don't
laughing,
agree with
Byron?
that, but
I'm
think
laughing at F
in the right situation. I think LaVine could contribute to a team. I mean, people have teased the Lakers fit, but that's actually not a bad fit.
I think he can too. It's just that his contract. Like if he had
his contract is too.
If he contract
his
was
skill
better.
set.
Yeah.
Okay. News or updates. Getting to the Warriors at 1 p.m., 2 p.m. Eastern time. Courtesy of my brother Gifted Hoops. And then also after that, closing us out with the Miami Heat. And then after that, everybody, you still have time to conduct your top 10 point guards list. Make sure you have your reading and when you have your order. So that's what the day's going to be looking like. Before we get our closing remarks or comments on the Chicago Bulls, the people that's watching on YouTube, hold on. People that's watching on YouTube, thank you. I want to share that to y'all one more time. Also, a new episode did drop this morning. I was recording with Heaven Sent, Jordan Woods, and Wes. We talked about the Karl Anthony Towns trade and Dante DiVincenzo and Julius Randle. So if you did not tap into that episode today, make sure you all tap into that episode today. And also, subscribe to Fact That's on YouTube. I'm going to drop that link in the chat real quick for you all to share that video or to tap into that video today. I shouldn't have shared that link. I should have shared the tweet. To tap into that video today. I should have shared the tweet. And anybody that's in here, I will be reaching out to y'all to record episodes for sure, whether that's NBA related or whether that's NFL related. So be on the lookout for that. We'd love to have y'all record and talk with me on a podcast, not just a show. That tweet right there, y'all. If you in here, you can even like that tweet, you can retweet that tweet, or you can even quote tweet that tweet. I lost my train of thought. I'll read something in the chat. Like that tweet, retweet that tweet, share that tweet, whatever the case may be. But tap into the episode today. It was a good one. And yeah, man, Chicago Bulls. Bart, what were you saying about the Chicago Bulls? To get back to it. Oh, my bad. I forgot I muted you, I think. Goodness gracious. My bad, Bart. You be ready to talk sometimes.
Yeah.
All right,
Sorry.
go ahead, brother.
Oh,
Go ahead.
I had a question. Do you think that Kobe White is a part of your future?
Their future? I think the Bulls want to have. Oh, you talking to me or Bart? I'm sorry.
Bari.
Yeah, I think Kobe White could be a really good 6-man.
Okay. So what do you like based upon like the roster right now? What do you think they for sure are pieces that they want to carry to the future?
Kobe White, Jalen Smith, Giddy to be determined. Patrick Williams, yeah, they just signed him to a deal. I mean, I want to say I could see them keeping Lonzo long term, but probably not. That would be nice though.
Brother, with all due respect, Jalen Smith is not a part of you guys' future plans. He hasn't been a part of any team. Bar, respectfully, he only been a part of one team, quote unquote, future plans, and that was the team that originally drafted him. And look how that panned out. They shipped him to Indiana. Did not work out in Indiana, and now he's in Chicago. He's not a part of nobody's future plans, brother. So,
and I like Lil Jalen too.
I like him as a player, so
but he ain't gonna be part of nobody's future.
Yeah, y'all plans not.
People though.
Well, I guess Montage, Patrick Williams, and Kobe White for real. I mean, I like Jalen Smith. I think, yeah, but he probably won't be there long term. And maybe if Julian Phillips develops into something. Oh yeah, and I keep forgetting about. Bro, the Bulls are like solid. They just need to get a real big piece.
What?
They'll be fine. Not like we have a
solid is a stretch. Foundation. Oh, foundation.
But you know, Pat Willis has value though in the league though. Y'all can move him. I think that's a decent player. Patrick Williams.
You said what about him?
Right, he got value.
Like he got trade value.
Y'all
like
can
a lot of teams
y'all can flip
especially
him.
Oh yeah. I mean, I would like to keep him though because I think if we draft AJ and Malawatch, I think that's like a perfect fit to be honest.
Like bro,
does Vucevic have a market?
No, he's bad.
Hell no.
I'll be surprised.
Yeah, I haven't really heard anything about them looking to shopping Vooch. I haven't heard that. That's what I'm asking.
No sir, goods. No sir. No sir.
My closing remarks, bro. Just give me
you know
AJ
Rob
and Malawatch.
Palenko would trade for him.
The thing is though, he don't like they. Damn, bro. Like, yeah, we can move on from the Bulls, but like, just like y'all don't got nothing to build on.
Like, he just said they got a solid foundation. What do you mean?
Yeah, like we cool. Like we have somewhere to start. We don't got like absolutely nothing. Like we got a little something. I think Willis is gonna be good.
Y'all have absolutely nothing, my brother. At least y'all
you got a solid foundation.
At least y'all not tripping. Like. Yeah, at least y'all just like not in like a bad situation. Like who that is that don't got none of their picks?
Atlanta.
Who you gonna say the Wizards? Who you gonna say who they is that what?
That don't got none of their picks. Who don't got none of their picks? Oh, they ass to. No, Brooklyn got their picks back. Oh no,
yeah, Brooklyn did get their picks. They got the Suns don't got their picks.
But they still have KD.
Yeah, the Suns have some players.
What the? I'm just thinking of teams that.
Come on, next team.
You know who? It's Atlanta. It's Atlanta. Byron.
Oh yeah, that's true.
But at least Atlanta got trade.
They got trade, but nobody want to trade for real. So
talk some.
What are we doing?
The Lakers.
How true y'all think that is?
I ain't saying nothing about the Lakers. Somebody gonna, if they make him available, somebody will trade for the trade.
Apparently, he was available.
Justin, just wait.
I think they was capping.
Yeah, that's why I'm wondering, like, how true y'all think that is? Because I think
I don't think it was true.
Well, I don't know. I can only go off of like reports and Atlanta Hawks fans, and they said they were talking to people. It's just that his value in the league is low, so they don't think they're gonna get back what they deserve. Especially seeing how much they gave up for DeJounte.
You never do get back what you deserve.
Well, they don't think they're even getting close to what they deserve. They say his which is true. We read this before. They said that his in the market, like it's low for Trae Young.
That shit will probably rise by the deadline.
I don't know. I think it's a little cap.
Teams are gonna get desperate at the deadline. I'll rise up. You know what I'm saying?
Nigga Jordan, stupid dog. Who the next team? Yeah.
Nah, we got a 10-minute delay. I want to introduce the next team with my brother Gifted. So
Miami.
Nah, that's not a 10-minute time frame.
Okay, so do you want me to shit on the Bulls some more?
Want a nigga to joke on the Bulls for 10 minutes?
I can
Nah,
do
we
that.
could just
I can stretch it if
we
you
could just
want.
cool it.
You can
Yeah, we
let.
could
Like,
just cool
what you
it.
getting out
Oh,
of
you
this,
don't.
bro?
Oh, so you saying Bar ain't good enough to introduce Golden State?
What you mean? I
No.
mean,
Bro, stop, bro. He just told me he's a Bulls fan, so I'm
Yeah,
not going
that's
to use
crazy.
him for
I
the
mean,
Warriors. I'm not using.
He a Steph. You know what too? So
I can shit on Golden
I
State for
can't say
about
what he
10
is with
minutes if you
Steph.
need.
Nah. Time out. Let me address a comment in the chat. Gifted got real motion. Never held a show for me. No. Gifted is coming in here on a lunch break. So I'm being smart for versus us getting to the Warriors, and we're in the middle of a conversation, and then I have to go to Gifted versus just I'd rather have him introduct the segment so when he get off his lunch break, he can go back to work. That's all. It's just smart
Stop
timing.
calling me Uncle Woman.
That's all.
But
It's just smart timing.
Okay. Do you want me to shit on the Warriors for 10 minutes? I can get that off.
No. Why would I want you to do that?
Okay.
No. No. We got 9 minutes. So this pivot. Life is about pivoting, y'all. Life is about being ready. Life is about pivoting. So what I'm going to do is here. Thank you.
Bro,
And again, everybody that talked about the Bulls, thank you from the bottom of my heart. Let me add them to the list of the team that we covered. So Clippers next. We only did the Nets and the Bulls today.
Oh, can I ask a question about the Bulls
J
before you
Dub,
before you
something
move?
happened, J Dub.
Can I ask a question?
Wait, Devontae got traded?
Devontae Adams, what? I don't see nothing.
Yeah, like why he typed that in all caps? Did his
Yeah,
name
I was
happen?
trying to
I
figure
think
that
he just
out
wanted to
too.
talk about him.
Man, what the
Oh my
fuck,
god.
bro? Y'all
Oh
can't
man,
be doing
damn,
Come
stuff
on,
like
bro.
oh
You
that.
man, you
can't be
can't
doing
do
that,
that,
bro.
bro.
Bro, you a bluff. Like,
I
stop
was gonna
bluffing.
say
Can I
you
How
know
did
I'd
that
already
bluff?
said
I
something
literally
about
said,
that. I
why
ain't
did he
gonna
type his
lie.
name in all caps? Is that what happened?
can I
Bro,
ask Barry a
Flake
question?
both
I
of them.
heard
Sometimes you need to stop
Both
jumping
of
at
them.
the
Devontae.
first word you hear.
I
Both
heard the
of them.
first three words. Devontae got traded. That's all I heard.
Both of them. Flake both of them.
Can I ask a question about the Bulls since we're
What's up?
not wasting time? How good do you think Josh Giddey is going to be for you guys this season?
I'm not gonna lie. To be honest, like, I don't want him to have a career year here, but he probably is, just based off of the touches, the touches that left out the door with DeMar DeRozan. He probably gonna suck up a lot of those. So yeah, he probably gonna have a career season and get a pretty decent contract from us. I don't necessarily want it to happen because I don't know how I feel about him long term. I did like him as a prospect initially coming to the league, but the kind of player he is, he can kind of replace some of what Lonzo did as far as pushing the transition and being a good like transition player, a good transition passer, just a good connective piece. But it's like, I don't know. I gotta see. I gotta see how he looked this season. But he probably is gonna play well because he's in the contract there. So
And the Lonzo Ball thing, do you think that you guys are going to try to keep him healthy so you can move off of him?
probably, I think, yeah, probably. I can see Miami looking into Lonzo actually for real.
What do you think about that, Ev?
21 million. I don't know about that unless it's a Duncan
I mean, for
Robinson
Duncan,
involved.
is that bad?
Yeah, unless it's a Duncan Robinson involved trade. But I mean, nah, I'm okay. I'm not banking.
You would trade Duncan for Lonzo?
I don't know. I'm not saying I would, but I think the biggest thing the Heat need is health. So I don't want no concerns on no back of my mind thoughts of Alonzo and his availability.
That's true.
And that's why they've been preaching at media day too. So
ain't a lot of Heat are good. Like, they're super.
whoa.
We're not at the Heat yet. We're not at the
Oh, my
Heat yet.
fault.
No fake love.
So what kind of, like, would you want, like, a young player or like
I'm a Jimmy
picks
fan, bro.
for Lonzo? You think you can get picks for Lonzo? A pick at least, like a second round pick, probably.
For Lonzo, like, I'm trying to think of a team that would, because I feel like a team that would want him would have to be like a pretty good like playoff contender type team. So maybe like, I mean, I don't think Denver can't do it. I don't even know. I would like a young player back, but I'm not sure what the deal would be because this contract is actually a pretty good value for the kind of player he is and the fact that it's an expiring. So it's like, I don't.
This is last year on the contract?
You said what?
You said
Niggas talking about trading for Lonzo?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
well,
I don't think anyone trades for him. Like, who's trading for a 20? You got to trade $21 million to match, and then you got to pay him anyway. Like, if I'm a GM, I do not care about what Lonzo Ball does in 30 games. That's not a good enough sample. Like, I'll just wait to see if I can sign him in free agency.
Yeah,
that's true. I'm gonna say, but you can get him in. You can get him in your building and sign him for less, because on a longer deal, maybe. I don't know, but
Yeah,
Nah.
couldn't you?
He-
So
I'll
if you
wait.
got him in your building, wouldn't that, if you traded for him, right, wouldn't you then be able to just extend him instead of just signing him out, right? And then wouldn't that save
Yeah,
you
that's
some
what I'm
money?
saying. If a
I
team
don't think
really
it really saves
believes,
you that much money, to be honest.
I mean, yeah, I guess
we don't
at that point
even know
you
what
would
he's
have to think about like
gonna
what that open
earn
market
next
value would be.
contract.
yeah, I think his next contract is around like a 2-year, $15 million, 2-year, 30, something like that.
Yeah, I think he'd probably give up money for years.
I'm trying to think who would even trade for him though. Like,
if he were to be like, we knew he was gonna play like actual good health, I think a lot of
Miami's
teams
a
would
great
value
fit.
him.
Like,
if he can be like anything like the defender he was pre-injury,
yeah, everywhere's
cool.
a good fit.
Right, that's a cool player. I need Dosunmu.
Yeah, I love Dosunmu. He's good. He's so good.
Why do y'all love him so much? And then the crazy thing about it is, I fuck with him too, but I fuck with him because I randomly bet on him one day and he won me some money. So ever since that day,
You
I've been
gotta
rocking
listen,
with
bro.
him.
Chicago native playing in Chicago. That's just special for the city, man.
But what about his abilities, gang? Like, what does he do well?
I think he's a good. I think he's a good three. I think he's a good
defensive-minded combo guard. It will
Ayo
always
Dosunmu.
appeal to me.
Y'all still talking about Lonzo?
Yeah, we're talking about the Ayo. You know the
Ayo
kid with the dread.
But Derek said it perfectly.
Ayo good.
Yeah, he's a 3-and-D player with some off the dribble ability.
Yeah,
I love that.
he good.
That's why I wasn't too mad.
Should have been a
Sixer.
Sixer.
On ball rats.
I got Reggie Jackson. And it could
I've
have
been rocking with
been
Ayo for a couple
Dosunmu.
years now, but that's literally because I just had a random cook up with his name on it one day. He greened me the fuck out.
Yeah,
So if you green me out one time, I'm good.
Yeah, good POA, low usage on offense, still be effective, high motor, athletic. Yeah, he's solid.
Yeah, Ken, you gotta read the room, bro.
Bro, talking about all this time on the Bulls, like he don't realize what we doing this specifically.
Yeah, he gotta read the room. But not everybody that commented on the Bulls, thank you. We're about to walk our way to the Chase Center. We got low up here.
God damn, Jordan.
I try to contact
Bro, we in the Chase Center. We so washed, man.
I try to contact Bethany. She's working. I even try to get Kills and Charlize in here. Them two young ladies is busy as well.
I don't think they coming.
I would love to talk about the Warriors.
Bro, watch out, bro. Like, you in the same spot as us for real. Like, stop trying.
You might as well
you
destroy
over
that
us.
alley at this
Damn,
point.
hold on. They hate it like that in here?
No,
like,
right there, bro.
Sorry, Ev.
Hey, nah.
Sorry, Ev. Continue your intro, Ev.
Hey, if you playing on my nigga Lose top, bro.
What are you talking about, bro?
He could spearhead it.
I just said we have
I'm
low.
not doing that, bro. I got
well, never mind. Yeah, my fault, brother. My fault. I'm sorry.
No, but he did say Ev.
Now you gotta understand, Gifted on a gift. Yeah, I said low name with Gifted, but Gifted is on a time
I'm
crunch.
gonna say something, but
Gifted on a time crunch. So I didn't want to get into a conversation, like a deeply have a conversation about the Warriors, and Gifted pop in and just Gifted, here you go, Gifted. I'd rather him just start it off. Yeah, I'd rather him. It makes more sense for him to just start and then
is Gifted here already?
Should be coming soon. Should be coming soon.
I'm super excited.
Wait, why the energy in the chat changed like that when you said them names? Like, you don't think that's crazy?
I don't care, bro. People be having beef with people. Whatever issue people have with people outside of fact and stuff don't got nothing to do with me. One thing I never did was get involved in y'all internet drama, bro. I'm here for sports and sports only. So, hey,
that's like a real thing. Like that.
And I've been like that since Spaces. That ain't gonna change. Whatever y'all got going on outside of this shit.
Bro, you gotta chill, bro.
But you want loving Twitter?
Bro, niggas be having off-air drama and off-air beat. I don't get involved in that shit. I said two names. Niggas was like, ew. Like, that don't got nothing to do with me. I respect everybody that talk about sports, bro. So I know they Warriors fans, so I reached out to them, and yeah, I did my due diligence.
Nigga funny.
I fuck with L, bro.
Ev,
what's up, Pepper said?
You know, like, I used to like co-host Spaces with you, right?
Facts.
Okay, so I know like what kind of spaces you used to run, right?
Yeah.
So when you talk about like I don't like drama, like I know who you are, right?
I never held no space where it was drama related. What are you talking about?
What?
Hosted a space? No.
Hosted? No.
Yeah,
pivoted to drama?
I never hosted it.
Brother,
never hosted a space that was around drama.
But pivoting to drama, you just say life all about pivoting. So let's talk about it. It's been multiple times you've pivoted to drama.
Yeah, for them to talk it out or get through it for sure.
I swore I was part. Okay. All right.
That's how I am.
Now, bro, think he Dr. Phil. Okay.
That's how I am. If West was having an issue with Derek right now, and I know West is in here on the stage, I will literally stop everything for West and Derek to talk it out. It just happened with West and D-back this week. That's the type of person I am. Like, talk that shit out. We all get on the same page. We all want to talk sports regardless together again. That's not a fact of stats. That's how I look at it. So, yeah, man. That's how I look at it. Let me tap in with my brother real quick, and we're gonna go ahead and keep the show going.
Nah, he say D-Mac, D-Rec.
He said the word that I don't like to say. You W, but you're accepted. Look at my brother right there, right on time. We're gonna go ahead and make this shift. Stop the whole show for you, man. People's hating on you, gifted. It is what it is. Appreciate you coming in here. Everybody, the next team is the Golden State Warriors. Gifted, and to everybody else that's going to chime in on the Warriors. This segment is titled "What's Next." So we did the Nets today, we did the Bulls today, and we did the Spurs today. We have 2 more teams to go. It'd be the Warriors and then the Heat. Gifted and anybody else, when you chime in on this segment, is basically looking at your record last year. Do you think you're going over or under that mark? What do you think is going to be the biggest changes, if any, from last year to this year? And what do you think is next for your team as far as going into this season and also the future? So that's what this segment is all about. So what's next? I clipped the segment and I posted it toward my YouTube channel. So Gifted, man, last year you guys went 46-36, I think. 46 and last year you guys went 46-36. Do you have you guys going over under that mark? And then what do you think will be the biggest changes from this year to this year, positively or negatively? And then what do you think is next for your team this upcoming season and next and the future? Sorry.
Real quick, first off, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hey, shout out to Ev, shout out to Facts and Stats for all y'all in the playback showing support. I need y'all to step it up on the YouTube side, man. Get that man support on his YouTube, brother. YouTube, like he's trying to expand and do big things. He be consistent with the show all the time. If y'all in the playback for hours and hours, do that same shit in the YouTube. Spend with the comments, like, comment, subscribe. All that stuff helps grow. Big shout out to Ev. I'm happy to be here, bro.
Bro, much love, bro. Like what you just did, like that. Much love, bro. That's some shit that I would do. It's not even about me though. I want to give you the flowers. That was an amazing introduction, bro. That means a lot because that's really the biggest focus for me right now is the YouTube, grinding the YouTube. The growth is coming on a day-to-day basis, but you don't stop here. You know, you got a lot of ways to go, and to see your growth from the other side of things is phenomenal, bro. Bleacher, 2,000 plus subscribers. What you're doing on Gifted Hoops, the consistency, the grind, the work, everything that you're putting in, bro, don't go unnoticed. So keep working. It's good to have you come here and talk about the Warriors, bro.
Hey man, much appreciated, man. It's hard making content, especially when you do it like every day. Like y'all boys have been busy all off season as well, and this regular season, and you do football as well. You do 2 different sports, so that means a lot. All the support matters, but I'm officially excited and ready to get into it. The NBA season begins in like 20 days or something like that. Can you say what your question was again? I'm sorry.
Nah, you good, bro. Over under. Start. They were gonna start there. You guys won 46 games last year. Over under, and then after that, what do you think will be the biggest differences from last season to this season? You can talk about the positive things and also the negative things. And what do you think is next for you guys this season and also the future?
Got it. So in terms of the over under for the Warriors, last year was a very turbulent season for Golden State to say the very least. Andrew Wiggins and Klay Thompson started out their year really underperforming at a drastic level. There was a lot of reliance on younger players to make up for productivity. I think a big impact to the season in terms of wins was obviously Draymond being the crash out that he was last year, completely missing a lot of games based off of his on court circumstances. And for the Warriors, their big thing that they've always leaned on for years and years and years in terms of producing wins and having success is being a top 10 defense. Last year, they weren't that. They had moments after the All-Star break where they were able to become that, but a lot of it stems because this roster simply isn't the same as it was. It relies on younger players to do a lot of different roles and responsibilities. I do think that they're trying to get back to that defensive tilt because ultimately, offensively, there's not many bright spots on this team. There's a chance that Jonathan Kuminga is going to have to be the secondary scorer for this team in terms of points per game. So having a strong defensive tilt with Steph Curry, who is still like a top talent in the NBA, is going to probably be their tilt. But a lot of this really relies on Draymond playing more games, Steph Curry being able to play near the same amount of games he played last year, which surprisingly he played 70 games. But in terms of if I'm taking the over or the under on the Warriors, for me, I'm probably leaning near the under. I think it really depends on the young players taking steps. If Jonathan Kuminga's shot can become respectable and Steve Kerr is giving him consistent rotational minutes, I do think he's in bounds to have a growth in his game all season long. He has been working on his ball handle. They're trying to get B Pods as a player to take more threes a game to really impact the defense that he sees. So if those things are able to happen, I think their peak could be higher than their current projection. But I'm leaning under based on all the amount of things that would have to happen. I have to see what this season evolves into. I think the first 25 games is a good sample for that.
Love to hear that. Bart, I muted you real quick, just due to you coughing and dealing with some things. So if you get some water or some tea, brother. Uh, you spoke about Kaminga and the possibility on Beckham having a respectable outside shot. What you see on the screen, would you want that to be your starting five going into the season?
Uh, let's see, Curry, B Pods, Andrew Wiggins, Kuminga, Draymond. I do think that might wind up being the five. I don't think that's a bad five. I think the rotation really matters in terms of defense and then offense. But I think starting out, it really depends on how how offensively aggressive B Pods is. If he's not that, then he probably should start.
Okay. Another follow up. When I heard you, another follow up would be. I lost it that fast. Goodness. Since you guys haven't potentially gone under the 46 win mark, do you think? Yeah, that's coming heavy. So I'm gonna pass it to you. Do you guys? And you can ask them if you. Would you guys go under the 46 win mark? Do you think you guys make the playoffs this year or playing?
Yeah, in the Western Conference, I gotta say, I'm curious about what the standard win total is going to be because I think there's a lot of good teams in the league where it's either yeah sure it's either going to be a lot of 50-win teams or the entire win total in the West is down. It really depends on that. I would say in terms of just projecting if we make the playoffs or not, that really depends if this team is in the play-in or not. I think the play-in is such a crapshoot because ultimately, even if you are a playoff caliber team, most of the teams that are projected to be in that playing conversation are playoff caliber teams. So it's kind of hard to see exactly where they're going to be able to go. I would lean. It really depends on the plan. It's hard for me to like actually have a real answer with that.
Okay, well, I'm gonna bring up one more thing real quick for heaven's sake. The departure of Klay Thompson. Obviously, you had the Splash Bros. You had Steph Curry and Klay basically coming together, basically grow Golden State together, alongside of some early names, David Lee, and obviously Andre Iguodala and Bogut and things of that nature. Even shout out to Monte. Um, what do you think the departure of Klay Thompson is going to do for your guys and also their locker room?
Yeah, the Clay Thompson departure is an interesting thing. There are some Warriors fans who are overtly sad that he's not on this roster, and there are some fans who think he's garbage and shouldn't have been on the roster in the first place. I'm kind of in the middle of that with Clay. Clay Thompson still, I think, in terms of shot making, could do a lot of things other players on the roster couldn't be. But in terms of his defense, it was pretty putrid. He didn't have many high moments defensively last year. I also think that his role had to shift to not playing heavy minutes based on the variance of his shooting. But I think with Klay Thompson being gone, you open up more avenues for more athleticism and more opportunity defensively for the team. And I think that's the tilt that they're really trying to go in to win games. And to be fair to Golden State, when they've been good in the league, their defense has always been the thing that they've prided themselves on. And Steph just being a very good offensive player could make those lineups work. So That's really going to be the tilt in the question. I don't really feel sad about Clay being gone. They won titles. It kind of is what it is.
Do you think you were able to replace him or improve your team after the loss of him?
Replace Clay Thompson. I don't think there's any replacing Clay Thompson. He's still one of the best catch and shoot players. The problem with that is it's the other side of the basketball. Clay Thompson is just not going to be able to replicate, and he's the older player. I think the way that they're going to replace his productivity is through a myriad of different lineups and rotation, just being a bit more versatile in place of that.
Okay. That question was from Heaven Sent in the chat. Far as the future now, bro, and this is it for me. And anybody else that want to chime on the Warriors, feel free. I'm just going back and forth with Gifter real quick because I know he came here on his lunch break. So that means a lot. Talk about this season, bro. Talk about the expectations for this year. You gave me the win total. Talk about something that you're looking for or expecting out of D'Anthony, maybe even what Kyle Anderson can bring to your team. GP2 and his health, if healthy. Jackson Davis, year 2. So talk about some pod. Is he going to take that leap offensively, or even just all around as a player? And then, Buddy, what is Buddy going to bring to your team? I want you to dive into this season right here. Let's focus on this season. How many teams in the West do you think y'all are better than? If so, what teams? And then the future. I want you to talk about post this season. How do you envision Golden State Warriors basketball looking like 2 years from now, 3 years from now, etc.?
Yeah, so I'm actually excited for this season in terms of the growth of some of the players on this team. I think it's going to have to be very interesting of a situation to see exactly where this evolves. I would say the number one thing I think matters in this season is understanding the players and who's going to get paid and who's not going to get paid. I think the Warriors have done a bad job at asset mismanagement for some time now. I think it's comical that a player like Moses Moody, who showed you value in spots, they were willing to play two-way players that they didn't really have real interest in signing to the full roster over him, and but they were okay with putting him in the trade package for marketing. To me, knowing the contracts that are coming up, like Kuminga is looking for a max contract, he needs to get rotational minutes. Like, I think they have to make the tilt to say, okay, this is our team. We're going to spend our time developing these players and leaning on them more because that's the only way that they'll be able to put up production that could actually be useful to the Golden State Warriors. I think Depop, in terms of his all-around play, was a pretty good player, but I said this last year. To me, he just gives me too many flashes of Ben Simmons at times, where it's like there's 3 people in the paint. You are a good shooter, and yet for some reason you still refuse to shoot the ball. I want to see B Pods shoot the basketball, not play um not confident with Steph Curry or Chris Paul, but actually like take control of the offense more. He shot pretty good on step back threes, but again, the volume simply was not there. I think he's a better talent than that. I think fundamentally he does a lot of things well, but just being more aggressive with the volume is a huge thing. I think Andrew Wiggins is another player that is confusing as hell on this roster because last year he was he was so far from what he was for
Yeah.
this team. And I think with the off the court stuff, his father passed, so that's got to be hard for him to deal with. But while he was alive, I think that was a huge issue for him because he didn't have clarity on like what was or what wasn't. So I do think for him, he's looking to have a bounce back season to help repair his value and his reputation. Steve Kerr says he wants him to take more threes. And I really am curious as to the shot diet of Andrew Wiggins because in the past, we've seen him be like a 20 points per game guy. Last year, he was like 12 or 13 on very suboptimal efficiency. My problem with Andrew Wiggins is he does not consistently want to get to the basket. He has a very shaky shot diet of mid ranges and pull ups, but there's so many moments where it's like if he just could have more control going to the basket and put his mind to just attacking the rim, he could have a lot of value. During the championship run, his commitment to the defensive end in terms of rebounding was a huge thing for our team that is normally a undersized team. So for me, just seeing him get back into that mode is something I hope he can get to at least, build up his value to get traded if that has to be the case. So those are like my main things that I want to see from the team this year. I think ultimately this team still has flaws. They don't have a reliable secondary scoring option, but I do think their defense is going to look better than it did last year because they have better personnel. Draymond is back as well. If he plays more games, they should be better. So those are my overall looks. In terms of who I'm taking them over, I honestly have no answer for that. And the reason why is there's just too much variance and there's too many variables for me to have to think about with the young players and a rotation. Is Kerr going to give guys that should be playing more minutes? Is Trey Jackson Davis going to have an increased role? Is Kevon Looney gonna actually have a different role this year? Because Looney is another player that really underperformed to his standard last year, and he looks to be in much better shape. And they're talking about using him in different ways offensively because he's a pretty bad offensive player in terms of shot quality at the rim and the Kobe-esque pump fakes he does a lot. So there's just a lot of questions with this team. I think my high end for them, if everything pans out and goes right, and I mean everything. I'm not saying this is where they'll be. I'm just saying if every question mark is a positive, I think a 5 seed is realistic. I think if everything goes wrong, they don't make the plan. That's how high their thing is.
Okay, I think that 5 seed one is interesting. Everything go right, all the positive, all the question marks are positive. 5th seed.
Yep.
Okay,
And then if things go wrong in terms of Steph getting injured, Draymond punching
right.
another Eastern European, then most likely they're not going to be in the plan if those things happen like that.
Damn, that 5 seed a little high for me, bro. I think that one's a little high. You
But
don't feel that?
that's the ceiling though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
about to say, yeah, I think that's the ceiling. Like,
Yeah,
if
that's just
everything
the
goes well.
ceiling. So that's fine.
I
Okay.
mean, I don't think that's impossible though.
Again, I can't stress it enough, bro. One thing you didn't touch on, and again, appreciate the back and forth. This would be a phenomenal post to YouTube. Feel like we recorded an episode or something. You didn't touch on DeAnthony, Buddy, and Cal though.
Well, yeah, sure. I'm down to do that quickly. Buddy Hield to me, wild card. Not gonna lie. I kind of crashed out when I saw that we signed him because I saw Kyle Lowry outperform him in the playoffs. But the one thing about Buddy Hield that I do have to be honest about is at the very least, he is a great shooter. There are things he can take from the Klay Thompson skill that they athletic, and I just think that he fits into the free flowing offense pretty well, and probably similar to what Klay Thompson was able to do. I think Kyle Anderson kind of makes me nervous because to go from Klay Thompson slow jump shot animation that I've seen, frankly, in my time period in the league watching it. He has a very slow jumper. I think offensively that's going to get weird to me. I think Kyle Anderson is like the perfect Steve Kerr player in terms of the passing, the IQ, and the defensive end. So that'll be a positive. But the lineups in terms of how Kerr has to make it fit, I think, is valid to question. I don't know, quite frankly, what to expect when it comes down to those areas. I like D'Anthony Melton probably the most out of those three because he can play defense, he can shoot the ball, he's a solid connected passer, and I think he's a different skill set based off our guards because mostly it's more off. I think he's the most like all around neutral guard pretty much on the roster. And at his best in Philadelphia when he was healthy, he was playing pretty good basketball. So I think that's something that could be repeatable for him in the Golden State offense. But obviously, time will tell.
Listen, brother. I thank you. I can tell by all your movements. We obviously text about it. I know you did this on your break. Thank you. I don't know how much more you can. I don't know if you can answer anything else. But anybody got any other comments for Gifted potentially before he leaves?
He was about to have a wild moment.
Yeah, well, that was wild. Nigga, that comment was more than wild. Anybody got any?
I got time for like two more questions, and
Yeah.
then
All right,
Anybody
I
got
got
any
a
questions?
question. I'm glad
yeah,
you said that because
I can take like yes, I can take like two more questions, and then I got to get back to work. Y'all can go ahead.
all right.
Yeah, I
So
got a question for
what's-
Gifted.
So fuck West. That shit is
You
insane.
ain't no way you ain't
go
hear
Nah,
ahead,
me.
Zach is
Tween. Go
crazy.
ahead,
I'm
Tween.
not gonna lie.
Go ahead,
Oh,
Twin. He said,
this
go ahead.
nigga Tween, man.
You seen Looney slimming down. You feel me? You seen him say he's gonna shoot more threes. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, don't care too much about the threes, to be honest. It would be nice if he's able to expand his range. I think the real value for him instead of threes, even though it would be nice, I would say the mid range because for years he's shown you glimpses of a solid mid range touch. He just didn't really take a high volume of those. The big being in shape. If he's in shape, he should be able to replicate the defense value we saw 2 or 3 years ago, and even that in itself would provide value for the Warriors.
All right. So my question was, with you predicting like the ceiling being the fifth seed, about how good do you think Kaminga could be this year? Like a top 35 player? Like what type of leap are you expecting from him? Because I'm assuming, keyword assuming, that your fifth seed ceiling take is about him rising to a level where he's like an all-star caliber player right around that.
Yeah, so the fifth seed fill and take really depends on Draymond looking like one of the better defenders in the league, and he's playing more than I would say 60 games. Steph Curry has to have like an MVP caliber season, even if he's not really MVP caliber. Like um, me, like his value to the Warriors in terms of what he can do downhill vertically. After he went to the media and asked for increased role, he was one of the more efficient players in basketball. He averaged like 19 points during that stretch. His mid range was coming there, but his downhill ability is just a thing that opens up so much for this team. And again, in space, if he's able to do that, I don't think he has to average like 25 or 26, but if he's consistently being given that role and offensively, he's able to really put pressure on the basket on a shooting team like this where Curry is trying to have the volume of threes on a night to night basis, those are how they're going to be able to win games with a good defense. Because if you're just outright shooting more threes than most of the league on a night to night basis, and you have like a very good defense, that's what's going to give them a chance to win on top of just having like a top 10 caliber player in Steph Curry on the roster. So the ceiling to me is really focused on their players being stars in their roles consistently and their star players being very good at what they do. For Kuminga, if I had to like give you a number on player, I don't think he has to be like a top 25 player, maybe top 40, but that's just hard to even like count on. But that's why I'm saying that's the ceiling. I don't believe they're going to hit the ceiling, but if those things do go right, I think that's definitely possible based on what high volume threes and a good defense can lead you to.
All right. I like that answer. Um, yeah, it wasn't what I thought it would be, but it makes sense. So like I'm in support of that.
Thank you again, brother. Whenever you drop, either way, thank you. I'm gonna pivot to the next person. Low. I'm gonna pivot to Low, and then I'm also going to pivot to Derek. And I'm going to hear J Dub on the Warriors. I'm gonna go Low, Derek, J
Yeah,
Dub,
sure.
and I'm gonna circle. Go ahead, get it.
Yeah, better not. I'm gonna bounce out. First off, good show again. If you in the playback, there's no reason why you're not on the YouTube. When he live streams on YouTube, spam that shit up, like, comment, subscribe. Go get the merch. Go get the merch. Tap in because Ev is gonna be consistent for NFL and basketball for all regular season, and there's not that many consistent content creators. So definitely go tap in. I got to bounce, but Ev, I hope this is good enough. Have a good one, bro.
Much love, bro. We're gonna talk next week. Much love, bro. Nothing but love. Uh, with that oop that he just passed, I gotta dunk it. So again, y'all, he talking about the YouTube. Fact is that YouTube is right there in the chat. The show is live every single day. Sometimes YouTube is the primary source. He said, make sure you all subscribe to Fact is Stats on YouTube, y'all. It's right there in the
Nigga is
chat.
hilarious, dog.
I appreciate all the love. I appreciate all the support. We're at 2,000 subscribers. And I would expect to be able for 2025 as long as I stay consistent, like he just shot it up. So make sure you hit that subscribe button. Make sure you like the video. And yeah, no. Anyway, low. What you got? What you got with the Warriors, bro? Over under 46 wins. What do you think is next for your team?
Over under 46. I'm not gonna. We might be around 46 again. If I had to pick one, I'd say I'm gonna say over because I think we're gonna get like 47, 40, like somewhere. Honestly, I think we're gonna be anywhere between 45 and 40 and 48. So we'll probably be around the same range. But I think the West is gonna fall a little bit differently, right? So that 46 wins got us to Tennessee last year. So I think that 47, 48 wins probably get us. We'll still be like, I think we'll be like a 8, somewhere between 6 and 8, somewhere between 6 and 8. I agree with Gifted. I think the ceiling probably be like 5 seed. But you said what's next? I think we're gonna have a. I'm a little shaky. Honestly, I'm a little shaky. I'm not really a fan of the roster construction. I think we got some good pieces. I think Kaminga. I like Kaminga. I do think he can take a leap. What do you average? Like I think he averaged like 16 and 5 last year, and he didn't even really get playing time until the second half of the season, right? So, and once he started getting playing time, we know with the increased usage, he did look a little bit better, or he was, let's say, production. He was putting up high production numbers. Um, Andrew Wiggins is still on his team. I kind of got to see how he fits, where he fits. How does he get played? We have a lot of small guys, like well, not even necessarily small. We have a lot of like mid-sized guys, like a lot of 6'4" to 6'7" type guys, like. And I kind of got to see what we do with all this, right? I want to see how, and I'm not really a fan of Steve Kerr. So that's another wrench in all this. I'm really not a Steve Kerr fan. He's cool, but he tends to do a lot of that shit. Throw a lot of three. He gonna fuck around, throw 4 guards out there, bro. I ain't gonna lie. He gonna fuck, bro. We gonna see lineups with we gonna see a lineup with Buddy Hield, DeAnthony Melton, Steph Curry, and Brandon Posminski, or I haven't even mentioned Wiggins or Kuminga yet. So it's like there's a lot of smaller, undersized. I don't know because they're not really small, but at the same time they're not like you feel me? Like they not that big of players. So I gotta see how these rotations, bro. I got really wherever we end up this season, I really feel like it's gonna depend on the rotations a lot and how our players are used. Kyle Anderson, I'm not really a fan of that pickup. It was a cool little addition, another high IQ player, which it's never bad to have high IQ players, especially when I've seen us have some low IQ players in the past. So, he's a high IQ player. So I'm cool with the addition, but in terms of his actual abilities on the court, I'll just have to see it play out. I think he's a guy that's going to get along well with Draymond because I think they're two guys that sort of have a certain ideal or they think the game pretty well, right? Um, and Trace? We got Trace coming back after his first year. I think he had a solid first year. Now between him and Looney, man, I think our center position weak as hell. Shout out to Trace too, but we
You
gotta
think
do
so,
something.
bro?
You
I
said
think
what?
I think it's a solid center rotation, low key, bro. Like, I don't think that's
Trace, Jackson
bad.
Davis, and Kevon Looney's a solid center rotation.
I mean, yeah. I mean, as far as like being
Or are you only
rebounders,
saying that because we got Draymond and you just feel like he's gonna somehow make that shit work?
yeah. I think. I mean, I don't think. I mean, Looney was a part of a championship team at a point, and Trace was not bad last season. So it's like. I don't know. I think Looney can have a bounce back season to be fair to them. And honest, I was also going to ask you when you said the size, like where does the size concern you for the team? Type shit.
In terms of like What you mean where? Like everywhere. What you mean?
Like you saying the size of the team concerns you. I'm trying to. I was asking like
Like
why.
we're definitely small at the center position, right? But
Yeah.
I was more so speaking like overall, like the lineups that we're gonna throw out. We're gonna throw out a lot of like undersized lineups, which we don't have a choice to
Yeah,
because
the
we don't have.
4 guard lineup, the 3 guard. Yep.
Yeah, like we're gonna be throwing out 4 guards, 3 guards, like, and I'm nervous about how Steve Kerr is gonna navigate that because I know he will fall in love with these 4 guard, 3 guard lineups that just will we're gonna get demolished on the glass. Now, it may work if those lineups are just getting threes up at a crazy rate, then hey, it might all equal out, right? It might balance out, but I just I have to see that with my own 2 eyes. Um, Tween, what you said, new additions. I feel like I'm speaking of new additions, right? Who I spoke on. I spoke on. What's his name? The slow guy. I just
Slow
spoke on
mo,
slow.
Kyle Anderson.
Yeah, I just spoke on Kyle Anderson. Who else? Who
Yeah.
haven't I spoke on
How about
yet?
Milton,
DeAnthony
Buddy?
Melton. I'm curious about to see how he fits into all this, right? DeAnthony Melton. They picked him up. He's sort of a defensive specialist, right? But at the same time, like I said, we already have a bunch of guards. So where is he gonna like? Is he? They said they love Pods. Is he gonna be taking Pods minutes? Is he gonna be taking what's his
That's a
name? He's
good
gonna be taking
question.
like we have a whole
He'll
bunch
probably
of
take care of the minutes to be honest.
undersized guards, right? Undersized players right now that we throw. We can't just throw them all out there together, right? We still, like I said, we still have Wiggins, who's probably gonna play the 3 or the 4, right? Because he's gonna have to. Um, uh, we still got Moody, bro. We still got GP too. We still got a bunch of guys. We got a bunch of guys right now who aren't exactly the biggest guys, so, but we're gonna have to play them as bigger guys. Like we're gonna be having to play Moody and Wiggins as like 3s and 4s. Well, and 3's not that bad, but 4s is nah. Like we're gonna be getting like we're probably gonna get punished on the glass on a lot of nights. On a lot
Also,
of nights.
Draymond maybe at the 5 in some
Yeah,
instances.
we're gonna be playing
I mean,
Draymond
Kaminga,
that's
at the
probably
5.
only gonna be in spurts though. To be
Kaminga at the 4 is undersized.
Yeah, he's gonna have to play a lot of 4 because it's the only thing that just makes sense with the roster that we have. Like it's too many undersized guys, which I understand that's just what we ended up with, but we got to work on that. We got to get some size
I
in
mean,
there.
despite that, we were still the best rebounding team in the league. I'm not necessarily concerned.
Yeah,
I mean,
we the
I guess
rebounding thing is 50-50, right? Because we are gonna get out rebounded in some games, but at the same time, like the way that the team is set up, we know we're undersized. So a lot of times we get scrappy rebounds. Like it's just like especially and Wiggins was famous for this. I think about 2 years ago, he kind of fell off, but he used to grab a lot of those scrappy ass rebounds.
yep.
He'll fight, get positioning and or those long rebounds. He'll be the first to scramble to it, like stuff like that. Like we used to pride ourselves on shit like that. But we'll see how it looks like this year. Who
It's,
haven't I spoke on yet?
it's not just rebounding though for the undersized issue, because that you guys were
Yeah,
undersized last year, and like one of the issues y'all had was like handling bigger teams.
yeah,
Like,
exactly.
yeah,
Yeah.
like
Yeah,
stopping
oh
them.
yeah. On the defensive end too,
Yeah, that's true. I mean, yeah,
not
because we
necessarily
did
just
struggle against
rebounding, right?
like
When we have to guard against
Minnesota.
players against teams that have 1 or 2.
Yeah, and that's how the West is. The West are big teams. There's big teams in the West.
So I see you guys. If this is a wrong number, correct me. 11.3 million under the second apron. Do you guys do you make a move for size at the deadline? And what would because I know you have all your first rounders and some of your second rounders. Do you make moves
I
to
mean,
get some size at the deadline?
They
I
don't have
mean,
they don't have
possibly.
a
I mean, but
contract.
Golden State's not really a team that's done a major move at the deadline. Like the last move we made, the deadlines for a guy that's already played there. So I'm not really sure how they're gonna. Unless
They
they
don't
really
have.
feel true, like they can contend and they see something, maybe they make a move. But if it's like a mediocre team, it's like a middling team, like probably not.
Who are they
So
trading? Who are they trading?
That and
I
I
don't
was
know.
also going
I'm
to
not
say
They
saying
don't
that.
have
trading
nobody to
for
trade. No,
I
trading
mean,
no,
you can
for.
trade the Hill contract.
no. It's not just
I
trading for.
gotta call
Like,
y'all. My bad.
forget about
I
the
know you
trading
better.
for. Like, I don't think they have a contract to trade for someone. Because like Jonathan Kuminga's still on his rookie, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
That's
he's
a small
and this is
contract.
contract year too. He's looking for an extension.
Yeah, that's a small contract, and plus they don't want to get off of him. Pods is on a small contract. They don't want to get off, even if he was on a big contract. They don't want to get off of him. Like they don't have contracts like to trade.
Tennessee, they could move GP2. That's a good amount of
Yeah, I'm about to
money.
say Gary does
But
have
Von
a
Looney.
decent sized
but
contract. I mean, what do you make, like 8 million?
but they like G. I don't think
We
GP two
traded
gets
5
you
second
like.
round picks to get back GP2. I don't think they're gonna trade him.
The reason why I didn't say anything about GP2 or Kevon Looney is because I don't think they are that valuable in the trade market to get
I think
that
you have to
GP2.
obviously add draft capital though. Like it's
Well,
not
Yeah.
by
yeah,
themselves.
and the reason why I said that is because I've been looking at teams that might go after Jonas Valanciunas at the deadline because I don't think he's a Wizard for the entire season this year. That trade alone, I think his cap hit is good enough where they don't have to make a move, or they don't have to add a contract. I think they could just add strictly picks, and they would still be under the second apron. So that's why I was asking. I don't know if
No, they have to trade a contract. They're over the first.
all right, well, they're okay. So
They have to match it, but they can do multiple 4-1 though.
So I think his cap hit only is $9 million this year, so it wouldn't be that much to offer. So
I don't know if Jonas help. I don't think Jonas.
I think Gary
Well,
Payton straight up would probably do it though. That's the thing too. So maybe
sorry.
I'm wrong because I think 9-9 or I'm not asking for I'm looking for multiple seconds maybe, but
You'd ask for seconds.
yeah, I'm not asking for like I'm not looking for a first round pick for Valanciunas, but multiple seconds I'd take for him. But
Okay, maybe they do that. I don't. Maybe I don't know. It's just that they really, from my understanding, they really like Gary because of his defense on the perimeter.
Yeah, Gary's a
Yeah,
perimeter
at this point,
defender, right? But we got
rotation.
D'Anthony Melton now, who he could probably
Yeah,
fill
I
that
mean, but
role.
he's not. He probably.
GP2 is legit a
I don't
dog
think.
defender though, so I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think Melton plays as big as Gary. That's probably the only problem. But.
Because I don't think Jonas adds that much value to the team. But I'm low on Jonas though.
I mean, it would be pretty decent because he's a solid passer and he can operate in the mid post area where they like to put their bigs at in the split action. So I think that'll be a decent fit scheme wise. It would just be the defense, which if Draymond could make up for, it wouldn't be too bad. But
yeah, it'll be hard though.
Quickly, J-Dub and Derek. 30 plus minutes on the Warriors, which I moved a little bit. But Derek, I'm gonna go to you real quick. What do you think is next for the Warriors, bro?
Yeah, so for one, I am taking the under. This team is puny. I don't know why we were like walking it around like they aren't tiny. Trace is 6'9", Kevon 6'9" on a good day. Draymond, I think, is 6'6". So
I didn't even know Trace was 6'9". That's that goes to my point. There you go.
Yeah, they're tiny. So like Kerr said, they want to be a high volume 3-point shooting team. He's never said that in the years he's been there.
They don't have a choice.
That's kind of my point. I think the reason I'm scared for this team is you're asking a lot of players who have not asked to be doing these kinds of things. Pods that Gifted alluded to, I think could be poised for, a breakout year, so to speak. But if he's asked to just pretend to be Clay, that's not going to be good for him. I would much rather him be the lead ball handler for second units. That would be really good development for him. Wiggins taking 6 threes a game. Good luck with that. I just want Wiggins to be available on the court and care about defense again because he just wasn't a good basketball player for most of last season. I understand he had off the court stuff. I'm not saying it's not an excuse, but the bar is low right now. Kuminga, yeah, he's the X factor. The press conference did not do wonders for him. I'm not going to lie. It did inspire a lot of confidence. But I think he's still a talented player. You got to use him somehow. I'd hate to see a Kyle Anderson or if they play Trace or Kevon, like take a lot of minutes. Like Kuminga has to be out here for offense. He is the one player I actually trust to get to the basket and cause some havoc. Steph is too old.
Which
I'm
is
still
sad,
rely on
Wiggins
him.
used to be that guy too.
Yeah, Wiggins. I don't expect Wiggins to do that. Yeah. So as far as the new additions, I also agree with Gifted as far as D-Mail. I think he'll fit into the Warrior system well. It's just about him staying on the court, but he's a solid 3-and-D. Him being a ball handler would scare me. I don't think he's really cut out for that, especially with a lack of help on the second unit. But I think he's a good complement to Steph. And Draymond, Buddy is a total wild card. I agree. Like, he was not good for my Sixers. And I don't see him improving on the defensive end, so it's just a matter of if he can still be viable offensively. But I wouldn't expect big minutes from him.
A positive thing about Buddy too, Derek, I think he's gonna get a lot of wide open shots. And he is, at the end of the day, he's a shooter. At the end of the day, like he might be, feel me, he might have had some shaky shooting stretches in his career. But at the end of the day, bro, he's a shooter, bro. He's gonna be shooting wide open a lot, bro. He's gonna have to hit that bitch at least at a 40% clip
Sometimes
for
he
me to
gives up
be.
I don't
more
know that he's going to be wide open
and he
nearly
gives
as
sometimes he
much.
gives up more points than he gives you.
Right. So he's he's a guy that's
Clay
for
was doing the
sure.
same thing. Fuck it, we not missing out on that.
Slow-mo, I think, is a
Clay
solid
better
fit.
defender.
He's a cool player. I'm not attached to GP2 personally. I think he's a cool player, but I don't really think his value is something that I need to keep long term. I don't think I would personally trade him. I don't think he adds a lot to this unit as currently constructed. A guy like Moses Moody should be getting more minutes, and you got to decide what you're going to do with him moving forward. So they're in a really weird stretch of last year should have been a developmental year for the young core. This way they could actually try to be more competitive, but now they're stuck in the middle. So overall, I'm not super high on them. I think they need a ton of injury luck. And it's tough to be super excited for this Steph Curry team. I don't think they're in a great contention window, but they'll be around for the play-in for sure.
Yeah. Well said. Everything that you said, low too. Jada, if you want to close this out, you active? Or we can stop right there. To be honest, I don't know if Jada is here.
Yeah, I'm here. I'll pass on this one. The Astros game started, so I'm a little focused.
All right, you good, brother. Understandable. Good luck. Hopefully y'all don't go home today. Last but not least, this is a fun activity. We got through 5 more teams today. Last but not least, if you are a fan of the Miami Heat, you want to talk about the Miami Heat, or you want to just talk about this last team in general, feel free to make your way to the stage. We have the lovely 1110 in the building, who's been enjoying her summer, I'm sure, who's been safe, who's been well, I'm sure. And we get to the last team. I'm winding down a little bit, man. I ain't gonna make my pancakes, man. So I gotta still have some energy. We get to the last team, the Miami Heat. This is what's next segment. They're going to be on the Miami Heat. To everybody that's in here, if anybody new came here or 11-10, over under the win mark last year, probably a big difference from last year to this year. And what do you think is next for the team as far as expectations? That could be for this season, or what do you think is next going into the future, 2-3 years from now as well? I can't remember how many games we won last year. I think it was 44. I can't even remember. That's sad. But anyways, let me take a look at the Heat win total last year. Chat ideas, anyone? Meaningful stuff. Anything that's tattooed on me is meaningful. So meaningful stuff. I don't know. That's what's meaningful to you. It's hard to ask a question like that. Whatever's meaningful to you. I'm actually gonna let you go. We haven't heard you in a long time. I was gonna kick it off, but we haven't heard you in here in a long time. And I am curious to hear your thoughts on the Heat.
You never want to kick off Heat talks, bro.
You said I want to.
You never want to kick off Heat talks, man.
Okay, I will. We was watching Heat Media Day here the other day. We was watching Heat Media Day. I will though. I don't mind. I just feel like I've been talking a lot today. I'm getting on a little hungry side, but it's cool. I'll keep it going.
Yeah, I'll be forgetting when you get hungry. You shut down.
Yeah. So I'm trying to fight through it. But 46-36 last year. I'm gonna go ahead and say this now for the record. I actually think we're going to be in the same ballpark, similar to West thoughts on the Warriors, but I'm gonna say we go over, whether that's by a win or 2. I don't think we're a 50-win team this year, but I do think we're going to win 46 games again. If not 46, I'm gonna say 47 or 48. And a lot of that due to my beliefs in our help, in the help of the team. We watched the Heat Media Day in here the other day. I think that was on Monday, I want to say. And Spo pointed out a key thing to where guys are going to have to fight for minutes, right? When you look at this Heat team, when you look at the Heat roster, let me put up the depth chart for you. When you look at this Heat team, you look at the Heat roster where you can say a deep team. We have a lot of guys that give us a lot of quality minutes. So Spo made a point of emphasis that guys, minutes are not handed out to you, right? So you're going to see a lot of battles when it comes to guys playing over one another. Potentially, you can look at Alec Burks, you can look at Josh Richardson, Jaime, Duncan, et cetera, Jovic, et cetera. You can expect all of them to be in probably a fight when it comes to minute distribution on a night-to-night basis or game-to-game basis, I would say. He also pointed out that not even just Spo, but Hero and Bam pointed out, mainly Hero, we haven't, and Bam, I'm sorry, that we haven't really seen Terry, Hero, Jimmy, and Bam play together and be healthy at the same time. So the organization is still banking on that. You know, it's a guy we traded the first round pick for last year. Another guy that made our offseason be rather quiet because we didn't really have much flexibility due to some can say Hero's contract, trading the first round pick for Terry, and et cetera. I spoke to us going over the win mark. I think we're going to roll out the same starting five we rolled out last year, especially when we acquired Terry Rozier. So you can see it on the screen with Terry, Hero, Jimmy, Jovic, and Bam. When Bam,
you know that lineup never played a single minute together.
Unfortunately, yeah. I think when Terry,
they never played together.
Hero went down, and then when Hero came back, Terry had the neck shit, and then Jimmy was hurt, and then Bam had the hip. It was all different type of injury. Jovic too last year. So I think we're gonna roll out with this starting lineup this year. Finally, you know, God forbid, healthy. Jimmy is preaching health. Jimmy said a new contract will just be numbers for him. He knows what's at stake. He's locked in, and he wants to be available for the team and be the best version of himself. Tyler Hero also is not putting any expectations on his season. He said last year he came to the season wanting to average 25, 24, whatever the case may be. And this season he just wants the ball. Whether that's him starting, whether that's him coming off the bench, he made sure to signal that. But obviously I think he wants to be a starter. Bam talked about the growth of Khalil, you know, the growth of Khalil. And I think he's obviously happy that he has a guy, he spoke to this as well, that's a footer in that locker room or even in that front court with him. So we can see some lines where they potentially share the floor together. But Khalil, we're our first round draft pick, and Bam Adebayo. A lot of our young guys on our team are fresh off winning the Summer League championship. And Spokes pointed that while they were overseas in Paris, they were still keeping up with the Heat Summer League team. So shout out to Khalil, shout out to Larson, shout out to Josh Christopher, et cetera, right? What else I want to point to? What do I think is next for this team? Let me get to the main thing. Is this start lineup I want? Yes. What do I think is next for this team? No matter how people feel, you know, right? And like Bam said, basketball still got to be played. I think healthy, this is still one of the better teams in the Eastern Conference, and I think healthy, this team can almost compete with anyone in the Eastern Conference. I still think Boston is the cream of the crop, but I think that this Heat team can look at potentially Milwaukee again, or can look at Philly, maybe even New York. Still got to evaluate New York's team. I want to see them play a little bit basketball more, and be comfortable and be okay going into that series as long as they're healthy. We have a lot of good players. We have a lot of good different lineups that we can throw out there, offensively and defensively. I want to highlight that. Spo pointed out that we brought Alec Burks in because he's a guy that previously in the past was a Heat killer. So he says it's always good to have a guy like that on your side. And yeah, man, I like it. I'm still confident. I like my backcourt. I like Jimmy. I like Bam. Y'all know my stance on Jimmy when it comes to him being aggressive on the offensive end. I think he will lean toward that more this year and get one more contract and finish his career out in Miami. Jovic is another guy that finally got to play last year. Also got to start a lot of games last year as well, and showed off his ability to push the pace, to space the floor, to be a good connected passer. Also, even a full court passer as well. So I like it, man. I think what's next is obviously you want to get to the Eastern Conference Finals again. You want to get to the NBA Finals, which is more so of a far fetch. I think Eastern Conference is more realistic. Finals at the moment is more realistic for this current Heat team. And then looking into the future, you're going to see a lot of Bam and Khalil. I think after this season, with Jimmy as well, as long as Jimmy's still in the fold, we have a lot of good young players, in my opinion, when it comes to Jovic, Jaime, Bam, Khalil, and maybe even Tyler Hero. So I like that. I think we have a good mixture of vets and young guys that can grow and blossom and also develop. So Jaime said he's been watching a lot of film from last year, this season as well. And Hero put on like 10 pounds. So that's good. He said he focused on what Boston did to him that made life difficult for him. So he wanted to come back and basically like combat that this season coming forward and also in the playoffs. So with all that being said, man, I think this season will be a fun season. I think this will be a healthy season. I think I will enjoy Heat basketball this year. Bam is not the only man in there that's going to be a game changer defensively or a rim protector for us defensively. I'm super duper high on Khalil Ware, and I think that he's going to earn the minutes to be on the court and Spose, like Spose
You
said.
think he plays right off the bat?
I think he plays right off the bat. I think he is going to be the backup. Not right off the bat, but within the first 10 games, he'll secure that backup big man spot for sure.
In the first 10 games, you think he takes the backup big spot?
Yeah, I think he's going to take it quicker from Kevin Love quick. I think so, personally. It's no need to play around. There's no need to play around with it. I know that's going to be a little opposed to what Spo is used to doing, right?
That's something I'm going to be watching closely. See how that goes.
If he's a man of his word, I don't even go with what he said immediately. If he's a man of his word, where guys have to fight for minutes, I'm more confident Khalil will outperform whatever's going on in training camp over there in Bahamas right now. Khalil will outperform whatever Kevin Love can bring to us because he brings a different dimension. That's a lob threat. He can finish around the rim. He can also shoot. If he couldn't shoot, then I understand.
He can't shoot better than Kevin right now. That hasn't been proven.
You said can't? No. I'm not saying he can't. I know he can't, but it's not a liability in that aspect. He can shoot better than Kevin without a doubt. He better defense than Kevin right now. He can move better than Kevin right now, and he can also shot block better than Kevin right now. So I would want to lean with that size more, in my opinion, than what Kevin would bring on a night-to-night basis. But I wouldn't want Kevin to be out the rotation. But I think Khalil will eventually take that spot this season. So that's what I got on. That's what I got on the Heat. But I think the next for the Heat. I think we go over our win total. I think this is a team that can still make the East Conference Finals. Like I said, NBA Finals are a little bit more far-fetched right now. But if healthy, this team can do anything, in my opinion, with Jimmy, Bam, Hero, and Terry as our four best guys. So that's what I got to say. But I'm not too high on the season. I'm not saying we're going to go to the final. I'm not saying we win 50 games. But I think we go over the mark. And I think we can potentially make the East Conference Finals if things work in our favor. 11-10, I'll pass it to you.
What do you want me to start?
Over under on the win total, and then you can go from there.
Over under. What's the
46
win total? 46. Did it go up?
No, it's for what we were last year. So last year we won 46 games.
What's the line at this year?
Let me go to FanDuel real quick. Sorry. FanDuel.
Y'all think Jimmy playing like
Appreciate
more
you,
games?
frauding. Jimmy
I
gonna
was
play
saying we
enough.
was talking about
He
Jimmy
need that
playing
money.
today.
Jimmy gonna play enough. He gonna play enough.
That's contract year, man. They go
Whatever
out.
enough is, Jimmy
I ain't
gonna
gonna
meet
lie.
that.
Jimmy pulled up without a crazy hairstyle. He might be locked in.
That's what I'm saying. Like
He
he
did that
wanted
on
money.
accident, bro.
Okay, we got the 11-10. We got 11-10 jokes back. Okay.
His flight got delayed. He said he has something planned, but he said he's saving it for next year.
Okay.
He might not even be on the Heat next year.
Yeah, I was gonna say that, but okay.
On FanDuel, we're 44 and a half though.
Oh, that's an over. That's kind of low. 44 and a half. Yeah, I feel like we go over that. Heat. Miami Heat. Where do I start? There's a lot of things to touch on potentially. Well, it was nice. It was nice to be away first and foremost. So I guess it's back to ball talk. But with the Heat, I liked kind of what everybody said in media day. Everybody kind of seems focused. Guys felt lighter, I think, due to the fact that we didn't really have trade rumors going on, during the offseason. It felt like guys were able to be more comfortable going into the season because I can only imagine last year with whole Dame trade going on, half of the roster didn't know if they were going to be on the team or not. And then Dame gets traded, 3-4 days before training camp starts. So you have a lot of guys in limbo, not sure where they're going to be, if they're going to be on the team still. So the energy could be wonky, going into camp. But it seems like guys are, cool, happy, whatever. So that's nice. Spo seems, energetic as ever. I liked what he said on his media day presser. He had that line where he said, "You sound scared." So, Spo motivated. Spo not scared of whatever's going on in the East, so that's good for him. Bam didn't really say nothing too crazy on media day. Hero seemed accepting of whatever role he gets placed in. But it seems like Spo really wants to roll out with the Terry and Hero and Jimmy Bam lineup, so he wants to see how that backcourt looks together. Um, from the limited, I think, data we had on that backcourt, pretty good offensive rating, but defensively was an issue. So my biggest concern with like that lineup is defense. Like, how are we gonna guard? I think offensively, I think they'll figure it out, but defensively, if we start that backcourt, how are we gonna hold up? So that's kind of what I'll be paying attention to. Terry says he's good. That neck injury that he had that took him forever to get back from seems like he's good. So hopefully that stays the case. Duncan said his back is good, so hopefully that stays the case too. Jay Rich still dealing with his shoulder thing, so I think they said they're not expected for him to be ready for the start of the season or not. I'm not sure. But yeah, we have a good, young guys. For Kalel and stuff, I don't know, bro. I'm very cautious with my expectation of him. Like for me, if he can get to like halfway through the season, he for sure beats out Kevin Love for that, backup big spot. That would be great. Because last year, Kevin was really good. He was like one of the best backup bigs in the league last year. Like he was really good, and anytime he was on the court, we were really good on offense specifically. And then we held it together with the zone and stuff. Like Kalel has to have that sort of impact because we know Jimmy has great chemistry with Kevin in terms of like pick and pop, the outlet passing. Like Kalel can't pass for real. From like what I've seen in summer league, his passing isn't that great. Kevin is still an elite rebounder. Bro plays like 15 minutes and he's almost a double every night. So rebounding is not an issue with Kevin. Obviously, the lob threat that Ware gives you, Kevin can't do that for sure. Kevin is a better screener, so it's like there's things that Kalel has to be better at, than Kevin for him to be able to just beat him out in that spot. So I'm not expecting him to be our immediate backup center like 10 games into the season. I don't know. That depends on what comes out of training camp. If he pops like that in training camp, but I haven't heard anything yet, so I don't know. But I'm being very cautious with that. I think the most important thing for Kalel is like defense. If he can impress Spo defensively, then I think he'll definitely get burned. But if he's still not, to Spo's liking in terms of drop or switch, whatever coverage that Spo wants him to, play and stuff, then it's going to take him a little bit more to get him on the court. So yeah, like my expectations for Kalel, like hopefully halfway through the season or 75% through the season, he can get that backup spot solidified. Because Kevin plays well against every other team except Boston. He physically cannot be on the court when we play them. He gets played off the court. It's happened 2 series in a row with Kevin. So that's the concern there. But every other team, like Kevin has been, pretty solid against. So we'll see on that part. But based on like the training camp clips and stuff like that, it seems like Jovic is probably the 5th guy for that 4-man unit that Spo wants to really see on the court. So yeah, Jovic is gonna have to be at the same level he was defensively or even better. Continue to be a great spot up shooter. I heard over the offseason he was looking to better like what do you say? Attack mismatches in the post and stuff like that, like being more of a force using like his size better. So that obviously would help if he's capable of doing that. Because last season I saw a lot of teams put their guards on Jovic because we didn't really involve him. He was just a spot up guy. So definitely curious to see what Spo does with the offense, how he revamps it out, because it needs to be better, truthfully. So, and hopefully guys stay healthy. And yeah, that's probably it for me.
Talk about some playoff expectations, though. We want to hear your thoughts on playoff.
Oh, we back, man. We going to ECF, bro. At minimum type shit, Spo said you sound scared, bro. I said, all right, bro. I'm in. I'm with you, Spo. I said, I'm locked in with you, bro. So we gonna be back or whatever. And I didn't get to talk about that cat trade. Go ahead, Heaven. Say you had a question.
I was gonna ask you
it's gonna lead into that. I was gonna ask you how you think you match up with the new look Knicks.
I don't know, bro. That trade, I don't know. I feel like for both teams it was a lateral move to me. Uh I think offensively, I think they raised their ceiling the Knicks wise, but defensively, I don't know. And that bench depth, I don't know. And then you're relying on OG to kind of be your anchor, and he misses a lot of time. So if OG
Relying
missed
on
time, OG missed time. Who you playing with? You're gonna put Precious in there. You know, Mitchell Robinson's out for what till December, January.
Yeah.
They're very thin, bro. I don't know. I don't know. And I think one of the best things about New York is they had a lot of depth. Even when guys went down, like they still had guys they could pull from. So I don't know.
to be
And
fair,
then
that
if you look in the East, you know, like the East has pretty good front courts, I would say. Um, Boston, right? They have the five out. You know, even if you want to hide Cat on, Porzingis, they do pick and pop a lot with KP. You know, Cat's gonna be guarding his space. So there's not like a guy they can hide Cat on if they're playing Boston, quote unquote, right? And then you have Philly. Like you gonna put OG on Embiid? I don't think so. You gonna have Cat guard him, and B's probably gonna eat.
yeah
So
to do it.
I don't know, bro. I don't know if they got better. I feel like it's a lateral move. I think offensively they for sure got better, and I think their bread and butter was offensive rebounding, right? You lose. Randall was pretty good at that. Um, Dante for a guard, he was very involved in that. Um, Cat is not that great in terms of like offensive rebounding. Maybe Tibbs will drill that into him for their identity and stuff. But Mitchell Robinson, he's not there anymore. Well, he's there, but he's hurt. iHeart is not there anymore. So I think you're relying on what Hart to be, that guy that mainly hits the boards like that. So I mean, I don't know.
To be fair, before Rudy, he used to average like two or three. I think it was like a little over two offensive rebounds a game. Cat,
Okay.
yeah,
Yeah, I don't know.
like close to three. I think it was. He used to average before Rudy got there.
Yeah, I don't like their bench. So their bench is Deuce, Landry Shamet, Precious, Jericho Sims. Who else am I missing? Is there somebody else I'm missing?
Yeah. Do
Tibbs
you
don't
think?
play bench
I think I
lineups
don't
though.
think I
He
don't
gonna
think
get the
the
starters 40 minutes.
yeah,
Tibbs
but
still likes to have a good seven.
yeah,
Yeah,
and
I
Oh,
agree.
especially
campaign. That's the other guy.
Great
but
thing
Campaign.
their
Yeah.
you
starters
don't
aren't
think
injury prone.
you
Only
don't think that
OG injury prone, but that's a big. If
Cat not injury
OG,
prone.
I mean OG missed a lot of time, bro.
Mitch
I don't know,
Robinson,
bro.
well, if
Cat
he's
Mitch not injury.
well, yeah, Cat's missed more games than Julius, I think, for the past few
But that's
years.
with the calf injury. That was like a anomaly in my opinion.
Yeah, the Knicks they gotta show me. I don't know. I'm not really sold on it, to be honest. I don't know. I feel
I
like they're
feel
gonna have to play a different style of how they played before. And it may be better offensively. Like I think offensively, I think there's more that they can do now. But defensively, I'm kind of concerned with what they got going on.
They
I got
lost
a
their
question for
soul, bro.
11
They
and
don't got
10.
For
no
the
soul.
they've lost. I think because what they used to do with Julius Randle offensively, they can't do with Cat. They've lost that. Like they don't have like Julius Randle could handle the ball. Like you're not like Cat's not.
yeah, they're very reliant on Brunson to create everything now. So Cat, not the greatest driver, and obviously his shooting is amazing, right? But the driving and stuff, like there's no one else on this team besides Brunson who could like get any penetration in the paint. So like you're very reliant on Brunson doing everything, which he can do because I know he had crazy usage last year. But it's like
Asking a small
I don't
guard,
know.
but asking a small guard to do heavy lifting is a lot, though.
Yeah, so I'm not really. I don't know. They gotta show me. I have to see it, but I'm not really that enthusiastic. I think. Um, for Minnesota side though, I think people are kind of overblowing the Randall and Rudy fit because Randall's been pretty like in when he's played in New York with like Mitchell and iHeart, they have a positive plus minus together. So I don't think like Rudy and Julius fit together is the issue. I think it's gonna have more of an onus on Jaden McDaniels to be more of an offensive threat. I think.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't think the focus is Rudy and Randall fit. I feel like J Mac probably is gonna have to be more of an offensive threat now with Randall being there now.
Yeah. But that still feeds into their fit though. Like because their fit is like that, you're gonna need other people to give you more offensive production. Well, yeah. At
Yeah,
least
I
be
know,
able to
but people always
shoot.
always just make it on the Rudy side, and I was like, J Mac. I feel like J Mac gotta do more in order,
But to be fair, like
and it may not matter because he was playing with
why we
Josh
can't ask
Hart, so I was like,
why
Josh
we
Hart
can't
ain't the
ask
greatest offensive
why
player.
we can't ask Rudy to do more offensively though.
That's over and done with, though. Come on now.
I
I'm
mean,
just saying, like like at some point,
Rudy not getting any younger. I
I know,
fear
but like
Jaden's the younger one. It's
sometimes
got to
because
be him.
sometimes you'll see like guards on him and shit, and like he don't do shit with the ball.
Yeah,
I
that's Rudy though.
mean, Rudy ain't getting any younger, so you gotta get the young guy to do that.
Just kind of just
But I
don't.
mean, it may not even matter for real because I know. I mean, Josh Hart was starting with those three guys at some point, and it was still great offense. So, I
That's just
think,
the reason.
I think Finch, I think Finch has an opportunity to do interesting things. I think I don't think Minnesota was that great of an offensive rebounding team. Maybe they can lean into that more now. Uh, they can go in that direction if they want. I think Minnesota's bench is very interesting now for sure. Having Dante there, if Dante's able to have the same production he had in New York, that would really help. And I think adding Dante really helps guys like Rob and Terrence because I feel like before the trade they were really relying on Rob. Now I don't think they have to rely on Rob as much, so that's a good thing. Obviously, you don't want to rely too heavily on a rookie. So you have that there to help them out, so that's good. Nikhil's still coming off the bench. Nas is coming off the bench, so you have a pretty good bench unit. And with the cat trade, you're basically betting on Nas because they traded away Cat because they needed to pay Nas and potentially pay Rudy. So another interesting thing that they may do this season, depending on whatever they feel like they should offer Rudy, maybe Rudy come off the bench and they start Nas with Randall and them. That could be an interesting starting five there. Defensively, I don't know if you get the same impact, but on O, that could be fun. So, I mean, I feel like it's a lateral move for both teams. I don't think they got better, but you know, we'll see. But for the Heat, bruh, in
Either
terms
way,
of Knicks, bro,
you
it
look
ain't
at it
scary.
differently,
It ain't
or you
scary.
said different things from myself, Wes, Heaven, St. Jordan. When we talked about it this past weekend when it went down. So I don't have no issue with nothing that you said. I think you look at it some different ways. You brought up some different points. I'll say.
Appreciate it. But yeah, Knicks ain't scaring nobody,
Anybody
bro.
got any other comments that was not heard on the cat
Yeah,
So
I
no, so
got.
you were saying,
Julius
so you
trade?
think you guys match up well with the Knicks?
Oh, for sure, bro. For sure. Absolutely.
I'm
Potentially.
I'm
You
gonna
think
keep
Maybe.
it a
Bam? You
buck.
think Bam goes to work?
Bam should cook him. I'll be disappointed. I don't even think I think they will put Cat on Jovic actually.
Mm.
Maybe.
And then put Mitch on Bam.
You're assuming they start Mitch and Carl?
I'm asking you if you think that's what they do.
Nah, I think they
So they'll put who do you think they put on?
they'll probably put OG on them on Bam.
So who they put on Jimmy then?
They're gonna put Josh Hart or Glasgow on him. Or maybe yeah. Uh, hmm. That's a good question, Evanson, actually.
Because I thought you'd put OG on Jimmy.
So then I guess they would live with Cat there. Mm.
They
No, I
don't
actually agree. I actually agree with Heaven Sent. I mean, I actually agree with Levingston. I think OG would take Bam, and then I think Cat would take Jovic, and I think you'll see Jimmy have to deal with Mikael or Hart, and I think he'll go
Yeah.
with I think it'll go
Yep.
like that.
Yep.
Because Bridges is still there too to throw on Jimmy.
I don't think Bridges is good defensively. Y'all be trying to tell me. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I got to see that
He had
too.
more
By the way,
offensive responsibility with the Nets,
That
I
but
got
you
to
man
see
did
if he.
not
I got to
play
see if he can get
you
back to
don't
that.
years. I'm
just
not gonna
lose
transfer over.
defensive ability.
I think if you don't use something for a while, like you're not gonna come back sharp as shit on defense.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair.
He
That's a
not gonna
fair
Wait,
he not
wait,
gonna
hold
that's
on.
a
What
pick
do
it
you
fair
up
mean
like
you
how it
don't
concern.
use
was.
something for a while though? Like, you think
He
he
I
hasn't
mean,
hasn't
he
been
had a bigger
defending?
role. His energy was just burnt on offense. Like,
Yeah, like he
you
was
feel me?
still playing defense though. He just
but
feel me.
not to
Now
that
he's gonna have
same.
more energy for it.
But
He just it's an energy thing. It's a fatigue thing. He's human. Like he's
It's
not
not a ability thing. If you get what I'm saying.
exactly. He's still got that long ass wingspan. You feel me? All of that
They still gonna
6'6".
need him to cook on this Knicks team. I ain't gonna lie.
Nah,
I seen somebody say he got a
but
new jumper.
yeah,
Y'all
they
see
gonna
that?
need him to provide some type of offense, but I don't think they're not gonna need him to cook. Like
I,
that's
like
gonna be
No,
Jalen
this is
Brunson's
Nah,
I
mob.
don't
it's
know.
yeah,
Once
Brunson
you
cat.
double
Like,
Brunson, you're
come on,
gonna have to deal with some
yeah.
guys on the outside.
All he
That's
got to
literally what's
give
gonna
him
happen.
but this is
consistently is
like
double
no
digits, and they good.
11-10 is right. You're going to need him to do stuff on offense because like if that's the case, then the Minnesota Timberwolves like offense would have been as shit. Like they had Cat and Ant, and they still needed other people to chip in. They're gonna need somebody else to
But
chip in.
Ant wasn't making
Yeah,
the same high
we're
leverage
saying
reads
he
Jalen
has to provide some
Brunson
offense,
That's
was.
but
true,
I
but
don't
you
think he needs
still
to
need
cook.
more somebody else.
Brunson don't be
Brunson
making
is.
reads like that for real,
Like
bro.
he's gonna
You
average
said what?
like
Just
if
a little jazz.
he should average 15 points
Bro,
a
we're
night
talking about.
easy.
I love Ant, but they not in the same
Yeah, but I don't
planet
think it's that
as
much where it's gonna
playmakers.
compensate where you don't need somebody else to like give you stuff.
I mean,
Like
that's
they
fair.
are gonna need Mikhail to, especially since like Dante's not there and shit like that. Like
Shaggy, they talk about the
and a lot of time
Knicks
and
and
like
the T Wolves
sometimes
trade.
and sometimes you can't even rely on Cat to show up offensively. But that's another conversation for another day.
But even on nights you can't rely on Cat to show up. You still have 2 3-and-D guys that'll be okay, that'll be there for Brunson. You know, it's gonna be most nights where 2 out of that 4 or 3 out of that 4 have good games. You agree with that or no?
So we're talking about offense, right? You want me to put
Yeah.
OG in there? I'm sorry.
Yeah, you want to
Now
OG
OG was
OG
having a
will have
career
good games
year last
offensively
year.
throughout the course of the regular
Like
season.
he'll hit his open threes, yeah.
Wait, you're
That's
telling
all
me
they
that OG?
need.
You're telling me OG not gonna have some good games throughout the course of a regular season?
Not putting the ball on the floor, no. I think he'll hit his open shots.
Transition opportunities, leak outs. That's all they need from OG. Hit a couple corner threes. Like you don't need
I
OG
think you
to
need.
put it on the.
I think you need a little bit more than that when Cat's off. But I don't know.
With Cat off the floor, like in the stagger lineups.
No, when Cat's not playing well, that's what he's talking about.
Oh,
Oh,
okay,
you're
okay,
talking about when
okay,
Cat is
okay,
not
okay,
Yeah,
playing.
okay,
Oh,
you
I didn't know
okay.
said
y'all
you
was talking.
said
I
when
didn't know y'all
Cat's
was
not.
talking about.
You said when Cat's
That's
not
fair
playing
then.
well,
That's
you have
fair then.
two
If Cat's
other.
having a stinker, you need OG to. Yeah, I get that.
He
That's
just
fair.
said
That's
when
fair.
Cat's not playing well, you have two other 3-and-D players to thing. I was like, you need like I don't think OG. I don't know.
Man,
Maybe
all I'm saying
maybe I don't
is,
remember
yeah,
him.
all I'm saying is the Cat not playing well thing you're referring to. I guess that's a 12-point game, right? A 9-point game, a 4 for 14 kind of game. Brunson, I'm assuming in that game is having a good game. We know Mikhail or OG will probably have a solid game as well at that point. That's not enough to win for them.
Depends who they play.
I mean, like it ain't like you're gonna need OG to give you 20 points.
If Brunson's playing like Brunson, I'm telling you, he had 60 a
But
couple
if Brunson is
games.
playing like Brunson,
Like,
OG's
come
gonna give
on,
them a little 15. Mikhail gonna get them a little 18.
exactly.
Cat gonna
Like
give me a
they
little
not
18, but they
give me a
gonna
heart,
like
give me
it's
a heart
gonna work out, man.
11. You feel me?
They're not talking about
Deuce, give me
Cat.
7.
They're not
They
talking about when
good.
Cat giving you 18.
What's a bad Cat game like last year? Like what was he doing? I mean, that's
Like I'm guessing
around.
like 9, 11 points, some shit like that.
Yeah, he was giving you
But
single.
even and that scenario
But
right there, bro, Mikal Bridges is
Cat
very
get
well
into
capable of
foul
having a
trouble too.
25-point night.
yeah, Cat do get in foul trouble. He just
Like
be.
That's another
It's
thing for
funny
me.
because his foul trouble is literally hooking
That's
and
what it
Which
getting
goes
is.
offensive fouls.
all of this goes into him having off nights. I don't.
Nah, that's fair.
I mean, we said he has to provide something offensively. Well, let me not say we. I said he had to provide something offensively.
All of y'all
I just
people.
don't think he needs to cook. Like cook is to me like averaging like 22, some shit. Like, he don't need to do that.
That's not
He
the convo
What
though.
y'all saying about Cap?
That's not the combo though. The combo
If
was
Cat has a
when
bad off
when
night,
Cat has a bad offensive game, and that's what the combo is.
So if their star
And I
has
mean,
a
in them
bad, then
situations
they in
though, the other
trouble.
players are capable of stepping up.
but if Brunson plays, like, is Brunson gonna, like, he know, oh, this is a bad Cat game, I'm gonna ramp it up. That's what he be doing. He can
But that's
tell
what.
that.
That's what Lemton was saying. Lemton was saying like Mikhail still
Yeah.
has a good amount of responsibility offensively.
I think every
He
other
could do it
team.
though.
I think every other
Nobody's
team
saying he
has.
can, but that's you know what I get
I
lost.
think most of the teams in the East have that issue. No, I mean, you don't think?
What issue you talking about?
You talking about if somebody has an off night?
If your second star has
That's
an off
that's
night,
not the conversation stems
We're just
from.
talking about Mikhail and
Yeah,
like
the
his
conversation.
responsibility.
Yeah, because the conversation says that he doesn't have like any like big responsibility like that, so his defense is gonna be
What's
like
up, G?
how it was or whatever. And then 11-10 was like, I
Oh, you
think he's
just sent
gonna
me
still
something.
have like a good amount of responsibility
I'm
offensively.
doing the flow jump.
Yeah,
And
but
then
I agree with that. Just
that's
not
what
to
the combo is.
just not to the extent that I think he can do both as regards to like what his offensive responsibility will be. If that makes sense. I don't think he's gonna have to have some crazy big offensive role like averaging 20 or some shit like that. But I think you got to average like 16 plus, something like that, 15, 17 plus, something like that. Play really good defense. I think that's kind of, and I think he can do that while giving you all the other shit. And then on a night where Cat is struggling, like y'all were just talking about, I think he can give you
have to up
20.
it when
Yeah,
he's
he can give you 20.
But
Yeah,
then
he can give you 20,
you'll
22.
probably lose. Then you'll probably lose the defense.
I don't think you lose that much. I don't think you lose that
Are
much.
you worried about that for Cat? The fact that defensively he's gonna have to be more, and that his offense
Yeah.
may suffer because of it.
There you go. Now that's the issue.
So that would mean Mikhail got to step up if that happens. Is
More
what I'm saying.
consistently.
What you mean on those nights? If you're talking about, but how many
I'm
nights?
saying over the course of the season.
Well, if what 11-10 is happening, it'll be a good amount of nights. Because she's basically saying he'll have to pick up his defense, which will hinder his
Cat
offense.
had an anchor with Rudy. You know, OG obviously you know that's a great defender there, but OG can miss time. So Cat is gonna have to be an anchor, and that's not something he's been good at. So they're gonna need him to do that. And Tibbs, he's a very much defensive focused guy. So is there a world where the defensive responsibility that he may have to take on may hurt what he can give on O in terms of being consistent on offense?
To be fair, when he was in quote unquote anchor on Minnesota, he's still giving you like 20-something points on good efficiency, but he wasn't really doing anything defensively.
I do think that they miss another center. If they had like if in a scenario if they had like swap out Mitch Rob for iHeart, they had Cat, I would be much more bullish on it, but they don't. So because I do think that they're gonna miss having somebody that could do what you're asking Cat to now do while also providing some of the other little things that
What do you rate? What do you rate his like self creation?
Who, Cat?
Yeah.
Out of 10?
Consistent.
Out of 10, it's in the sevens, high sevens. It's not.
You think his self creation is in the high sevens?
But because we just talking about driving, because I don't just count that as self creation. Like being able to, people.
You don't really post up. He normally spawning up for the pass at the top of the key.
I think he's in the sevens.
I'm saying Mikhail gonna have
There's
to.
no creation.
I think he's
gonna have to juice because it's gonna be very Brunson reliant.
What creation pushes him to the sevens? Like what have you seen him?
So you want me to say a 4, a 5?
I'm trying to think about how he.
How does he score his points?
When I watch him play, like it's a pass, a spot up pass or.
Who y'all talking about right now? Mikhail?
Cat.
Yeah,
like
you don't
talking
really
about
post up.
his self creation abilities.
Yeah.
How does he score?
Like it's spot up.
No, I know how he scores. No, I know how he scores. That was a
shoot.
rhetorical question.
He don't do nothing off the dribble, really.
I think it's less in the
do that
playoffs than in the regular season.
Back down.
He can.
Turn around.
He can. It's more in the regular season than I think in the playoffs.
like playoff context, I think is different for him. Like it gets spooky.
Even regular season, I'm here thinking because me and Ant, I'm here thinking.
I think he drives a bit. He don't drive a lot. I think he drives.
He drives a bit, but he's not a good driver though.
He drives when he
to be
drives
fair,
when,
don't have a
when
he
there's
can't really
the.
base it off of last season though. I think
I'm not just basing it off of last
when they
season.
got Rudy, he kind of had to make himself a lot more of a rim person, not rim person, perimeter player.
I'm not just basing it off of Rudy though.
What are you getting at with the self creation?
And even before Rudy was there, he played on the perimeter. That's why people are okay.
Yeah, he's always been a perimeter, but I'm talking about like the frequency. Let's put it there. The frequency.
I think he's a little bit better driver.
He can post up a little bit.
He's always been on the perimeter. He's not no post up guy like shit like that.
He can post up a little bit though.
Yeah, but he don't. That's not his.
He
thing.
has
like,
a mini. He has not. I don't want to call it a bag. He has more things than just spotting up. Like he can. Yeah, he's not like one of these creators who's also going to like, you know.
What's
he's not
another
a top tier
creator?
creator? But
what's another 7 creator for you? Maybe like you rank you 7.
You say what's another what?
Who's else is in the 7 range as the creator for you?
Well, that's a good question. Give me like 2 minutes. I'm about to go back. I'm on a scooter and I'm about to go back into the station, and my phone's about to die. But give me 2 minutes.
You on a scooter?
Yeah, we're gonna move on by 2 minutes.
I am not. What's his name? Shaggy. I am not under.
No, you won't.
Cat. I know who Cat is.
Yeah, but to me, Mikhail he gonna have to, you know, he gonna have to hoop a little bit. To me, I think so.
Yeah.
Because self creation, I think, is a little lacking. And then what happens when Brunson's on the bench? Who going? You know. So yeah, I feel like Mikhail gonna have to. He's gonna have to be tertiary, secondary-ish kind of option. So I don't know.
Like I said though, when he was a center for Minnesota, he was still dropping like 27 or something. I think he was averaging.
You talking about 2 years ago in Mini?
Yeah, before Rudy.
Yeah, I think he it wasn't he was driving to the basket. He was posting up a little bit. He had a solid back to the basket.
No,
game.
2019, 2020 was his highest average at 26.5.
What was he averaging that year? 26?
Yeah, 26.5. So round up 27.
27. Yeah. Okay, yeah.
That's probably what I'm thinking of.
That's when he had the ball in his hands a lot more too.
The driving to the was that when D'Lo was there?
Was that?
Yeah, so that was also his highest.
Was that when D'Lo
3-point game or 3-point attempts per game? He was averaging 7.9 3-point attempts a game that year.
How many was he having last year?
He was getting them up. 5.3 last year.
What, threes? What was that? Mm-hmm. Yeah. So that year when he was doing 20, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like he was more of a perimeter, and like he'll drive. Like if you close out on him, because when they do like closeouts on him, and he'll put the ball on the floor, but like I don't know, like he like
2019, 2020 was a hell of a year. 7.9, 3 attempts a game, and he shot 41.2%.
1920.
That's pretty good. Yep, bubble year basically. He played only 35 games that year.
The year that you said before, it was, what year was that? 2019, 20?
Yeah, 2019, 2020, 26.5 points per game,
I'm not
7.9 3-point attempts.
That's a bubble year, right? So he only played like
35. Yep, 35 games.
Because he was out for a good chunk, so I don't know if I'm holding that one.
But hey, we'll see it opening night, bro. That's it.
Great Heat talks. Is that Knicks and Boston on opening night?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
Perfecto. Was there any other comments? I know we way past it about the Miami Heat. Did you have any questions or anybody else? Or
no further comments.
About the Heat. So what did y'all see? I think I heard 11-10 say she was taking the over. Ev, you taking the over as well?
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you think you win 46? 11-10 because you went based upon the line and betting odds, but
I
like
don't know.
based upon last year.
Last year was a very weird year. What is it like? The 3 through 8 was separated by what 3 games or something like that.
It might be like that again in both
Yeah.
conferences, honestly.
True. True.
46 again. Potentially. I mean, maybe. Maybe. I don't really know. I know we go over. I don't know how much over though. I don't know if I could do.
So you going?
Maybe
You say you
maybe we
taking the
went
over
47. I
46?
don't know.
Okay.
I think no. The over was what 44 and a half. Ev, is that what
Oh,
you
you talking
said?
about the betting line
On
over?
FanDuel.
Yeah, the betting line was like 44
Oh, I
and a
thought
half.
we
I
were
said
doing
that's
the
over.
overs based on the record
Nah,
from
we
last
were, we
year.
were, we were, we
Oh,
were.
I did not know that. My fault. So we did 46 last year. Can we go over that? Yeah, man, for sure. I'll take the over.
Good
Take the
though.
over,
You
man.
guys just told me Jimmy gonna play a bunch of games.
Yeah, we going over, bro. We getting more than 46 type shit.
Okay. And
Potentially,
so
maybe.
wait, and what you think that wait like what seed you think you're gonna end up being?
I know one thing, them fuckers better not be in the play-in this year.
I ain't gonna lie to you, twin. Like when I think about the East right now, y'all
I'm
might
hoping for top 6.
if
That's
y'all
all
not
I
in the
can give
play
you.
in, bro, y'all might get like the 6 or the 5. Cause I
Shit,
think it's 14 is clearly better than y'all, right? And I mean I don't know if I need to say it, but fuck it. Boston, Philly, Milwaukee, and New York. I think those teams are clearly better than y'all, right? Well, I don't know how y'all feel about Milwaukee. Y'all might think this Milwaukee shit jazz. Um, but we still got Giannis, so we're gonna give them their credit at the end of the day. They're gonna give them the respect.
Hold on, you said clearly better.
Yeah.
Okay.
You don't agree?
Why you got that, Dirk?
You don't
We
agree?
doing under 46,
Yeah,
Mr.
Dirk.
Derek.
Why you got the under, Dirk?
Yeah.
Philly not clearly better, Shaggy?
My issue is these younger teams, I think, are going to be better regular season win totals. Like, I really do think the Pacers and the Magic are going to give Miami a really difficult time to get over. Was it 44 wins?
Yeah, I haven't even mentioned the
We
Magic
went
yet,
we went
too.
3-1 with the Magic last year, so we'll see what happens this year.
The Magic are a nice team. I think
What I think it was like
Cleveland's a
one
nice
game.
team.
Was it Magic had one more game, one more win over us, right?
I think
I
so.
think it was. Yeah, it was
You
really
said
close
Magic got
last year.
KCP. That's
Yeah.
a good ass pickup, but I don't know if that's enough of a needle move for you to see for you to change your opinion on the Magic either way. Um, but that's okay. So we got 4 teams, right? That is clearly going to be in the top, whatever. Bar injuries, of course. And then you have teams like Orlando. You got teams like what's the Cleveland. You got teams like I think Toronto already said they about to tank. The Hawks are probably going to be bad, but I don't know how bad.
Toronto's tanking.
Here's my thing.
Toronto,
Toronto won't be
what's it
good.
called?
Here's
I just think they're not
Go
going to be
ahead.
good. I don't
We'll
think.
get to that later.
Tell
Actually,
me
I have later
why.
answer.
Tell me why, from a regular season perspective, the 7 teams that were ahead of Miami last year, just off a record, are going to have a worse record than Miami this year.
Yeah, but the Heat can point that to health though, and like a lot of, you know what I'm saying. Like you can probably look at Indiana or even Orlando.
I mean,
or even
Philly, but like Philly missed Joel for a ton of time.
Yeah, good point.
Hallie dealt with an injury.
Yeah, I'm about to say, you can't
Cleveland
use it like
had
that, Ed.
their
Everybody
4
deal with that,
guys
bro.
Yeah,
in and
good
out.
point. Good point. Yeah, fair.
So
fair.
like I like that's what I mean. Like obviously injury is going to shake up
That's
standings
just
any way
course of
we
the
cut
season.
it. But my point is, if we're just assuming some stable level of health, what about these teams are worse than Miami?
I ain't even
We
mentioned the
got culture,
Pacers.
bro.
Still, the Pacers too. They're
I
gonna
care
get
about
some
that for the
love.
playoffs, though. 11-10. What about the regular
We got
season?
culture, bro.
Shit, it hasn't showed up for regular seasons.
Yeah,
Wait,
sorry.
hold on.
I just went to look up. Sorry, this has nothing to do with
Mm-hmm.
y'all talking about. I just went to look up Cap post ups. He don't really post up like that, like I thought. I just wanted to confirm that.
Is
No,
that last year or was it his
I do want
previous
to go back to
years?
what Lo just said a minute ago. Lo, you
Yeah.
said Atlanta and not in the play-in. Who in the bottom 5 of the East last year do you think takes that spot? Since you think Atlanta is going to be ass this year. I'm not gonna lie. I really can't see
I
it.
mean, you could be as an East and still end up in a playing spot, respectfully.
But that's not who do you think is taking that step?
Charlotte.
You think Charlotte is over Atlanta?
I
Nah,
definitely think
no.
I'm
Charlotte
buying
is.
into the league
Atlanta gonna be
propaganda.
9 seed. Well,
Yeah,
maybe
Charlotte been
Toronto get 9 seed.
That's
Nah,
what
I think
I
Toronto.
just can't see it because Brooklyn, Charlotte, DC, Detroit, they're not fucking making anything. So, it's really up to Charlotte.
If Charlotte was to have a healthy season, bro, they could make the play in.
No, they can't. Come on.
If they're healthy, bro, yes they can. What the hell? In the
Bro,
East,
that's
you
not
guys
a
talking
good
about the
defense.
West.
Like, that's an awful defense. Like, I'm not, bro.
They got a new coach, Charles Lee, came from Boston.
But to be fair, because Chicago's
he gonna get them right.
They're
Type thing.
not gritty. They play too much highlight basketball. They don't play real hoops.
Like I said,
It's a
new
new
coach
system.
Charles
Yep.
Lee from Boston.
So you guys think Charlotte's taking
I
one of
heard
those
you,
back
Livingston.
and playing spots?
No, I know.
And they were riddled with injuries last year. The whole team was
they're all
last year.
You could just talk for 5 minutes straight and have no idea.
They're all kind of in the same area.
That's how it be.
So I can see why Lowe's saying that they could. Not kind of crazy that they could make the play-in. It's just a 10th seed.
Yeah, but I say Charlotte could definitely make. Matter of fact, what's it called? Who I'm talking to? That's Derek.
Yeah, might be. Maybe I might be one of them.
All right, so let's do the standings, right? We looking at the standings. Who's at the
All right.
bottom next year?
Oh, okay. So you got Detroit
Detroit,
and
yeah.
Washington, followed by Charlotte, then Toronto, then Brooklyn, ATL, Chicago. That was 9 and 10.
Atlanta made it off the 10th seed. So all right, so these teams at the bottom are probably going to still be at the bottom. The only one I'll swap out is Charlotte. I do believe Charlotte could be better than Atlanta. Chicago, because Chicago might drop too.
I think Toronto and Charlotte are going to move
I feel like
up.
Atlanta's still gonna be playing, bro.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I don't think they drop out of the play.
I think Chicago.
Trey's good for 35.
Yeah, I think the Chicago Bulls.
I think Chicago gonna drop. You right?
Nigga, 35
I think Charlotte gonna get in.
Come on, bro.
Yeah, I really can't see.
They had
Toronto.
36 wins. What do you want? Like, you want me to put more on Trey?
I could see Charlotte and Brooklyn. I don't know if Ev has the standings up from last year.
I do know when Scotty Quickly and Barrett played together, they played well. The problem is they got hurt. Scotty broke his hand or whatever.
Yeah.
And then RJ had the family issues and Quickly missed a lot of time, and they never really played after the Pascal trade. So if that's the case, I could see them potentially get that 10 spot.
Especially if they're two.
I don't think it's crazy.
Especially if they're two. I can't say his name. I'm not allowed to anymore, but whatever. If they're
Grady.
shooting guard,
Just say Grady. You don't gotta say his last name.
If the person that plays shooting guard, gives you some shooting.
You mean if Grady?
If the person that plays shooting guard,
yes, Grady.
Why would you rather say that over his name though?
Because why I can't say his last name?
No. Let's move. It's okay. It's okay. Have it said. It's okay.
You call LeBron James?
What? All right, bro. Yeah. So Raptors 10 seed. It's possible. No cooking. No cooking.
I mean, 10 seed is
we fasting. We are fasting.
That's highly doubtful. Like, they not making a 10 seed Raptors. Like, they just have two. They don't. Who's their starting center?
Bro, do you see how the bottom of the East is so dog shit?
You talking about the Charlotte Hornets?
This is what I was talking about
Toronto.
Earlier with,
I'm talking about Toronto.
You don't see how Toronto can make the 10 seed?
That's all. It's really
look at what I just put in the chat. That's what I was talking about earlier.
I'm not even.
I said they're not. When I said he didn't say they were tanking, but y'all could pretty much say
he said they're not
going to be out here trying to
they're
make.
not winning a championship.
They're not winning a championship.
Right.
Well, he said they don't. He said that we're not winning championships, so we're not going to be out here trying to win every game, literally.
But that's
because
I feel like he's talking about
it
expectations.
It makes no sense for us to try to win every game, literally. That's what he said.
I think he's.
That's some loser shit, though.
I mean, he's repeating the same sentiments Toronto fans.
It's not. It's real, bro.
You
want them to sit up and say we trying to win a championship? Come on,
Jordan,
bro.
that's nasty. It just sounds like they're leaning towards development.
That's like Dayron Sharp saying, they sleeping on the Nets. Come on, bro.
That's not necessarily tanking. That just looks like they're we're not gonna just be fuck we're not gonna lean on our there were many games last year where they, instead of letting Pascal close, they let Scotty close. Right. If they let Pascal close out the game, they probably win the game. But they're fuck it, we want Scotty to see how
That's
this
fair.
feels.
That's fair.
I mean, but I get what you. I see how you trying to spin it and make it sound
I'm
cute.
not spinning nothing.
You feel me? But at the same time, bro, if you sitting there telling me you're not trying to win every game, then you're basically like in my eyes, I'm
You're
looking at it as you
mentally checked
tanking, bro.
out.
Like
You're
you
mentally
Did he
checked
say?
out.
like because if
Did
you're
he
not
Exactly.
say
trying to
there's
win every game, you're
hold
not
on.
trying to make the playoffs. Because if you're trying to make the playoffs, it wouldn't make no sense to not be trying to win every game. What the fuck you need to see it? So
Did he
If
say
you
they're not
think,
making the
listen,
playoffs?
What?
The first
just
thing he
like
said was
Quez and
championship,
Leviton.
I
man.
think
If
we're
you think,
putting too much on
hold on.
this
If you think
statement.
they're
Yeah.
viable for the play-in, why would you not want to win every game?
exactly.
You trying to
But
make a play-in
listen,
push?
do y'all realize that they may not try to make the plan, but they may fall into it because of
Yeah, yeah,
how
yeah,
the
yeah,
gap
yeah.
I
is?
understand that for
You
sure.
understand
I
the bottom of
understand
the
that.
East is so dog shit that they could
Like you
potentially
could
have like
dead
30,
stumble into the playing spot.
like 32 wins might be good enough to be a 10 seed this year. I'm not gonna lie.
Might?
I,
It will probably will.
I'm not gonna might for 32. Come on, come on.
And I feel like if those three guys are on the court, I think they're going to be good enough to be in the playing hunt.
Yeah.
Respectfully, I just think if you look at what Brooklyn got,
I agree with you.
it's not better than
The
that.
bottom of the East the bottom of the East is terrible. Like
And RJ Barrett, when he came to the Raptors,
it's gonna be a
played
bunch of teams that's gonna be actually actively trying to lose at the bottom of the East. Like the Wizards are gonna be actively trying to lose. Pistons are probably not gonna be trying to lose.
Nah,
But they're gonna be bad
Pistons
enough
gonna
they don't
be
have a choice.
Pistons gonna be
No,
nice.
we're not actively.
Let's take it easy on the word nice.
Pistons are going to try.
That's a lot of
the
heavy.
Pistons are going to
A
try
lot
this
of
year.
heavy lifting in that word.
You said the Pistons are gonna try.
I think the Pistons tried last year,
Yeah, I think
but
the
I think they're
Pistons
going
are
to try this
but I
year.
just think
definitely tried last
they don't
year.
have a choice.
I think JB is going to at least make them better defensively. Offensively, I don't know what's going to happen over there.
They're
but-
gonna try, but they're still not gonna be good.
Right, they're still gonna stink.
They don't. The Pistons don't have a choice. No matter how hard they try, they're gonna be at the bottom of the standing. It don't matter. Like the Bulls, they're gonna suck. Like they're gonna.
Nah,
I
they're
don't know.
not gonna be
The
that
Bulls might
bad.
not suck initially.
Yeah,
Nah,
like they might.
Are they
They
gonna suck
might.
later? Wait, why wouldn't they suck initially?
They might win 30 games.
Are you saying
and
like
be
Levine?
The Bulls. I mean, didn't you
30
see what the
games?
GM said? I forgot
What
what
the
he
GM say?
said, but he ain't say that they want to tank at all. This man,
Bro, you still got Vucevic.
They
You
don't.
still
They
got
don't.
Levine.
They don't have
You
to
still
want to
got-
tank to be bad.
Right.
No, they definitely gonna be.
y'all
outside
saying
the
they're not
top
going to be in the
three.
play-in though, and I'm saying I don't know. I think initially, because they have to start Levine, because they want to get him off
Yeah,
their
they gotta make
team.
them look good.
So if that's the case, you still might fall into some wins that maybe you didn't want to, because you have to get Levine's value up.
But that second
I
half, though,
don't. But I don't think they play.
You could
This
get
is the
Vic
thing.
Jones.
11-10,
Go ahead,
11-10, 11-10. I don't think they play him that much. I think that, and I don't think playing him more.
What's that much?
They
You saying like 25 minutes or something?
I don't think he really plays a lot of games at all. And I don't. And to be quite honest with you, I don't think playing him more like the problem isn't his capability or shit. The problem is his injury history and mostly his contract. So playing him more doesn't make me be like, yeah, his contract's fine. And like the more you play him, the more he gets injured because he's just always getting hurt.
I think they're just gonna let him look good for a couple games and then shut him down and say, "Hey, I want this guy. Come get him." He's fresh.
And nobody's gonna call.
You gotta like you can't play. You gotta kind of
telling me if he
nah,
that's
what they do. They gotta see the product on the court,
nobody
bro.
will call for him.
Cobwebs.
Maybe the Warriors would.
We're saying Lorenzo. We're saying
nah,
that
we
you
got
can't
enough
play
small
him.
guys.
Nobody's saying
Zach ain't
he's
small.
Not,
He like 6'6" or whatever.
We have enough of those guys.
Nobody's saying he's not playing at all.
Man, package Moody, you know,
not playing that
shit.
much.
Okay, I mean, I don't know.
I don't like even if
Potentially.
Zach is playing 32 minutes a night. I don't see how Chicago like fumbles their way into wins. Like this team is not very good. Top to bottom.
They're not 10C good.
They gonna
Not
play
really,
the Wizards
no.
and Nets 8 times.
Okay.
Sure, but so is everybody else. Like I mean,
yeah, so does everybody.
There's only 3 teams to me that I think are 10C good out of everybody else, or everybody else down in the bottom.
Yeah. What are them teams for you?
Toronto, potentially Charlotte, and Chicago. Because I think Atlanta's gonna still be 9.
Right, Atlanta's we'll call them 9 seed.
Looking at it, Atlanta probably is gonna end up 9 just because.
I don't think
they just have, they just gonna fall into the 9 seed. Like it's just like.
Did somebody say?
And Charlotte completely depends on LaMelo's
Did somebody
ankles.
say
so.
that the Nets' future is worse than all the other bottom feeder teams? I don't remember anybody saying that.
Nah.
Who said that?
Nah, he just saying in general, y'all. He just saying it in general.
Nobody thinks they're the worst the bottom feeding teams for the future.
I mean, they got
Oh,
all
they
the
can get. They
I
can
think
get
There
number
go
one
your
overall
answer,
pick.
Kenny.
I think
There you go.
Atlanta Hawks like don't really. I don't know.
They have no incentive to tank.
Bro, Kenny,
They
why
have
did
no
you say
incentive.
that though? Like
They're just
nobody
kind of
said
stuck.
nothing like that.
They're
Where did
stuck.
that come
Nigga,
from?
well,
Dead
he
end.
made it. He made that shit up in his head.
Like no funny. That shit, he really just pulled that out of thin
Pay him no
air.
mind, bro. You know how can he
But
be?
listen, the
Pay him no
thing that is a
mind.
good point on Atlanta. They're always gonna be decent with Trey, and that means they're not getting no incentive to have a high pick.
But they don't
Yeah,
have
they
their
get.
picks.
They don't
They
have
don't
a
have a pick
pick.
They
this
don't
year.
have their
That's
picks.
why.
They don't have
Oh
the pick.
shit, you're right.
That's why they
That's
have
why
to
I said-
try.
With
that's why I said
the
Atlanta.
DeJounte, I forgot about the DeJounte. They really gave up that much for him. Yo,
But don't they have Sacramento's and LA's first rounder this year? Lakers.
Uh,
I mean, I think they have the
I think they
Lakers
get
pick.
one.
I'm not sure if they have
Isn't Sacramento's
Sacramento's.
protected at 1 through 12? Correct. Wrong. No.
I mean,
You
then
talking about
it's-
Atlanta Hawks?
I
Pick?
guess that'll
Yeah.
convey that's something.
Yeah, but for if they have
I mean, it's
another
2
team's
first round
pick, it
picks.
doesn't incentivize them to tank because they're still relying on another team to be bad. But they don't have their own pick this year, so they have no like
It's true, but
incentive to tank
it's not
this
like
year.
they're looking at a bleak season this year if something goes wrong.
I mean, shoot, even if it doesn't go wrong, they should stink. Like Jalen Johnson's like their second option.
I mean, shit, that's still good enough to be a 9 seed.
Yeah,
I mean,
What's
Trey's
this-
had worse,
what's this-
and he's done
what's
better.
the LA pick.
Lakers. First rounder. Not protected.
Oh, it's not protected.
Yeah.
So it's
What
a
I'm looking
hit-
at, the fanspo. Shut up.
So it's a shitty pick.
I mean, if you think the Lakers are gonna be good this year,
I mean, if the Lakers are
They're
booty,
they're probably gonna make the playoffs.
top 6. Okay.
so yeah,
Okay.
they don't have a great pick like that.
If you believe, yeah, sure.
You don't think the Lakers make the playoffs?
If you believe, sure.
Oh wow.
What makes you think the Lakers don't make the playoffs?
If you want to believe in that, that's fine.
That they make the playoffs?
Lakers?
Okay.
yeah, I don't got the Lakers winning the playoff again in the playoffs either.
You have them. You have the Clippers as a 4 seed, don't you, Tween?
No, Dre, chill out.
Why don't they?
I said
just real quick,
47
why
wins.
don't they make? Why
Okay.
don't they make the playoffs?
That's fine.
That's like the 7 seed, 6 seed.
Somebody needs to explain to me why they don't make the playoffs.
LeBron.
I got
and
them
AD
in the
listen,
playoffs, but I don't have them as the
LeBron-
top 6
Byron
seed.
smiling right
and
now.
AD
Okay, no, wait, hold on. You just said you got them in the playoffs. Okay, that's what I said. That was like they make the playoffs. It's not going to be a good pick. And then you're like,
I mean,
and then-
being a first round exit, it's still mid first. So.
but it doesn't matter. We're talking about the pick. So if they make the playoffs, it's not going to be a good pick.
If you want, okay, sure, yeah.
Like I don't.
What does that mean, Derek?
And
you try
number
to
14 was a
flip
good
it.
pick last year, but you know what?
Now it's the first round exit. You said they wasn't making it in the first place.
Oh my god.
Why you? He tried to walk that back. Like, come on.
That's
Wait,
what I'm
wait.
saying.
Nigga,
I mean,
Some
if
said
you
Julius
think-
Randle and
Wait,
Towns
chill.
crazy.
Nigga, the 14th pick not a good pick.
Well, ain't that the last pick in the lottery?
yeah, it is.
Yeah, I mean,
It's something.
if Atlanta probably would on
not a
top
bad
5.
I don't know how this move to
They
they're
gonna
not
be
gonna
in the
go,
teens,
go
nigga.
deep in the playoffs. Like I don't
Yeah,
know.
the
Bro,
whole
you
point is
see- yo, Tinez, you
Atlanta
see
has
how
no
he-
incentive to
The
tank.
nigga,
That's the
bro,
whole
he tried
thing.
to flip
They
that
don't make
so
it.
quick.
You saw that.
Bro, I seen that. I'm not even on it. Like, I'm like, come on, bro. Don't do. At least
And
stand on that.
Jono, they
No,
added the
Stand on it. They're not making the playoffs. Keep it at
the
that.
full trade just
They
came
won't be a
out.
top 6. They'll be a play-in. Shut up.
The full Cat and
Yeah,
Randall trade just
just a
came
bunch
out.
of
It said the
filler low.
Knicks- Yeah, it's a bunch of fucking James Najee.
Nigga, I really didn't know the NBA was
I
starting.
don't even know how the Hornets got into it, but I guess the Hornets
To get some picks,
just got a couple players who I don't know what the hell they're gonna do with.
waive them. Well, actually, they probably can't waive
some
them
cash
because they're still in
considerations and
trade.
some second round picks.
This is one of the worst off seasons in like years.
I'm not gonna lie. I will bet money Lakers make
You
playoffs.
exaggerating.
If
This
anybody
shit
wants
was
to
ass.
You'll
put
bet money
money
Lakers
on
do
that
what?
Talking about
shit, I will put
transaction
money on
wise, or like,
That's crazy.
Yeah,
Have a
transactions.
you'll
That
bet
shit would
money
happen.
Lakers do
I
what?
feel you, Ace. I
make
feel
the
you.
playoffs.
We
Oh,
talking
nah, they
about
will
top
make the
6
playoffs.
protected, or we
As
talking
long
about
as
play-in?
LeBron healthy.
No, make the playoffs. That's
Nigga,
the
are
scenario
we
where
talking
they
They're
top
gonna
6?
make the
Or we talking
playoffs.
like playing shit?
That's what I said they ain't gonna make top 6. And I was like, what?
I think they're
Yeah,
probably.
I bet
I
against
think
top
they're.
six.
I
ain't
think they're
betting against
probably
making
a
the
play-in
playoffs.
team. They could make the top 6, but they could also miss it entirely.
No.
Nigga,
We're not
no,
doing this.
they-
We're not doing this. We're not
they
doing this.
can't
We're not,
make the top
everybody,
6,
everybody,
nigga.
everybody,
Let's
shut
not
the,
do
everybody, shut the fuck up. We're not doing
All
this.
right. Well,
The
I was
combo
I I missed that phrase.
Spicy.
Heaven said, I missed that. I missed
The
that.
combo was they make the playoffs.
Yeah.
What the
He
fuck
tried
are
to
you guys
walk
talking
it
about?
back,
Top
bro.
6.
Nigga, top 6 is the
Then
best.
he
Yeah, I
said
mean, I
first,
could
but
see
they're gonna be a
there's no
first round
XG that makes
exit,
it.
so that don't matter. Like,
Nobody
what?
cares about the first round exit bullshit.
No, I'm
Especially if
The
she's
saying,
problem
not
was they
talking
making the
about how far they
playoffs.
go
I'm
in the
respecting
I'm
playoffs.
those
saying,
5
no,
minutes.
I'm saying he tried to walk it back and
I'm
say,
no. Okay, I'm asking. Are we
Queen,
talking
you're not
about
getting
top
this off. You
6
said it
or
like
just
4
making the
times. No one
play in?
reacted, so it's all
bro,
good.
that's an awful take, bro.
I
Like,
think, but she doesn't
You're not
care
getting
about
it off,
top
though.
6 or playing
That's what
whatever.
I'm.
She's
At the
talking
end
about
of the
the end
day,
of
if
Make
you're
the
the
when the
if
playoffs.
you're
playoffs are
in the
But
decided.
nigga,
Those
if
playoffs,
they
is
things.
what you're
lose in the
saying.
play-in, they
Yeah,
don't like this
They
shit don't
not
matter.
losing in the play-in.
yeah, she's saying
Bad
the
news.
playoffs. But
She's
she's saying
saying
the
no matter
playoffs.
what, when the playoffs get decided,
But no matter what, they're gonna make it the
the 8
playoffs.
teams in the playoffs get decided. The Lakers will be one of them, bro.
Yeah.
At the end of the day.
Well,
I
how
don't
much
know.
money she talking about?
I
How
can
much
see
money she's
I can
talking
see
about?
where it goes wrong and they don't, but I think it's more likely that they
How
make the
much
playoffs
Hold
money?
on
though.
though.
I
Let
think it's
Heaven
most
Sense see if
likely
she
that
can
they'll
get
be
this
in the
bet,
play.
even though she probably won't.
100.
I know.
Damn, you said last week you
Well,
you
yeah,
Heaven
already
said,
talking
Heaven
about
said,
now.
be
You want to put
betting now.
$100 on them? You want to put 100? Okay.
Oh my god.
100 the
I didn't know
Lakers
Heaven
make
said was
playoffs.
betting now.
Oh
I'll be
man,
honest
I
with you.
must have missed an
You,
arc.
you didn't want to
God
talk about
damn.
them last week, but now you want to put $100 on them. I see where's it going. Okay.
I didn't even know Heaven said got
I'm
that
not,
bag.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. I want y'all to know, right? There is a line. Like I can say that they're shit just off of the measuring stick of they not winning a fucking championship. Cool, we good. But they making the playoffs.
Cool.
I don't know.
This shit weird.
Are
Like
are,
this shit.
are, are we saying are we saying
They dead ass missed the playoff one time.
yeah?
They
I'm
have
asking the
never
question
they
from the
have never
standpoint.
lost in a play-in scenario.
That's true.
I don't know
Are
what
we
the fuck
saying
this
that? Are we saying that we're making this take, without taking any injuries into account that could possibly happen?
if they're
Because
playing,
if
listen to me very carefully.
go
If
ahead.
they are
Go
playing
ahead.
basketball, they make the playoffs. Because Anthony Davis and LeBron were hurt, they still made the playoffs.
Okay. I think that there's a scenario in which they miss enough games that they
The
could
only
Okay,
one they
so
still
miss
come
is if
in
they're not playing
9 to 10 and get
basketball.
knocked out the play.
now I'm just trying to
I think
iron
it's
out the
possible.
details for this bet. If they make the playoffs regardless, whatever the fuck happens, like okay, that's cool. 100.
What'd you say?
You said 100 regardless injuries, everything. Like if they make
If
the
they're
playoffs,
playing basketball, they make the playoffs. If LeBron and AD are playing basketball, they make the playoffs.
both of them.
Well,
Yes,
okay,
both
so
have to
then
play.
you need an injury clause on
I'm not
that.
taking that shit.
No, they'd be injured and still be playing.
No, but you're telling me they
Wait, what
both
do you
have to
mean?
play.
Yes.
Okay,
They both be
So then
playing
you need
through
a games
injuries.
that. So what games do they have to play for it to be valid then? Like, what's the number?
There's no number. They make. Oh, you mean for the regular season?
Yeah, just what's the number there?
Let me see.
I'm not making the bet. I'm just asking the question for context.
I'm thinking about it, but this just sounds null and void if I gotta have both these niggas play 6 games.
I'm not gonna lie.
I still think it's more likely.
If all of this is it, y'all shaky, and that means y'all think they making playoffs.
I think it's more likely than not that they do. I do feel that way. I'm just saying that there's a scenario that they don't.
Okay, so we back then because I was getting pushed
I'm
back.
saying them
I was
niggas
like,
ass, and I
the
can get
Atlanta Hawks Lakers pick is not going to be good because Lakers.
All I said was they have 2 first-round picks, and then that got pushed back saying, "Oh well, they don't have theirs." Like that's still good in this league to have 2 first-round picks. I don't know where that's going, but shout out to have 2 first-round picks.
No, we were saying that because of incentive to tank is why they don't own their picks, so there's no reason for them to tank this year. Is what the whole thing was.
Their pick's gonna be in the teens.
I mean, I don't think they had an incentive anyway. They still have Trae Young. That's better than anything that the bottom of the East has compared to Brooklyn, Detroit.
Chill on LaMelo, nigga.
DC. I mean LaMelo. I mean, shout out to them.
Yeah, but I'm saying if they wanted to pack the season up, there's no incentive to do it because they don't own their own pick. That's why Brooklyn traded Mikal so they can tank in peace.
Then they would have to trade 11. That's just as simple as that. They would have to trade 11, and nobody's
apparently
trading.
he has no market,
guarantee that
so
they
I don't
get their
know.
own pick back though.
But
the Spurs have it.
that's the only way they would get it, and no one wants 11.
Spurs have their pick this year.
He's on that team.
Yeah, the Spurs have no. I mean, I know people. To me, if I was the Spurs, I'd rather have that pick personally. I don't know how you guys feel about it, but that's a discussion around Trae Young. But I'd rather have the pick.
The thing is that Trae Young isn't garnering good enough package for his talents.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like that would be a move that would kind of lock you into trying to build a come hell or high water around those two, and I don't know if I would want to do that this early into the team building process around Whippy.
They started off pretty bad last year. Fucking Zachary Richard, shout out.
Oh well. Yeah, I
Eh,
like
toi,
this
twin,
one of the
eh, toi.
what do you say? What do you
I
say?
heard you, sir. Eh, toi. I
Finesse
heard you, sir, baby.
Nerveia.
I heard you, sir, baby. I heard you. He's
Finesse
back.
Nerveia.
Hey, bro, watch back, bro. Watch back, bro.
What's Ev
Damn.
saying, bro?
Like,
Bro,
damn,
what
you
the
speaking
fuck,
Mexican,
bro?
I'm
Why that
speaking
nigga sound
French.
like
Like, what
Mario
you
and
doing? Watch
Luigi?
back, bro.
Nigga,
Ass
I'm
on
talented.
somewhere.
I'm talented, bro.
I'm trying to hear that, man.
You're proud of me,
Nah, that was
Baptist?
worst French
Tiki.
accent I ever heard,
You're
gang.
proud of me. You're
I
proud
don't
of
even
me,
know what
I'm
Baptist.
that
proud of I
was.
was smiling the whole time, twin. I'm over here working. People wondering, what you smiling at? What you hollering for, Byron? What the hell? What you smiling at? I'm twin back. I guess 11-10 had to pull up. Shout out 11-10, man. Shout
No,
out
they
11-10.
still the
You know,
Lakers
I
still
try to help the people
We
on
miss
my
you,
first
man.
day back. I'm on a
Type shit.
10-day contract, so
It was tough. It was tough. It was tough without you. This woman been a loose cannon.
no, I'm sure it was great. I'm sure y'all had a lot of fun.
She been Joe style. Got to get your boy back on board. Your little evil,
Raptors got
fake
a
evil
better
twin.
future than the Nets.
Get your little fake evil twin back on board. We all Gucci. No Jordan want to
I
be your
disagree with
twin.
that completely.
Raptors have a better
You said
future
who?
than so far.
Nah,
J
I'd rather be
Dub,
the Nets.
He's my who?
Just off of the
your
strength that
little
they
fake
already have
evil
a young
twin.
core
You know you
together.
want to be your little
Y'all
twin.
don't have one.
I do not know that
You
man.
said based on what? Based
They
on
already have a
Do
young
not
core.
know
Y'all
that
don't.
man.
well, I can't hear you. I'll ask you
Huh?
in a second. I couldn't hear you. What'd you say?
Just off of the strength that they have a young core already. Y'all don't have one.
Yeah, yeah.
It
I mean,
can
no,
flip.
that's
Like if
true.
you guys are able to use the picks and get like a better young core, then it'll flip.
Yeah,
But until then,
absolutely.
yeah.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I guess I have a question on what the ceiling looks like with that young core that would lead me to maybe want the volatility of what we are trying to build off of it. But I understand where you're coming from
Yeah,
that
I
standpoint.
think Scotty has a high potential is high. I think RJ is.
I don't have any
Did
belief
I
in
just
that
hear a
man.
scoff? Like, I'm just so confused. I think Scotty has a high ceiling. I think Quickly
Yep.
has. I think he has a high enough ceiling, and I think RJ is fine. I think RJ is like a third option. Can become a third option.
What do you think Quickly is though? Like high enough ceiling.
I think he can be borderline all-star.
What?
Watch your mouth back quickly. Watch your mouth about him. That's a homegrown talent.
I'll be honest.
I mean,
he
I guess that's possible.
in his prototype, he's a worser version of Garland.
Worser? He's a worser version?
Yeah.
Wait, chill on my young nigga.
Just
There's
worse.
a
Just
homegrown
worse.
talent right here.
Just
John
worse. That's
Carroll
all
High
you
School he
don't need
went
that
to, man.
extra
Shout out to Emmanuel Quick.
We're talking about a nigga that
School not back in session.
I would say more of a
Queen get
a
behind
solid starter for Quickly ceiling, and I don't have a lot of belief in RJ. That's just me personally, but I believe that Barnes' ceiling is certainly high, and that's a good starting point.
Yeah.
You gotta
That's the thing. Like you guys don't have because you guys don't have one.
Yeah, there's nothing there that you can tangibly grab
Exactly.
onto that you
It's
see.
all like theoretically, maybe you can find one in the draft, but you don't know yet. That's what I'm saying. Like as of now.
Yeah, I feel you.
Thank you everyone for participating. Yeah. I don't know where Ev at, but my shift is
Y'all
done.
have a better future than Detroit and Washington.
I'm here.
You said the Nets. The Nets.
That's
do?
not true, but okay.
Nets. Y'all got a better future than Detroit and Washington.
Why do you say that?
They don't have a player that's near the
Because
development of Buck Arrington.
I
It's
don't
okay.
trust the Washington Wizards at all.
But you trust the Nets?
Do you trust the Nets? Yeah, like what?
They screwed themselves twice, haven't they?
Like you do understand that every single person that you have this non-trust
To
in
be
is
fair, though, they have built a better team than the Washington Wizards have ever built.
That's not true.
You talking about D'Lo?
Literally,
the
they
D'Lo era?
That's not true, bro. Okay.
I mean, we've built multiple better teams.
Kyrie
guys are
and
right.
James Harden on the team.
And
What
they
are we
destroyed
talking
that in how
about?
many
I
years?
mean, all right, that's
Yeah,
New
I mean,
York
we
Still a
destroyed
better
it, but you
team.
can't
influence.
deny that it was
Build it up to tear it
clearly
down.
a
You know,
better
like
team than anything you guys
That's
have
what
you
ever
I'm
know,
seen.
just
saying.
if you don't have stability when
I
you
would
build,
I,
it's
I
Respect
hard.
would
John
go so
Wall,
far as
the
to
John
say
Wall era. Respect
I
the
would
John
go
Wall
so
era.
far as to say that our D'Lo era was even
They
better
don't
than what
understand what
you
the John
guys have
Wall
had.
era
Like,
was. It's okay. They never watched.
Say that, but I'll be so
They never
dumb.
watched.
did I miss a deep playoff run from the John Wall era?
Yeah, you actually did.
How
Game
far
7
did
against
they
the
go?
Boston Celtics, one game away from should have beat
Second
the
round, right?
Cleveland Cavaliers. But
Yeah, I don't think the Nets made it past the second
That was-
round with the KD era, right?
yeah, so
But it's still a better team,
no,
though.
we didn't.
Yeah,
no,
That
I
was a better
mean,
team.
Because
I don't
the
know
reason
what did
the
that
reason
No,
amount
why
to.
the
Nothing, I
reason why
fear. Right? It's
They got
no,
No,
injured.
you
hear
can.
me.
No, I completely. I agree. Didn't amount to anything, but I'm saying that it was a better team than what they had, though.
Yeah,
it was
the
luck,
thing is,
sure,
no,
pure luck.
Kyrie broke his ankle. Like, come
It
on,
no,
bro.
was
but
luck.
I don't. It
and
wasn't.
John Wall missed
What
Game
was
7.
luck?
What the
Now,
fuck?
it's
What?
Giannis's big
The
ass feet. It
Nets
was
building the
to
team they
Giannis' feet,
had
but
But I don't
with
think.
KD, it was
I
luck.
think it's not just luck. I think
When
that
Kyrie
It's
broke
because
his
Kyrie.
New
it wasn't
York
luck.
was, still in
I think that
shambles at the
KD.
time.
When you
I
said
think
that shit,
that
I got so
KD. I
scared. I
think
thought you was
that
talking about
KD and
Rihanna.
Kyrie saw how well the Brooklyn
New
Nets
York
were being
always is
run,
weak.
So they
and that they're
fired,
like, I want to
and then
build
and
it.
then they fired exactly. So they
And
Pat ruined it. Atkinson. They went in and Yeah, said, "Let's get rid of
I'm
this
just.
man."
I'm
That
just.
Y'all
man
y'all can
against
believe in
Steve
that big
Nash.
Villanova shit if
None
y'all
of what
want
you
to.
guys are saying pushes back from the fact that they dead ass have built a better team than the Washington Wizards have ever had.
And it got
But
to the
they
same
also
spot.
more potentially. quickly destroy it.
Yeah, it also got to the same
They
fucking
still, but
spot.
they
No matter how they
still
built it, it got to the
built
same
a
spot.
better team than the Washington Wizards
Fairs,
have ever had.
They
fairs,
just not. They're
fairs,
just
fairs. Yeah,
not
that's
that
fine.
good.
I'm not
I'm not
campaigning
going
for
anywhere because we're
Washington.
both
I
right.
just don't think
I
like
hope you understand that we're
But
both
I
right
trust
here.
Brooklyn either way.
this is the thing
We're
that
talking in recent memory, right?
this is the thing that's throwing me, right. I'll make a statement and Z Farm will push back on it. Then everybody jumps in with shit that has nothing to do with what the fuck Z Farm is pushing back on.
My fault. I'll be quiet.
I said that the Brooklyn Nets have built a better team than the Washington Wizards have ever built, and he was pushing back on that statement.
She's dropping her nuts.
But they built a better team. They destroyed it quicker, and they got to the same spot.
It's still a better team, though.
It's
fair.
a better team, but it got
And
to
I
the
think
same
we have a
spot.
brighter
We got
future
to
On paper
than
it
y'all.
is. On paper
we
it
got
is.
the same
Absolutely.
goal. We had the same
It's a
end
That's
goal.
better
what I'm
team
saying.
than y'all have had in
That doesn't
recent
mean you.
memory.
I hope you
Damn, the
understand. That does
Dolphins
not
in
And
matter.
guess
mud.
what? We tore
Sheesh.
that bitch down, and we still have a
You
better
sold
future
more
than y'all
jerseys
right
than
now.
me. Congratulations. Who cares? Like what?
Gotta blame MetLife Stadium for that one.
You brought more brand and notoriety to your team. Cool. We finished in the same spot. Does not matter.
And we have a better future than y'all now.
I disagree. Bub Carrington.
I don't know, man.
You have nobody on the same level as Bub Carrington, Bob Coolball, and Alex Starr. Disagree
That's
with
cool,
that.
though. But
Disagree.
our future is better.
D-Mac, do you think y'all extend Cam Thomas?
Uh, maybe.
Because I don't know. That's where it's tough. You don't have a, I don't know,
My
way you want to
ideal
go.
is for Cam
Hamilton.
Thomas to go off and retrade him. To be honest with you, so that's how I'm. That would be my
Who
ideal
would want
scenario.
Cam
Okay.
Thomas?
And then you're
And
praying basically to get
I
the
love
number
Cam
one pick,
Thomas. I love
essentially.
Cam Thomas.
Nobody loves that archetype, a guard that can't play defense, that can't play make, that's a
I
ball.
agree. That's why he's got to get better at those things, so that
That's
way his value would actually
he's
raise.
a six man.
That's
Even
exactly what I've always thought about him ever since. He's ideally a 6 man.
He's a six
even
man.
if you look at the 6 man in recent years, they have some type of like
Yeah, he's young and he's showing
That's
potential to do those things, so he's got to add to his game. He's got to get better at the other things other than scoring.
That's why he needs multiple years under as the guy. You feel me? Like you can't just flip him at the deadline. Like
Well,
you
no,
got
I don't think that he needs multiple years as
I
a
don't think
guy
he needs to
necessarily.
be the guy. I don't.
Yeah, I don't think he needs multiple years as a guy for
how is
trading
he gonna make
people
the
like that.
playmaking leap if
I
you
could
just
never be a
turn
nigga
into a
number one
playmaker?
fan.
You give him you know he doesn't. Do you know what the guy is? I just think you can
Leap
give some credit on him
2024.
being the
Yeah,
guy.
but
What game y'all about to watch?
I'm referring to as the guy
Well,
as
I
like
can just see it.
all
Well, it's
initial.
MLB Network. I can't see it.
And I'm not saying that we need to flip him at the
Orioles
deadline. I'm
versus
saying like
Royals.
Like
So
I
When
truly,
the
I'm
O's
cool
play,
with
man,
keeping
put the
him
they
O's
in
on
play
the
free
Lakers
screen.
tomorrow.
agency this year, and then
They play.
possibly trading him,
They play.
after.
Oh, we play at
So
4:30. Let's go.
Yeah.
it's
Let's
not
get
like
it.
something that needs to
Matter of fact,
happen
let me
in
go
the
put some
first
money
two
on
months
my
of the
O's,
season.
man.
No,
I say
right now, I'm telling you, Royals money line over.
it's take maybe like 2 seasons for him to make
Where's Z Farm at?
the play, like to read and roll schemes, to make that pocket pass, to make that corner skip pass. Like that's not something you learn in film. That's something you gradually attain. You feel me? Like it's gonna take multiple seasons to do that.
I think that you are underestimating how much of a, he's been able to show it. It's just not been consistent. So
That's the thing, bro. It needs to be more consistent, but he's shown the ability to do those
Yeah,
things.
they do let him run the few Boston Brooklyn Nets games that I've watched because that shit is just hard to watch. They do let him
Yeah, I understand.
initiate sometimes.
Even when Mikal was wrote like roll the second half of the season, and Cam was the guy in the pick and roll with Clax, and make that little.
Is he going in now for y'all? Or is it just me?
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, no
Yeah,
matter.
your
Okay, that's
server's
cool.
nervous.
Let me. It could have turned off my internet.
Kind of like
Is that
game
better?
starting in Game 7.
Is that
They turned off your internet. We're hoping. I suppose you could try.
is that better? Hello.
yeah.
A little
I was
better.
saying even when Mikal was spotting up the second half.
Nah, it's worse.
You're still ass. I ain't gonna lie.
It's worse.
Just trying to be like Big Bro Tween, you know.
You're
It's
crying.
worse.
I'm not
Yo,
calling it.
my dog. Yeah,
But
it's a wrap.
nah, them niggas suck. What he said.
Nah, but
I stand with you, D-Mac, over the Wizards, though.
it's okay. You don't know who Bub Carrington is. It's okay though. We're better than Rob Dillingham. What we call him? What you call him? We better than Dilly. That's what you're gonna call him this year. You're gonna be welcome.
Yeah.
Welcome to the Bub Hub. That's what we calling it. Oh my God. Oh, we gotta cook up this year.
Welcome to the Bub Club.
Niggas said the Bub. No. He said the Bub.
No, I didn't
Hub.
say the club.
Bub
I
Hub.
said
He
Bub
said the
Hub.
Bub
We
Hub.
coming
That's what he
back,
said.
baby. It's
And he
coming
was
back.
proud of
Wait,
it.
what you say?
He stood on
Welcome
it.
to the what?
The Bub Hub.
Bub
That's where
Hub.
we going this year.
The Bub Hub?
Yes, sir.
You know, that's a little too close to something else, you know.
I don't know.
Hey,
I like Bub
that's what
Club
I'm
better,
saying.
man.
That's kind of crazy.
Or Club Bub. I don't know. Bub Hub?
Hey,
No, I'm
man.
not.
Let's go with Killer Cam over Bub Hub, whatever the fuck
I'm
that
not
shit
gonna lie.
is.
Hey, whatever you want to call
Somebody
him,
who
Killer
got
Cam.
just call him a Hall of Famer. Just call him. Just go ahead and
who
stamp him
got
right now.
somebody who got
You standing on Bub Carrington like that? Okay.
He better than
low
Star.
as somebody who got cum bucket on their squad. I don't think you should be talking about him.
Bruh,
Oh my
I've legit never called
God.
him that, and I really want to tell the people that call him
No
that y'all have a
way.
serious
That's
problem,
what they
bro.
call him. 11
I
No,
do know
people
that,
do
Ever
call
said.
him
I
that,
do
bro,
know
and
that.
I don't understand
That's
that. Like, I don't even know why you feel comfortable saying it out your mouth. Like, no funny. Like, I really don't. Like, people. But then again, I forget you NBA Twitter guys. Like, y'all are
Oh
confused. So I
no.
don't know. But
No.
lead that to them. Only NBA Twitter guys call them that, and those are confused people.
Those are confused.
They
I
got
don't know
niggas like
where y'all
AJ
be
That's
getting
tweet.
them
like
shits.
that's the ace variant. Like
Ain't that
But heaven
Tween's
said,
age
that's an
demographic though?
insane name, though. That's
yo,
really an insane name.
Isn't
11.
that who he be
I'm
hanging with though?
That's what
I'm
I'm
a
saying.
young
He's saying
nigga,
age
but
Yeah, yeah.
variant. I'm like, bro,
11 10. I'm a
that's
young
your
nigga,
age
but
group.
I got an old soul. Like I'm really one of the
All
OG.
right.
I
All
can't.
right.
I'm like one of the
Bro, oh
OG.
my God, 1110. You haven't even seen the tween has he rise in facts and stats.
I'm here for the fall.
The
Yeah, I mean, I
fall,
would
the
assume
fall,
that he actually made it somewhere to the top.
I'm
Not
here for the fall,
kind
bro.
of go upwards to fall, right?
nah, he made it pretty high. Not the
He did.
top though.
I'm glad I missed it. No funny.
It
Yeah,
must not have been during football season.
the fall is already on the, you feel me? He's already on a decline. He been falling for a
He's
little minute
washed.
now.
That's crazy. He
I
had
ain't
a
gonna
better
lie.
rookie season than me. That's a
Nah,
great accomplishment, Tween.
he had a hell of a rookie campaign. Then he just let it all go.
Yo, chill out.
Bro, why
He
is
on
this
his
dude
Good
Josiah
so
stuff,
arc
good,
now.
Tween.
bro?
Carry the mantle,
Talk to me.
bro.
That nigga was
Talk
having
to
a
me.
hell of a rookie campaign. Tween
Bro,
was
I
Hello.
got
top.
hurt, bro. I got
Nigga,
you feel me?
Is he
Bro,
in for a sophomore slump or a sophomore
pull
rise?
my
Yo,
We'll
hamstring.
see.
That nigga CTE started acting up.
Every
but I'm gonna keep
Bro,
I'm
what
gonna
am
keep it
I
real.
doing?
you
How am
I'm
I
are
what
telling
am
you
I
when you hot.
doing?
I'm gonna tell you when you cold,
messy.
bro.
I didn't even do
Yeah, you
this.
fell
You
off,
so
gang.
messy.
All I said was steak to both of y'all.
You
That's
are
it.
so
Come on
messy.
now.
You
Don't
are
do
so
that, bro.
messy. You're so messy.
Bro, y'all be putting me on
You are
anything.
so
No
messy.
funny,
You are
bro.
so messy.
Y'all be putting me on anything, bro. Don't bring it to
I
the
see what
stage,
you're
bro.
doing.
All right, Detroit hasn't looked good this whole game, bro. I ain't gonna lie,
She
man.
said
Great.
hello again. He
One
just
pitcher,
cooked
man.
process. How he on a decline? When did Tween cook process? What do you say?
Oh, yo,
Matter
shit.
he did
Shit,
cook
yo.
process.
No
Bro, I
funny.
forgot what they was even arguing about, bruh.
Ain't the shit out that nigga. No funny. No
Nah,
diddy.
you did. I remember. Yeah, I mean, that was a good little cook up.
Yeah. I
Can I
leveled up.
get a Santan and a Lindor home run today?
No, you can't.
Man, I don't know, Z-Phone. What's you too negative for me,
I'm
dog.
telling you this right now. Under Orioles runs, Royals money line. Thank me later.
Wait, why you so negative though? Like
Season's
that's the
over,
little
bro.
reverse
We're
jinx.
firing Brendan Hyde today. Hitting coaches are gone. We're starting new. Terry Francona is gonna be my manager next year. We going off.
Okay, I'm gonna listen. I'm gonna listen to you because you my guy, bro.
Ev, you should have a facts and stats cookout so we can go to a Washington Wizards game.
Low dead ass. I ain't gonna lie. The last
I
4
was saying, you
playoff
would not
games
do that.
with this team,
Huh?
1 run, 2 runs,
You would
8
not go to a
runs,
Wizards
0
game.
runs.
You don't know
take
what
how
I
you
would
want.
do.
You would not go to a Wizards game.
You don't know what
How
I
much
would
them
do.
courtside seats for Wizards game?
Like $1.50. And you got
No,
a
I'm
better
so
arena
serious,
than
bro. How
down there
much
in
is
But
it?
y'all
Toronto.
are jazzing that, but they're still court size seats, but it costs like $2,000 probably.
I could borrow
That ain't
seats
too
up last year for
bad.
like 1,000.
That should be looking
That ain't
at
too bad, man.
Man, for
You know what?
DC, you going for the
Yeah.
experience.
Pop
It
out,
You're not
depends on
bro.
going
the
for a
game though.
basketball
Yeah,
game.
remember
You're
it
going
also
for an
depends on who they're
experience.
playing.
Shit ain't even an experience.
Like if LeBron,
Hello,
if
hello,
LeBron come in the
Z-Phone.
house
Hello,
speaking, I don't give a
Z-Phone. Can
fuck
we
what
have a
your team is. Them
convo?
tickets gonna be
Hello,
cheap.
what's the word, brother?
Brother, you haven't won a playoff series in 6 years. If you lose next year, is it time to trade Gunnar Henderson?
No.
Is it time to trade Adley Rutschman?
Yes.
That guy's fall off from this year and last year is pretty insane.
Hey, I'm not gonna. We're in Trevor Lawrence talks now with Adley, man. I ain't gonna lie. We're deep in that, man.
I was about to say, like, you know what I'm saying? He went pretty crazy. He went pretty crazy last year.
Yeah, man.
And
We're
now,
in Trevor
I had
Lawrence
to
talks,
train
man.
him. I'll be looking for him today. Season on the line. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, he batting 0-63 in the playoffs, man.
We talk about
bro.
we talk about busts and stuff and like other sports, obviously NFL, NBA a little bit heavier, but prospects in baseball are a fucking crapshoot.
I ain't
And
gonna
that shit
lie,
is
D-Mac.
year to
God
year too.
damn, bro. It's too common, bro.
Man.
No, he's just playing hurt. Adley, I don't know what's up with him. He should have went to the injury list early in the year. But
I mean, unfortunately, that is the nature of his position. Though you got to play through injury, you got to deal with those things on a day-to-day basis. 162 games behind the plate. That shit is not easy.
Yeah,
that's the
so
shit that had Joe Mauer move to first base.
Yeah, I think
Salvi
he moves
Perez
to next
for that
year.
matter.
Next year, the year after, I think he goes to first.
No, can you
Or
send
just
me like
DH.
$12 so I can go to Old Navy and get some
DJ, how do I
fancy?
bet on that?
Shit, that's why Bryce Harper became an outfielder. He said, "Fuck that."
DJ, how do I bet on that?
Bet on what?
You said what?
I seen a nigga get rich yesterday betting on neither team to hit a home run.
Yeah,
You gotta find whatever market to give it to you.
I'm
I
not
ain't
gonna
gonna
lie,
lie,
I wouldn't
nigga.
bet
It's the
that for
best
that
time
game
to
today.
do it, nigga. It's
Is
hard
that
as
on
shit.
FanDuel?
I'm not gonna say it's hard as shit to hit a home run right now, but bruh, I ain't gonna lie, nigga. You see the score is 0-0.
Yeah,
Hey,
this
who
is
gonna
crazy.
break the ice?
Yeah, it look
One
like
of them
the
rare niggas gonna break
What's
the
the
ice.
Astros game score?
It's
0-0 in the fifth.
0-0.
What the fuck? Are they like the top of the 7th or 8th now?
Yes,
Nah.
dude.
The bottom
That's
of the fifth.
baseball for you. That's why it's so unch. Because guess what?
This is why these
If they
pitching
go
duels
bottom
good,
of the
man.
ninth, 0-0, nigga, season is on the line. So who the fuck gonna crap?
Yeah, man.
Who the fuck gonna hit? And that's when, you know what I'm saying? Every hit get important. Every nigga on base is important. And that's how you can tell
Look
good
at that,
players
man.
from bad
Oh
players.
shit.
Tomorrow, y'all, we'll be ranking the top 10 point guards.
Right
I know that
here.
was on the agenda today, but yeah.
Top 10 point guard?
Jermaine gonna be here for that.
Top
Luka
10 point
Doncic
guards
gonna
are
be the
more
one.
Is that a
5 more
segment?
teams.
Ev,
Top
can
10
I say
point
a
guards are
question
5
now?
more
Talk
teams.
about
Jermaine?
to get some frozen.
Ev,
What?
Yeah, is that Jermaine
Nevaeh,
You see the
segment?
yes.
pants I had on, bro? You'll think I'm homeless.
Can I ask,
Jermaine?
No funny.
Yes,
No
Nevaeh.
funny.
Yes,
No
you
funny.
can.
Yes,
Yes, you may,
Jermaine.
Nevaeh.
is it based upon like who you think's gonna have a better regular season?
I ain't gonna lie, LaMelo Ball season.
Are we getting criteria talks? Are we getting criteria talks?
Because I think that's how you should do it. 'Cause
Yeah, that's
if
how
you
it
just
is.
say who's the best point guard, then I don't think the list
I'm telling you.
really
Who you
changes.
think is going to have the best season from all point guards? Top
Oh
10.
yeah, criteria talks, baby.
And
Yeah,
it's
in
just
order.
regular season, right?
Yeah, regular
What is
season.
wrong with niggas?
Okay, all right.
Regular season.
Who a point
Yeah.
guard?
If you got a man, you and your man both can come to the cookout for sure.
How come you never let me get a +1?
Well, I don't know your
I
circumstances.
never got a +1.
I don't know if you have a man or not.
You don't know if I have a man or not.
I don't know your business.
Ev is a liar, bro.
Ev
is a liar.
Ev, you don't know if I have a man.
I don't know your business.
Ev.
See, I'm not gonna lie. This is where the money
This
at.
is
Right here.
Emerald.
This is where the real
Ev
money
just
at.
could say I made a
NHL,
mistake.
man.
My fault, bro. And walk it back, but he won't.
I keep
He
this,
won't.
this is
Ever
where the
said
real
I'm
money comes
playing,
from.
bro. I'm playing, bro. I'm playing, bro. But yes, your plus one. Everybody's to walk up good.
You have
Yes,
never
100%.
given me a +1.
Your plus one can come next summer. Be more. I can't wait to see you next summer, my
I feel
dog.
like that is a pity invite.
No, your plus one really can't come. I would love to meet your man.
I don't want y'all to meet him.
Why? Your man Canadian or Caribbean?
Man, that's real.
Haven't said. Haven't said. Is that personal?
I'm going through a tunnel.
Oh, now you.
That's real. That's real.
Yeah, I'm about to put me and Shaggy on the screen. Game on the screen.
Listen, man. Listen, I ain't
Whoever
gonna
brings
lie.
us to the
I'm
national
bringing a bat.
championship.
I'm bringing a glove, and I'm bringing a ball. 3 people, step up. I'm gonna say.
I need to next. Wait, so you can't. Wait, what the?
Who bringing the bat?
Wait, what
I
the?
am.
Okay, you said
I'm
only a
bringing all
ball
the
and a glove. That's it.
Yeah, Ralph, you come. Ralph, you really come. I feel like you be bluffing, Ralph.
3 people, step up, man. Step to the plate.
If you really come, yeah, you can bring a +1. Nah, if you come, you can bring your boyfriend. And then good, if you come, you can bring your honey too.
Why, Ev?
Wait, what did I do? He asked in the chat just like Nana did.
So
Like
you
what?
could. All right. Okay.
What?
Everybody, you could. All you could do is say this. Everyone is allowed to bring a +1.
Okay,
Like
everybody is
that,
allowed to bring a +1.
bro.
Everybody that's in here, I
That
want
level
you
of
to.
Messi is talented.
-1.
I'm not gonna lie,
All
bro.
right, so
Like that
now
is a
I
And
now
honestly,
learned
yes.
something today.
He do it on
I'm
If
purpose,
somebody
impressed
by the
daily,
way.
asks me
to be
bro.
something
honest
in the
with you.
chat, I
That
gotta
is a
ignore it and
talent,
answer
bro. You got
differently.
a
All right.
gift.
Now
That
I
nigga
got
You
got
you.
a
I
got a
gift
got
for
you.
He
gift,
real.
do it on
bro.
I'm
purpose,
a
by the
cater.
way.
Yeah, I'm a cater.
For
I'm
real.
a
You
cater to
got
y'all.
a
I got
gift,
you.
bro. I see why they told you to start facts and stats, bro. I
No,
get it.
The way
listen. I'm
that
a
nigga
cater.
More
be
in
I'm
my
a
working
sense
that
cater to
now,
shit
y'all.
bro.
in,
You are a
I'm
true
impressed daily.
entertainer and you messy, bro.
No, I'm a cater to y'all, bro.
God, God
Oh
By the
damn,
way,
shit.
the
boy.
most messy person you gonna know is a
Great
man. By
field.
the way, just
That's
to
gone.
say.
Oh shit.
Man, bro. I'm telling you, bro. I did not think somebody could outdo Louisiana bars, bro.
After I have
DMV
to
brothers,
myself, can I bring a
nah.
plate back?
Oh,
Yeah,
so
Different.
be
you
more.
messy, Byron?
Yeah, be more.
Nah, I'm not. My
Look at my
brother's
guy.
not.
Allegedly.
Look at Parker Meadows, man. Oh my god.
Oh, here come process, bro. No, they talking baseball, bro.
Process. They were just shitting on
The number
Embiid.
one sport in the Americans, man. Oh
You hear process?
Yeah, I'm here.
They said they were just shitting on Embiid, saying he not gonna be shit. He not gonna do shit, and how the 76ers, huh?